Amazonia for life, 80% by 2025. This has appeared here in Glasgow overnight, and it is part of a big call out from the Amazonians, consisting of 9 different countries, that the targets that are put in place by COP26 at the moment are just simply not good enough. We've got a huge big butterfly in the center, symbolizing the destruction of the insect population in the Amazonia and forests around the world and globally. Today is the Global Day of Action here in Glasgow, and it's happening throughout the United Kingdom and also around the world. So we're going to have live reports coming in from different parts of the world today and around the UK, and we're going to be switching between various different locations. So I'm asking anybody at home right now, the first thing you can do is please share this. We want to cover this. We want people to know exactly what's going on here in the streets of Glasgow, where COP26 is happening. And already we know it's looked like it's going to be a massive failure. It's just something we know that we're going to exceed 1.5 degrees, regardless of whatever they say. It's quite cold and windy and wet today. Bit of a difference in the last couple of days. So I'm just going to bring you on a little tour as we prepare for the march. We've got helicopters flying very close above us here. There's a march, a Scottish independence march is happening. Guys are all by the big bandstand over there, very colourful. Lots of men wearing kilts, and we've got around here. You can see we have lots of different groups meeting in different sections of the park here. So I'm not too sure which group this is. Just going to have a walk around, chat to some people, and we're going to see what's going on, give you a flavour. So here there's quite a lot of kids and families. It's their planet too. We've got some lots of banners. It's quite phenomenal actually walking here this morning through so many different people. I was trying to find there's an XOR group somewhere, which I couldn't find. Oh, that's great. How you doing? XOR Peace. There we go. I was just saying I couldn't find the XOR people.
March in the Peace Block.
You're marching in the Peace Block?
We're XOR Peace, yes we are.
Yeah. And who's this lady here?
This is Iona. She's a member of Scottish CND.
CND?
Yeah, she is.
And that's anti-nuclear and anti-weapons.
Campaign for nuclear disarmament, yes. Yes. So we're all in a Peace Block together.
Amazing. And where are you marching today?
Well, we're marching for as long as it takes, to wherever it goes. I think it's Glasgow Green we're ending up.
Glasgow Green?
I think so, yes.
And what's the name of this park?
This park is Kelvin Grove Park.
Kelvin Grove Park.
Kelvin Grove Park. That's where we're starting. I'm from the island of Iona in the Hebrides. The
island of Iona, and this big lady here is.
She's called Iona.
She's Iona.
So it's great to be marching with her.
Yeah. Are you part of making her?
No, I'm not. No, I am a member of Scottish CND, but Scottish CND is actually one of many organisations who together form XOR Peace.
Yeah.
I'm a member of the Iona community, and we're one of XOR Peace's constituent members too.
So today is a global day of action, and there's actions happening here and all around the world.
All over the world.
You know,
all over the world. Yes.
What would you say to other people who are like part of CND and XOR Peace are part of anything? Are not part of anything?
Oh, we're not part of it. Come and join us. Come and join us before it's too late.
Yeah, amazing. Iona, keep up the good work.
Thank you. Where are you? Who are you?
Virgo. This is going out on COP26 TV.
Oh, great.
And on Extinction Rebellion.
I like you.
Well, that's actually
the XOR block is meeting somewhere else. If you ask one of the stewards, they'll tell you.
Okay, I'll find them.
You'll find.
You know.
There is an XOR block.
Yeah, amazing.
You might find my husband there. He's marching with them.
What's his name?
Oh no, he's not. No, he's marching with the Iona community. There's so many groups. No, don't worry.
Keep up the good work.
And you.
There we go. So yeah, it's I didn't actually realise there's going to be so many people here today. So Oh, there we go. xorpeace.org. And that's a great banner. So they were in front of BAE Systems a few days ago. BAE Systems, who invest in death and destruction, the largest arms manufacturer in Europe. Oh, sorry, squeeze through here. How you doing? Oh, hey, Rachel, how you doing?
Hey, Gemma.
Oh, I'll just make up a name and hopefully get it right once.
It's been a long time. How are you doing?
Good, I'm live. Do you want to say something?
Oh, when do we want? No, not really.
Why are you here?
We're here with Greenpeace. We want to show leaders that we want them to stop failing us. We want them to take climate action right now.
Yeah.
No more words and lots of actions, please. So yeah, we hope they're bringing everyone together today in this glorious Glasgow weather.
Yeah.
Will really help to show public support for climate action right now. Yeah.
Yeah. And are Greenpeace, are they taking part in any other actions anywhere else in the world, you know?
Yeah, there's Global Day of Action, so lots in other countries are taking part. We've got Greenpeace present at 27 marches across the country today.
27 marches.
27 different marches, yeah. So our local groups have done a brilliant job, and last night they were out taking these posters we've had curated are 14 global activists, so people affected by climate change right now. You can have a look, you can see them on all the placards.
Yeah. Okay.
And
so these placards here, talk to me about them.
So they're basically 14 global activists telling their stories about how they're affected by climate change right now and what they want from the COP26. And our groups are out postering 20 cities last night with these, bringing the voices to the people and to the marches and helping to represent and make sure that the people that weren't able to come to COP have their voices heard at COP. Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Wow, Emma, brilliant. And are any of them here? Are they just the posters representing their?
Representing because they weren't able to make it.
They couldn't make it here.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
we're representing.
That's awful, isn't it? People not being able to come here.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you're
a small way of trying to bring people, to COP26 in Glasgow. Yeah.
Awful. Keep up the good work. Enjoy the march. There you go. So so Greenpeace, they said they're taking part in actions up and down the country. I used to years ago volunteer with Greenpeace. So lots and lots of different groups here. I'm going to just see here. We got icebergs are melting, forests are burning. Take action right now. And that's Dr. Maya Rose Craig, aka Bird Girl. She's actually she's actually here somewhere. There you go. Do you want to have a quick chat of why you're here?
Oh my God.
No pressure. What's your name?
Roisin.
Roisin.
Yeah.
That's a very Scottish name.
Oh, it's an Irish name,
Roisin.
yeah.
Where are you from?
I'm from Livingston.
Livingston.
Yeah.
Why are you here today?
We're both here because we just feel like the government aren't doing enough, and our children aren't really going to have a future if they keep going the way they're going at the moment.
Yeah. Absolutely. And who are you marching with?
Greenpeace.
Greenpeace.
Yeah.
This is a big Greenpeace. There's a huge Greenpeace turnout here.
Yeah. We just signed up online, to march with Greenpeace, and then they sent you all the details of where to meet and that, so that was handy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, big shout out to any Greenpeace people here. Please share. Do you want to say hello? You might say hello.
Hi there, everybody. In March, climate justice.
Yeah. What do you make of the COP process?
Of the what, sorry?
Of the process that the negotiations are going on.
Absolutely shocking, and they flew people down from Aberdeen and stuff like that. And
from Aberdeen?
Yeah, apparently they ran a flight from Aberdeen to get people down. People flying in on private jets. What's the point in having a climate conference when you're just going to cause damage to the climate in the process of doing so? Yeah.
Absolutely shocking. Keep up the good work.
Thanks, Celia.
Enjoy the march. Thank you. We got another one who got War is Not Green. We've got Code Pink. World Beyond War, a global movement to end. Let's go and have a chat with some of these people. Well, hopefully they don't slip down here. Whoa! How you guys doing? I'm just on COP26 TV live. Does anybody want to have a chat with me? What's going on? Where are you from? China.
Yeah.
Ni hao ma.
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay. That's the only Chinese I know. Oh no, ni hao.
Ni hao.
Ni hao.
Ni hao.
Ni hao. So.
Oh, we're moving.
You're moving. We walk and talk. So you're here from China then?
I'm here for my master study, and my professor, my lecturer have organized this, so we're participating as part of the activating for climate change and also against the war. So
Against the war.
yes,
Absolutely.
basically they allow they allow all those heavy like like war stuff going on, which is consuming more of how to say it in English. I have no idea. So yes. So yeah.
So you're here against the anti-war. Sorry. Okay, no, sorry. I'm in their way. They're getting ready. Okay, I just let them get all lined up. Can I have a sticker, please? Okay. War, not green. I'm not sure exactly what that means, but I'll take a sticker. It's always good having stickers. There we go. There we go. Look at that. Oh. So yeah. Oh, war is not green. Okay, so the idea is saying that like the amount of money that we spend on armament, weapons. We saw that certainly with BAE Systems with their £19 billion turnover. And if we got all the money that was spent in the military over the years to decarbonize our world, we actually wouldn't be here today. So let's see if I can have a. Oh, you okay having a quick word? Just going at COP26 TV.
Sure.
Yeah, what's your name?
I'm Samantha.
Samantha, where are you from?
I'm from the U.S.
US, welcome. And what brings you to the streets of Glasgow today?
So I study here at the uni. I study politics.
Yeah.
Yeah, and basically what we're protesting is that military should be included in the COP26 conversation.
Oh, did you say the military are included?
They should be included.
They should be included. Explain to me.
Basically, like all of the emissions that are coming from wars and different military actions, like they're not being talked about, and like that's what we are advocating. So, climate peace is really important.
So they should be there talking about how to bring about peace and just tackle climate change. I'm just paraphrasing here, I'm guessing.
Yeah. So just like how we could decrease like emissions in the military.
Yeah. They've got a lot of emissions. I heard like something like the US collectively, it's like the equivalent to like 20 countries or something bonkers. Or you know
it's
some scary
like
facts?
crazy. I don't know any specific like statistics, but so we're just a combination of students.
Is everybody here students?
I think so.
All doing politics?
Some people are doing economics.
Economics?
Are
you doing economics? Economy, can I have a quick word?
Sorry.
Yeah, what's your name?
I'm Ray.
Ray?
Yeah.
Great. Where are you from?
I'm from China.
China. China's a big country. Whereabouts?
Sorry?
Where in China?
The capital, Beijing.
Beijing. Very good. And what do you think about this kind of concept of economics of continuous growth on a finite planet?
On the fine.
We keep on extracting more and more, or we keep on burning more.
Yeah.
Is that sustainable?
I actually I'm not doing very statistical economy. It's more of social science, but I think I think because I see so many people are socialist voters here, and it's quite surprising for me because I'm from a socialist country, and I feel like we should control stop much exploitation from the environment, and also we need to consider the wars, the influence that wars make to the the climate change and.
Absolutely. And just one last question. You don't have to answer it, but the whole thing of like you could march here, but could you march in China?
Yeah, of course. But
you can protest there.
Yes, we can, but I think it's not a very popular culture in China, the protest.
Yeah.
And you need to report the thing in advance to the police or to some authority. So
we have to do this now in the UK as well. So
it's the same, right?
Yeah, it's the same.
yeah. So you can do it in China, but it's not very it's not very popular, I think, because Chinese they're not very explicit.
Yeah.
So
but you guys are. You're here.
Yeah, we're studying abroad, so we are getting used to the culture here.
Okay, amazing. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Anybody else want to say anything? No? Okay, see you guys later. Thank you. There we go. So, oh, that's very colourful. I recognise you. You're one of the speakers in front of BEA Systems the other day. Yeah. So, what are you doing here today?
I'm here to bring the message that war is one of the greatest contributors to climate change. It's the biggest industrial contributor to climate change.
Yeah.
And if we don't talk about war and ending war, doesn't matter what they talk about at COP. It's the elephant in the room they don't want to talk about.
Yeah.
Because it's actually militarism that keeps the capitalism in place that's destroying our planet.
Absolutely, yeah. So what was your name again?
Jody Evans, Code Pink.
Jody Evans, yeah. Okay, have a good march. So yeah, I'm just making my way slowly to the floor here, or the floor, actually, to the front. The reason I said floor is because it is so mucky and slippy here. It's the best use of my golf shoes I've ever had. We got some TV channels going on here, giving commentary of what's going on. We got climate justice, climate chaos. So I'm guessing I see where these people are from. How you doing? You okay to have a quick interview about climate justice now? Stop climate chaos?
Can someone else do that?
That's okay. Point the finger at somebody. It's COP26 TV. Yeah. Fiona, how you doing? You going to have a quick word with me?
Sure.
There we go. Oh, that's good. Get the banner in the back. I love it. So what brings you guys here? Stop Climate Chaos Scotland.
Yes, we are from Stop Climate Chaos Scotland.
Yeah.
So we are a coalition of more than 60 civil society groups in Scotland, all campaigning together on climate change.
Yeah,
absolutely, yeah. Together, all of our charities, millions of members across Scotland are all part of our coalition. So we are here with our Stop Climate Chaos banner to ask for climate justice now. And yeah, it's just really important the world leaders listen. I've been in the Blue Zone myself this week, and I'm here today to be part of this, to be part with the people, making a stance, and calling on real firm action to be taken.
Cool. So if we can get our director of LAD in the background to tag you guys live, who do we tag?
So tagging what, on Twitter or something?
Oh, no, on YouTube and Facebook.
Stop Climate Chaos Scotland. We are SCCS Scots on Twitter. If you want to join us.
SCCS on Twitter.
Yeah, SCCS Scots. Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, Google COP26 TV, and you can see all the action that's going on.
Thank you very much.
Thanks
for coming over.
There you go. Enjoy the march. So I'm going to continue my. Oh, sorry. Excuse me. Oh, I got. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to keep on walking to the front here, and I'm going to now right pass you over from Scotland all the way to London by magic. Off we go. Let's see what's happening down there.
Hi everybody, welcome to COP26 TV. Thank you for joining us on this beautiful day of global justice. It's so wonderful to see such a huge turnout here in London, not just of XR, but so many different groups. It really is a day of global unity, where here in front of me are the workers of the world uniting to say, yes, we need system change, not climate change, and so many groups, so many people marching here to Trafalgar Square, where we'll be having speeches from various groups. It truly is inspiring and uplifting to see so many people coming together from so many different groups and walks of life. The majority of people on this earth love it and want to take care of it, and yeah, it's just so good to see that here on the streets of London. The era of injustice is over. I really feel that to be true. When we all come together, there really is no stopping us. sure. Would you? Hi, I'm from COP26 TV, live streaming to the globe. Would you like to say why you're here? Would you like to be interviewed? I'm doing some live stream. Would you like to be interviewed? Say why you're here? Sure. Yes. Oh, hello. Hi. So, what's your name, little cutie? Say that again, darling. Billy. Billy, lovely to see you. And wow, look at your little sign. That's beautiful. Yes, I love it. Stop killing our planet. Indeed, sweet one. Indeed. So, hi, Mum.
Hi.
Use that as your microphone.
Okay.
So hello, how are you? And yes, tell us why you've come. Let me stand back a bit.
I'm well. I've come because I'm just sick of progress not being made on this. It's been decades. We've known how serious it is, and nothing really changes. And this summer, I was at home in Canada seeing forests burn. Family was choking on fumes all summer long. So it's really feels very emotive for me right now, especially. Yeah.
There really is a problem with our water cycle and and I'm involved in something called the Water Wisdom Council, and so we do need to do something, and it does start with what's happening in the Amazon. That really is the lungs of the planet.
Yeah.
And then the Andes spreads all of that moisture to the world, and things have gone seriously wrong. We can't allow. I think it's the case that we can't allow the leaders to do what they continue to do.
Exactly. No, it's been too much for too long. It's time for change.
Yes, absolutely. It's time for us, I think, to do that change.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to take a good look at your wonderful poster. Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. I love your poster. Oh, yeah, so go ahead. It's brilliant. Well, let's pass to Harvard, and then because I'm going to ask if this girl can be interviewed.
Hello, welcome to Cardiff. Here we are. We've got a really good turnout. We've got so many different groups. I've seen RSPB, I've seen WI, we've got the Greens, we've got families, we've got Wildlife Trust, and we've got these amazing puppets here. So I think this one's kind of nature and the earth, and it's battling here with humanity just behind. So I'll see if I can grab one of the people who are directing these puppets and have a little chat. So let's see if I can get the microphone over. Hello, would you like to say a few little words?
Sure.
About what you're...
Shall I hold this?
Yeah, that's great, thank you.
So we've got two puppets here. This one is symbolizing nature in disharmony, in chaos, and the other one is nature in harmony and in balance. And so they're having a bit of a tussle with disharmony, with its pollution and natural disasters, trying to fight and take over harmony and balance. But obviously we won't let that happen. That's what we're here today for, to march, to ask for real change from COP26 from our leaders. And we're using the power of arts and creativity to get our message across.
That's fantastic, lovely. I think they're really impressive, and everybody I've seen has been looking at these and going, oh yeah, they're brilliant. Thank you,
cool.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Okay, who else have we got here? Oh yeah, so now we've got a heron. All of these creatures and people we're all heading down to the Senate, so that's what we're doing. We're walking from the town hall, the beginning, marching down to the Senate, and we're going to have some speeches there. You can kind of see how the crowd is stretching right down. We've got the castle coming up, it's good vibes here despite the wind and the drizzle. I can see a person here with a planet on their head. Hello. Hi. Oh, you don't look very happy.
Oh, I'm not very happy.
You're not very happy.
It's warm in here.
It's getting a bit hot.
It is getting a bit hot.
Yeah, and that's why you're unhappy.
That is why I'm unhappy.
Yeah.
I think we need to cool it down a bit.
What do you think we should do to try and?
I think our leaders should step up. I think either that or we need a new revolutionary change for our people. It's getting really hot in here.
Yeah.
It's getting 1.5 degrees hot and it's getting hotter.
It is, isn't it?
I think maybe we need to rethink how we go with ourselves and how we confront this type of crisis.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you. Thanks for that. Thank you. Right, let's see. Oh, hey, we've got some judges here. I wonder if they're good judges. I wonder if they're actually fair. If they're going to if they've got some good ideas. I'll have to have a little look at them, I reckon. What does this say? No to secret courts that override a country's law. The dirty fuel can sue for future loss of profits. UK, stop putting corporate courts into trade deals you are signing. Fantastic, thank you. Would you like to maybe say a few words about why you?
I don't want to record you, but it's about the stop the secret course because there's not any law in any country. And they investors, it's forever trading.
Thank you. Okay, so it's all about corporations that are getting all this extra strength, and they're actually kind of suing and preventing governments from taking action. So they've got too much power. Let's keep going. Oh, thank you. Fabulous. Thanks very much. Okay, we've got some cyclists here. Some brilliant banners. Earth on fire. And it's angry and so are we. Fabulous, yeah, really angry. So we've got to use this passion and this anger for good to make a difference. So are we still live here in Cardiff? We're walking down to the Senedd, which is where the Welsh Government sits. And we're going to have a gathering there, and we're going to, do some speeches and basically just tell we need action now. We need more than just these words that they keep coming up. We need an end to fossil fuels. We need an end of all kind of investment into fossil fuels instead of this messing about and waiting too long. Oh, seagull here. I wonder if the seagull will have a few words. Hello. Still up. Okay. Brilliant. Hi, seagull.
Hello.
Hiya. Would you like to? Back to Glasgow. Okay. Well, I could chat to the seagull and then pass over, shall I? Okay. Hello, seagull.
Hello.
Hiya. So, what are you doing here today?
Today, I'm dressed as a kittiwake today.
You're a kittiwake. I'm sorry.
Kittiwake today.
All right. You normally have a. Oh no, I'm thinking of Bulmers.
No, yeah. So marching for joint nature and climate solutions today. We need both.
Yeah, we do, don't we? We've got to look after nature as well.
Absolutely.
Fabulous. Thank you. Okay, we're still going down to the Senedd. I think I'll pass over to Glasgow now and see what's happening over there. Thank you very much. See you soon.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Glasgow. We're still in the park here, Kelvin Grove, I think it is, and we'll be departing very shortly. If you have just joined us on the live stream, if you're watching on YouTube, then please do comment and let us know where you're watching from today. And if you've got any questions, please do pop them in the comments, and we'll try and get those answered for you. And if you feel compelled to do so, please do like and share this video also. The more reach it gets, the more we can amplify the voices that we're going to be speaking to today on this global global justice march. So my name's Todd, and I'm going to be trying to find you an interview just now, so bear with me. Just going to see if someone would like to talk to us. Hi there, are you okay to talk to us? Yeah. And just tell us why you're here on the global climate justice march today?
Yeah, fine, yeah. So I'd say basically I'm deeply frustrated with our current situation in the world. Hence why I'm here.
I love the unicorn horn, by the way.
Yeah, you know, I'm a bit crazy in Asda, if I'm totally honest. But yeah. So hence why I'm here, not with my children at home, having a nice, weekend, bonfire night and all that. I'm sacrificing all of that. I want to be here to say to politicians, it's not good enough. I've written to them many times. Not a positive, not the response that we need. We're in this situation. We've been palmed off every time. Boris Johnson, what an idiot, and he's like, he almost had me fooled this time in his speech. You watched his speech for COP26. So sincere. I thought it was a bit of positivity, but no, he's an idiot, and he knows what he's doing, and it's just very frustrating.
Do you hold much hope for the COP process, or
no? Previously, yeah, I thought could happen. But no, I think we're all the same. There's a little bit of hope, a glimmer of hope, but it's not going to happen. We know, the whole system is too big. Billionaires are controlling governments. It shouldn't be that way. And yeah.
Right. Well, thanks very much for talking to us, and enjoy the rest of your march. Thank you. All right. So we've seemed to have the XR block here. It's quite a wet and windy day in Glasgow today. I'm not sure how many of us were prepared for the horizontal rain that we had a few moments ago. It seems to have stopped raining a little bit now. We saw the police helicopter struggling to keep us under surveillance because the cloud base was so low here. So I guess there are some advantages to the rain at least. But yeah, let's continue on down here, give you a sense of the size of the protest this afternoon. We've got many different groups joining us today. Hopefully we can hear from the members of the Global South as well, and we've got the Trade Union March of Workers' Rights. Here we are, we've got our Samba band, and we're just going to cut over to Oxford now whilst I try and find another interview for you, so do stay tuned.
Yeah. Hi there. Hi, everyone from Oxford. We're just gathering here in the north of Oxford because we have several feeder marches going into the centre of Oxford. So this is going to be the northern one. Haven't quite got everybody here yet. There'll be a big one coming from East Oxford and another two from the south and the west. So I'll just introduce you to some of our friends. Here is Myrtle the Turtle, who's been on several demos around, and we will shortly be getting Nellie the elephant. She hasn't quite appeared yet. And maybe I will ask Alan, would you like to do a quick interview? Just sort of say hello. And this is Alan, one of our stalwart members of XR. So Alan, what are you hoping for from today?
I am hoping that we are listened to. We have huge numbers, and at last, we get action from our so far extraordinarily inadequate politicians. Please.
I hope so too. I think it's a great thing that this march is a coalition of loads of different organisations, isn't it?
Different bodies. Total is getting up.
Yes, that's all right.
Yes. It's a great day.
Yeah, me too. I hope so. There's certainly power in numbers and power in the diversity of organisations, isn't there? I think so. I think so. I'm looking forward to it. Okay. Thanks, Alan. So I'll just sort of wander around a little bit more. Oh. So how do I do that? How do I actually? Okay, that's fine. Okay, and I think I will go back to Glasgow now and pick this up a little bit later on when we settle. Okay, signing out for now.
Welcome back to Glasgow. So we've now come to a corner. We've just made it onto the street here. I was actually quite rushing trying to get to the front. I'm going to hold this up to give you an idea of the scale and sheer number of people here. There's people from so many different organizations, groups, and places from around the world. It's quite phenomenal, really, all coming together to put very loud messages to our political leaders that what they're doing is simply not good enough. Here we have the health workers demand climate justice. I was having a quick chat with some of them a little bit earlier. Bear with me. Oh, there we go. How you doing? Excuse me. There we go. All I had to do was find the loud voice. There we go. I go. What's your name?
Kirsty Craig.
And what brings you to the streets?
We're here as a bunch of medical students, just pushing to bring climate change to the forefront of health.
Amazing. And where are you studying?
Medicine at Glasgow.
At Glasgow.
Yeah.
Glasgow.
Perfect. Yeah.
There we go. So this is quite a huge turnout from like so many medical students.
Yeah.
What are you worried about?
I mean, in terms of worries, I'd say COVID's a bit of a worry, but more importantly, climate change is a worry for health. Yeah. And I think that's the bigger picture, and that's why we've decided to take that risk today and come basically push to put it onto the forefront of conversation. Yeah.
Are you familiar with the Lancet report that came out?
Yeah. So there's actually a few students at Glasgow Uni that we've put together a bit of we put together a bit of like a lesson plan. We're actually going to schools next week, yeah. And the Lancet is one of the reports that we helped as well to sort of build into the education that we're going to be talking about at primary schools next week.
Yeah. Do you want to just quickly explain what the Lancet is and what the report is? You know.
So largely, if you're looking at the Lancet, they've basically taken a lot of the facts of the world about what's going on, and they've published this massive report that helps to sort of dive into what's going on in terms of climate change and how it's going to impact us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And one of the things I heard before about the spread of diseases, I'm going to say this wrong, zoonotic diseases?
Zoonotic diseases.
Zoonotic.
I mean, they look at a ton of different diseases. So there's things like infectious disease. So ones that largely affect countries that are along the equator. Yeah. And if you look at climate change, you think about the warming of the planet, different vectors like mosquitoes, they're going to start migrating as the heat changes throughout the world. And so different infectious diseases, malaria, those are going to start spreading elsewhere.
Oh, really?
So there's tons of things that are going to be impacted. Yeah. Everybody's health systems, whether that's dehydration leading to increased blood clots and stroke and heart disease. Yeah. It's all going to become a huge issue. Depression, the heating world, trouble sleeping at night, a hot summer day. Yeah. It's going to be like that a lot more often. So things like depression, domestic abuse, that's all going to be on the rise.
We had 20, I think it was like 21 degrees in London last year for like 5 or 6 nights. And I couldn't sleep.
Yeah, it's impossible. I mean, it's the worst. And people, they try to go to bed at night and they're mad because it's so hot. But that is what our future looks like.
So we got spread of diseases. We got tropical diseases. We got people like overheating. With heat strokes. We got
people are going to be displaced. We're going to have lots of migration. Mm-hmm. Lots of people are being disproportionately impacted as well by the climate change as well. Yeah. Yeah.
And what about in your lectures? Is this now a subject that's covered, or?
So it's not covered as a subject yet. So I think the medical school at Glasgow will hopefully look to increase its curriculum based in climate change because it is such a big factor. It is mentioned in certain aspects, but it's not dived into quite enough yet. Yeah. And I think that's probably something the medical school will hopefully look to enhance in terms of our education because it is going to impact everybody, every field of medicine.
Amazing. Anything else to add?
I guess just look at your future. What do you want? I hope everybody realizes how important climate change is and how everything is going to be impacted, particularly our health. So if you can do something, take those small steps, make a change and commit.
Amazing. Thank you very much. Enjoy the march.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What series were you from?
COP26 TV. You can take a picture of it. And yeah, it's going out live across the globe. We're all volunteers for 2 weeks.
Thank you so much.
There we go. So there was yeah, there's quite a lot of look at all these doctors, nurses, medical profession people, all here marching. Just go take. Are you a real doctor?
Oh yes.
Yeah. Going to have a quick word for COP26 TV. Okay. So I was just talking to one of your colleagues, and she's explained to me about the spread of diseases, about like tropical diseases, all sorts of kind of scary stuff, you know. So yeah, just talk to me.
So yeah, we're here because we're extremely concerned about the climate crisis. It's a health crisis. It's killing people all around the world.
Yeah.
Air pollution, wildfires, drought, famine.
Yeah.
Mental health impacts are huge. The effect on children of the kind of having to face this emergency. We health professionals need to speak.
Yeah.
About
absolutely. This, you need to speak up about this. And so is everybody here like doctors and nurses? So
doctors, nurses, physios, OTs.
Yeah.
Yeah. The whole range.
The whole range.
Yeah.
Excellent. And what kind of doctor are you?
I'm a psychiatrist.
Psychiatrist.
Yeah.
So people are going to have lots of mental health issues now. Of like
people with mental health issues are more at risk for various reasons. People have developed dementia. 6% of the modifiable risk factors for dementia are air pollution. So air pollution causes dementia. So huge impact on people's mental health. Yeah.
Thanks very much. I'm going to have a quick word. Grace, how you doing? How you doing? When you start recognizing doctors, here we go. So Vlad, just stick with me one moment, and I'm just going to have a quick chat with Grace, and I'll pass it back. Grace, talk to me.
Hi, it's Soggy, and we're here in Glasgow to say.
So just to introduce you, you're a doctor.
Yeah, I'm a doctor with the NHS. I'm a GP, and yeah, it's finally here, COP26.
What would you say to the world leaders about like the health crisis, you know, the looming health crisis with the climate emergency?
We need action. We need action, not words. We're absolutely sick of it now. We're absolutely exhausted, and we need massive investment into a Green New Deal and green infrastructure. The NHS, healthcare all across the world, and we need them to finance the transition in the developing world as well.
And it's just on the developing world, they're going to be the ones that are going to be first most affected by climate breakdown.
99% of people being affected are in the global south right now, and they've done the least to cause it. We need climate reparations to them, absolutely, justice to them, and we need to stop economic growth in the G7, G20, basically. Well-being economy, we need it now.
Excellent. Anything else to add?
No.
You poor thing, you're soaking wet. I'll see you later. Take care. There you go. Just going to put my earphones back in. I did have a nice fancy new microphone, and it got wet and didn't work. So I'm back to the old way of doing it. So I'm just going to pause here for one moment. I'm going to go up on these steps here, and I'm going to extend my selfie stick to give you a scale of the marches that are going on, the amount of different groups and coalitions have all come together, talking about climate justice, sending a loud message to the our world leaders and the people at COP and the 25,000 delegates that they need to take action. I think there's probably more people here on this march than there is delegates just here in Glasgow. Okay, we're going to pass you back down to London and see what's happening there. Over to Ali.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Yes, here we are from a very busy, wonderful, packed march in London as we're making our way to Trafalgar Square. And I have have this lovely friend here who has made a beautiful, oh, I shouldn't turn it, sorry, I forgot, sorry, I shouldn't turn it. Would you like to tell us why you're here?
I'm here because I want to stop the climate change, and I don't want, because we're actually 11 years away from a climate breakdown.
And you made this wonderful tree that I'm going to show everybody. I totally agree. Keep trees in the ground too, and no plant is illegal. Trees bring us life. So true. Thank you so much. And you've come here today with some friends of yours, is that right? Cousins. Ah, cousins. So would you like to tell us why you have come?
I came here because I want to stop like the tree. I want to stop climate change and this station. Wait. I want animals to stay on this planet, and I don't want them to die or suffer because of this pollution.
Thank you so much.
Hello.
Would you like to say why you've come? Because you've come all the way from Brussels today, haven't you?
Yes. Well, actually, I'm here because I want to stop pollution because it can burn our planet, and I don't want that to happen. So I'm here to stop it. And climate. I want to stop climate. Thank you to hear me. And goodbye.
Wonderful, and we want to stop it for you guys. Thank you so much for being here. It's really wonderful. And your dad, would you like to say a few words to the COP TV people?
We're marching for the kids to have a future, that they aren't punished for the crimes of past generations.
Wonderful, thank you. A huge turnout here today in London with people from many different groups and walks of life, all making our way through the streets. There don't seem to be many kind of bystanders. It really is as if everybody is part of the march, from firemen to health workers, old and young alike, all coming together because this planet really does belong to us, the ones who love it, not the ones who are profiting from it.
Just one person or is it two?
Hello, am I live?
Have you got a shovel to clear up after it?
Hello?
Just needed as a donation for
fertilizer.
Hi, I don't know if this is coming through. The connection seems lost. Anyway, just in case this is me, Suzanne again from Oxford, and our COP26 elephant, Nelly, has just arrived to join the march. So we're going to be setting off, I think, pretty soon, demanding actions, not words, from our leaders who are our leaders. You can't even call them leaders, really. They're followers of the fossil fuel companies and the banks who are funding the fossil fuel companies. And don't make me extinct, says Nelly. So we're still gathering here in North Oxford, waiting to join the main march. We'll be marching down into the centre and joining with two other feeder marchers, one from the east and one from the west of Oxford, who will be feeding in, and there's a growing number of people here from all sorts of different organizations, including the Green Party. Hello? So I will just keep on kind of moving around here a bit. Climate justice for farmers. Hello. Oh, excellent. I haven't seen that one before. I'm doing a live stream. Would you just like to say a little bit about what you're doing here? Because we haven't heard farmers' words yet. So.
Yes, I represent people who try desperately to farm across the world against ever-increasing odds. And I work for the Fair Trade shop in Oxford, Fair Trade at St Michael's. And so, of course, we have direct contact with producers who are really struggling to get their things to market, to grow them, to get them to market, and then to sell them in this country. So we all need to support them very well and make sure their situation improves and we don't live to their detriment.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. And are there other people here representing the fair trade movement, do you think?
As far as I know, they may be working in the shop this afternoon or elsewhere, because the main thing is that we need to be able to sell their produce.
Yes, absolutely.
But I'm sure there are people around who are our supporters, yes.
No, that's great. Thank you. Thank you for reminding us about the farmers in the third world.
You're very welcome. Thank you for listening.
Thanks so much. Okay, cheers.
Hello and welcome back to Glasgow, welcome back. So we're just leaving the park now. I understand there was estimates of up to 50,000 people joining, and looks like no one's been deterred by the rain so far. In fact, there's a bit of blue sky starting to come out now. So things are looking up. I'm just going to make our way down here and see if we can find you another interview. So we've got the worker groups just on the right there, waiting to join the main procession. I attended one of the COP26 coalition speeches the other day with the trade unions, and I believe they're also trying to start striking on a Friday, joining the Fridays for Future strikes as well, and converting the unions so we could have this huge groundswell of people coming up from the grassroots, saying that climate justice is social justice, and yeah, hopefully they'll be joining the main procession very soon. There must be another few thousand people just off to the right here waiting to join in. There's also, I'm not sure, I think it was a socialist or perhaps a communist group just further along, but the contrast in policing is quite something, you know. They've got a full guard of police around them, you know, already, and seems to be extremely disproportionate, that's for sure. Hello, sir. Would you mind speaking on COP26 TV? Sure. Could you explain why you're here today and what you think of the COP process so far?
Okay. I'm here because of the absolute mess that's being made of our planet, because we've only got one of those. And I'm here as well because I don't think that the current system that we have is going to resolve the issues that we have. Somehow they seem to think that finance and technology has all the answers, and they're ignoring love and justice. So, yeah, so I'm on the march, and I'll continue to be on the march and making an appeal to all people of faith to join us on the march.
And how's that campaign been going for you so far?
Well, really great.
But in general, are people of faith more receptive to, to talk about the issues with the planet? And
that's a deeply complex sort of question you've asked.
Okay, well, we won't go into that then, but thank you very much, and hopefully we can see lots of love and justice today. So, thank you. So I'm just going to move further down. So I think the police are struggling just to get people out of the starting gate here, as I can't actually see the end of the protest so far. Hopefully we can find, understand there's lots of activists joining us from the global south as well. I haven't seen them yet, but hoping to get lots of interviews and raise those voices as soon as I can. Oh yeah, hi. How you doing? Would you like to talk to us? We're on COP TV at the moment. So what brings you to the protest today?
So we're Extinction Rebellion Harrogate from up north, and we've come to join this whole movement to keep raising voices to put pressure on the governments globally to do more.
How do you find things in Harrogate? It's quite like a lot of farmers around there, and are they quite receptive to the message? And
we started January 2020, just before lockdown. First meeting, there was like 100 people turned up, which is more than we expected. There's definitely a feeling that Harrogate's been waiting for this, and I think it's the same in a lot of towns and cities across the country. And a lot of actions that we've done over the last 18 months, we do get a lot of criticism, but it's worth it. It's going to be better than all the disasters that we'll face otherwise,
Absolutely. Have you been down to London for a protest yet? Or?
Yeah, myself, I've been to 2, and a few others here. We've all been to a couple each.
And how are you finding things this time in Glasgow? And what do you think of the COP26 process? Do you hold much hope?
So far, so good. I mean, huge numbers. It's great. It definitely feels like climate activism is changing over the last few years. So we've got to keep going with it.
Brilliant. All right, well, thanks so much for talking to us. Cheers. We'll see you later. Okay, yeah, we're just going.
Hi everybody, welcome to COP26 TV's coverage of the Global Day of Action for Climate Justice March. I've caught catching up here with the Land Workers Alliance, which is a very important bloc to profile, and I'm here with
Jessie McGuinness. I'm actually from Canada, but an ally of the Land Workers Alliance. I'm from the National Farmers Union of Canada.
Aha!
We're in the Via Campesino with the Land Workers
Okay,
Alliance.
would you like to say a little bit about that? Because I know that's like an international organization of peasant farmers, right?
Exactly, yeah. The Via Campesino represents millions of small-scale and peasant farmers around the world. Unfortunately, many of us couldn't be here today because of the limits with this COP. It's been very difficult for us to gather as a group because of COVID and the realities of the world right now. So we're fortunate to be able to have a very small group here, but we're always keeping in mind the inequity of this conference, and that we need to uplift the voices of the peasants and small-scale farmers that aren't here right now.
So you're a farmer yourself?
I am a farmer.
Yeah, and where do you farm? What's it like there?
I farm in Nova Scotia on the east coast of Canada. I grow vegetables primarily, and the climate crisis has been wreaking havoc on the way that we farm. Fortunately, since I'm part of the National Farmers Union, we have a really strong network of small-scale agroecological farmers that are sharing knowledge with one another about how to best adapt and mitigate the climate crisis on our small farms. And what we know is that biodiversity is really key.
It's something people don't realize if they haven't grown vegetables before, even on a small scale in their gardens, how precarious it is. when you just buy vegetables from the supermarket, you don't quite realise, do you, about how harvests can be impacted by climate crisis. I'm very scared for everybody who's doing that and for the consumers as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the last few years, water scarcity has been hugely on our minds. Nova Scotia usually has good amounts of rainfall, but lately the water table has been decreasing. And then with the milder winters, the pest pressure has been exacerbated. So these are the issues, like from a really small-scale farming perspective, that we need to see lifted up in the negotiations. And all the pledges that the governments are making don't necessarily have this scale of small-scale farmer in mind.
No, a lot of people don't see that as the solution, but I'm sure you would disagree.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the Via Campesina is a massive network, and peasant farmers, small-scale farmers feed like 80% of the world. So they're obviously doing something right. They just need the right supports.
Absolutely. Do we have anybody in your block that I could talk to who is from the Global South, perhaps?
Yes, I will
for
grab
a quick interview. Okay, lovely. So I'm really, really glad that I caught up with this block because, as I was saying, it's food feeds us. It's like, you know, you can't really get much more elemental than that. And small-scale farmers are really, really key to this, and they're often ignored. So come across a lot of. I'm just going to turn the camera actually. Come across a lot of different blocks here. There's a I'm not sure what that is. Scottish Independence in front of us. Hi, would you like to be on the live stream to explain why you're here today?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, great. So, yeah, that's actually. Let's go in front of your block so we can see the Landworth Alliance. Yeah. Hello, thank you so much for joining us here on COP26 TV. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, hello everybody. My name is Jesus Vázquez. I am a member of Organización Boricua de Agricultura Ecológica, which is a chapter of the international peasant movement called La Via Campesina International. I come all the way from Puerto Rico in the Caribbean region.
Yes. And can you explain, we're going to walk and talk, I think. Can you explain some of, I'm just going to try and go a little bit further back from you so we can see your whole face. Can you explain some of the struggles that you are facing in your region?
Yeah, you want me to hold this?
Yeah, that's good.
All right.
Yes, please.
We come here basically to share our solidarity with other communities, organizations, and especially as a Via Campesina member. We're here as an international delegation. We're hosted by our allies, the Land Workers Alliance, who is a local grassroots organization that is fighting for food sovereignty and climate justice in the UK. And in Puerto Rico, in the Caribbean, we're extremely vulnerable to climate change. We feel and we experience that every day. We've had major amounts of droughts, of tropical storms, of hurricanes, and we are very vulnerable because of our geographic location. We're in the global south, we're in the Caribbean, so anything that the global north does, especially Europe, US, China, if they continue to keep a fossil fuel economy and continue with these emissions, the people that feel it the most are the global south, and we're right there in the Caribbean. We had in 2017 two major hurricanes, Hurricane Irma and Maria, devastated our islands. We had more than 3,000 people that died. We were without more than a year without electricity, without access to water in many places, and the ports were shut down. So there was also a crisis of food. So we really come here to share our solidarity, to tell our story. We have in the back of us the international delegation of La Via Campesina from different countries of the world, but also especially from our comrades, the Land Workers Alliance here. So we're really here to share that solidarity and also to say, you know, it's not about net zero. We really need, because we know they're lying, the governments and the multinational corporations. We're here for systemic change, for roots change. We're looking for real solutions, and those solutions already exist. Our communities, organizations, and movements are practicing them. Agroecology is a way of producing food that is sustainable. It produces abundant food and nutritious food, and also builds power of the community. We are here because we believe the agri-food system needs to be in the hands of the people, not a handful of corporations.
Thank you very much for explaining that. So glad to have you here, share your voice. Would you like to say a message in Spanish at all?
Yeah, ok, muy bien. Bueno, a todos los compañeros y compañeras que nos escuchan del mundo, les habla Jesús Vázquez desde la Organización Boricua de Agricultura Ecológica en representación de la Vía Campesina Internacional y estamos aquí mostrando un mensaje de solidaridad, de apoyo, especialmente con la organización local Land Workers Alliance, la Alianza de Trabajadores de la Tierra, y obviamente pues vivimos un contexto del cambio climático muy fuerte en el Caribe, en el sur global. Si el norte global sigue tomando las decisiones que toman a favor de una economía que extrae de la madre tierra como si no hubieran límites y que explota toda forma de vida, pues estamos destinados al desastre, a la muerte. Y aquí hay una muestra de esperanza, de vida, de lo que las organizaciones hacen. La agroecología, en nuestro caso, y la justicia climática es un modelo agroalimentario que sí produce alimentos en abundancia, nutritivos, y a la misma vez construye poder. Y aquí ya vemos una delegación internacional con personas locales mostrando ese apoyo y estamos en completamente solidaridad con los pueblos del mundo que reclaman su soberanía, su justicia, su felicidad y su salud. A que sí que más bien es un mensaje de solidaridad a todos esos compas que nos escuchan, especialmente desde Latinoamérica y el Caribe.
Thank you so much. Oh, sorry if I cut you off. I have to run over to see another block. I've got a timed meeting with them. But thank you so much for joining us.
Right, thank you.
Hope you have a really good time here with your partners from across the world.
All right, you too. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Okay, so I'm gonna.
Thanks for that from Louisa. So I'm now at the front of the march of the Scottish Greens and the British Greens and English Greens, and they are out in force today. It's unbelievable. There's so many of them. It took me such a long time. What's that?
The European Greens.
Oh, sorry, and the European Greens. Right. And what we've got at the front here, we've got some of the heavyweights. I'm going to come to Carla. Sorry, Carla Denyer, is that how you say it? Yeah. So Carla is the new Green Party leader for England. Well, co-leader.
England and Wales, yeah. My name's Carla Denyer. Hi there.
Yeah, amazing. So talk to me.
Well, I'm up here in Glasgow for COP for just over a week, along with a lot of other Greens, including Natalie Bennett here, one of our members of the House of Lords.
Yeah.
And we're just here to try and push forward the Greens' bold but common sense policies and really try and get them to the centre of the political debate.
Yeah.
So that's policies like a carbon tax,
yeah.
which a recent bit of research has shown that 94% of Brits support,
yeah.
and that's Green Party policy. And so we're here to say to the leaders from other political parties that they don't need to go slowly. Overwhelmingly, they're hiding behind the public and saying that the public don't have an appetite for bold change on climate policies, but that's not true. And that's why we're here to try and push that envelope in the right direction and really push for bold, rapid change to tackle the climate crisis.
And what do you think of the 2050 target?
It's not soon enough. It's not soon enough. Green Party policy is for carbon neutral by 2030, and the climate emergency declaration, I led the first one in Europe, in Bristol in 2018, and that pushed for a 2030 target in Bristol. Hundreds of councils across Europe have followed our lead and have adopted a 2030 target as well. So it's time for the UK to do the same.
And what about airport expansion in the UK?
It's a problem. So one of the airports that's proposing to expand is Bristol. And I've been very involved in the campaign against that, as have our local Youth Fight for Climate group that we've been campaigning alongside as well. We don't know what the outcome is yet. It's currently it's under appeal and it's just being reviewed. But it's really important that we stop these airport expansions because the majority of flights are taken by a small minority of very wealthy people.
Yeah.
You know, people like to say that more airports and more flights means that it's fairer for people on low incomes, but that's not the case at all. It's the opposite. It'll just mean more frequent flyers.
And how do you think the COP negotiations are going?
There's been some positive things that have come out of it, but not enough and not binding enough. That's my real concern, that countries can say what they like here, but unless they're held to it, then we don't know if they're going to do it or not. So we're really looking for commitments and agreements with more teeth.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, so we've got the Scots, England, Wales, and the European Greens here. It's like a huge show of force.
Yeah, it's been fantastic to meet colleagues from Scottish Greens, Green Party Northern Ireland, and all over Europe. It's been really great to
meet these people in 3D.
Yeah. Amazing. Going to go over to anything else you want to add?
No, that's good, thank you.
There you go, Natalie, how you doing?
Very good, thank you very much. It's a wonderful atmosphere on the streets of Glasgow. So much energy, enthusiasm and determination. It's brilliant.
So Natalie Bennett is a member of the House of Lords. There's only one of the two Green Parties ever, I think.
There was one a long time ago, but yeah, there's the two of us there now. And you know, when we're polling at 10% in the general election voting intention, you know, the two of us have a lot of ground to cover and we do our very best.
So this is going out globally. You want to just explain what the House of Lords is and how arcane it is?
Well, the House of Lords is an house. There's still about 100 hereditary people there because of an accident of birth. The rest are appointed by the government. I was chosen by a Democratic Green Party process, as was Jenny Jones. We make it as democratic as we can. But, you know, it's up in the hands of the Prime Minister when we get our next Green peer, which we so much need to be, you know, represent so many people who want to vote Green and want green ideas out there. And, you know, we put the ideas that no one else is prepared to do. We show the future to the House of Lords, which is quite a strange experience, really.
Yeah, you got the universal basic income for our for 4-day work week.
For 4-day working week with no loss of pay, and particularly universal basic income. I've been championing universal basic income for many years. And you know, Baroness Stedman Scott, who's the Department of Work and Pensions Minister, she looks at me and sees me in the corridor and says, "Don't mention universal basic income," but I always do.
Amazing.
Yeah. And I think, you know, it's really worth saying that what we're presenting here today is a vision of hope as well. There's enough resources on this planet for everyone to have a decent life. We just share them out fairly. Talking about protecting the planet, but also what we've been doing, our fossil fuel economy has been giving people a miserable, insecure, poverty-ridden life with so much mental ill health. What we really need is build something different that works for people and planet.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And if you could say anything to the world leaders, well, they've all flown home in private jets.
Well, I think what we do is say, you know, 2050 net zero is 2050 is way too late. Net is a fib. Carbon offsetting is a con. What we need is zero carbon. We need economies based on renewables, on circular economy, on good, healthy local food, an entirely different kind of economy where everyone is secure with a food on the table and a roof over their head.
Well said.
Thank you.
I couldn't have said it better myself.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you want to have a quick, where are you from?
I'm from India.
India. Wow. Whereabouts in India?
So I live in north of India, which is basically a Himalayan state.
Yeah.
So yeah, and we are facing the brunt of climate change. That's why we are here.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So there has been more than 65 deaths in my state before I was coming to attend the COP in Glasgow, and it is horrendous how the climate is acting there. We have landslides, cloud bursts, and the strait is falling apart. So climate crisis for us is today. It is not something which is happening in the future, and that is what we want to voice here.
Wow, that's unbelievable. So you're directly affected by climate breakdown?
Definitely. We are directly affected. Our people are losing their homes. We are losing our culture. We are losing our voices. Our people are not safe. They are dying. This year, in the February, the glacier burst and it claimed life of more than 204 workers in my state.
Wow.
And that's something the world leaders and the global north is not understanding, and we want them to understand. We want them to deliver on their promise of climate finance.
Wow. And India is going to be such an effective country. You know, we've already seen it with the heat records there, and what you're saying about the landslides and everything. You know, and food as well, insecurity.
Definitely. We have absolute lack of food security there in India. Farmers are protesting for more than a year now in India, and the government doesn't listen to them. And it is complete chaos, and there is some sort of responsibility and accountability, not just in the part of the government of India, but the whole world. The North has used their resources and everything. Now it's our chance to have a decent development, a well-being planet, and we deserve that just transition, which we are failing at so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And just say your name once more.
Snegdha Tiwari. Snegdha Tiwari.
Wow, it's amazing. How do you say thank you in your native language?
Dhanyavad.
Tandabari. There you go. Thank you very much. Is it on my t-shirt?
Namaste.
There we go. I'm just going to show you my t-shirt. So I don't know if you can see it. I've got Namaste, namaste. I'm going to put my earpiece back in, and I'm going to speak to Director Vlad. Thank you very much. So, as I was saying, it's lashing rain here. It was raining earlier. I lost use of my microphone, so things have got a little bit chaotic. Vlad, can you hear me? Yeah, okay, we're going to go from the rainy streets of Glasgow all the way over to Oxford by magic.
Okay, hello everyone. Hi, I'm here in Oxford. It's an amazing turnout. We all gathered at Mantle Way at 1 o'clock, and it was loads of groups from all over Oxfordshire, Greenpeace, Friends of the Earth, XR, have all come today to show our solidarity for the Global Day of Climate Justice. And I'm going to just switch. So just a bit about Oxford. It's a university town, but there are loads of locals from all over the world here. It's got the highest amount of ethnic minorities in the southeast of England. And it's my hometown as well, so I'm my heart is in Oxford. I've got an interview lined up with one of the parents of Extinction Rebellion. Is it okay to have a quick chat? Can you walk and talk, or do you want to stand still? Okay. Would you like to say a bit about who you are and why you're here?
Yeah, sure. So my name's Tom. I'm a tutor, a teacher of philosophy, and I'm here to draw attention to the massive failure that is COP and all the greenwashing and the misleading claims about what's going on there that we're all hearing, and to make it clear to the governments who are involved and to the politicians who are involved, that we can see what's going on. We're aware that there are massive climate and environmental crises, and that the pledges and hot air that they're making are not backed up by their deeds. And it continues to be true that even as the government claims to be, in the UK, claims to be a world leader, bringing people to the table, it's done almost no work to get people to the table. It did barely any diplomacy ahead of COP, certainly not adequate. And it's sending a very clear signal about what it really means as it approves and takes money from fossil fuel and meets with fossil fuel companies and makes deals with Saudi Arabia, no, Qatar, isn't it? So it's just very clear that despite the warm words about combating climate change and repairing the damage we're doing to the environment, they don't mean it. And they want us to believe that it's all taken care of. And we know it's not. And so I'm here to make that point.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. And you're a father as well.
I am.
And how do you feel about your children's future?
I feel terrified. They are going to, on present trajectories, we're heading north of 2 degrees, maybe 3 degrees. Still a reasonable chance of 4 degrees, and these are catastrophic temperatures. These are temperatures that involve death on a huge scale, food shortages on a huge scale. They almost certainly mean wars on a massive scale, and that's what we're handing to our kids. And we're handing that to our kids because wealthy corporations and individuals corrupt politicians, and I'll say that they're corrupt. It's not, there's a revolving door between industry and government in this country. They take huge donations from fossil fuel companies, from developers, all of whom have very powerful interests in keeping the status quo. That stuff means that for them to keep themselves in wealth, for them to continue to for the top 1% to continue to cause half the emissions, more than half the emissions, more emissions than the bottom half of the whole world, just so they can keep doing that. our kids' futures are being betrayed. So I'm terrified and I'm furious.
Yeah. Okay, thank you so much, Tom, and thank you for being here. So we have some very young protesters here. And as we walk up the Cowley Road, which is famous for its diversity, and it has a huge Asian community, we're marching up to Broad Street, where the universities of Oxford, the more traditional side of what people think of Oxford. Okay, we're going to head back to Glasgow. Thank you for watching.
Everyone, welcome back to a very wet and cold Glasgow, but the bonus is we get to see rainbows, so it's not all bad. I'm just going to come along here and hopefully have a chat with what looked like an indigenous group of people I just noticed. So excuse me. Lots of colourful flags. How's that now, Keith? I'm just having some slight technical problems with the audio here, so there may just be a little bit of water in my microphone because it's that wet right now, but yeah, do bear with us if you can still hear me, and hopefully we can go and have a chat to these people here with all these colourful flags. Hello, would anyone like to speak to me for an interview with COP TV? Would you be okay to speak to me for an interview with COP TV, COP26 TV? Yeah? Hi, so my name's Todd, I'm from COP TV, COP26 TV. Where are you from? What brings you here today?
My name is Vladimir Lima. I'm from Gorenji and Wakaya country in Northern Territory, Australia.
Wow, and what do you think of the process so far, COP26? What would you?
I think that the world needs to start listening to Indigenous peoples about how to care for country.
Sorry, can you say that again?
I think that world leaders need to start listening to Indigenous peoples about how to care for country.
And what would you like to say to them if they're right here, right now? You know, what's your biggest message?
Start listening to First Nations people.
Start listening to First Nations people. Thank you.
In their conversations.
And do you think the process is, you know, how could they make it more accessible for Indigenous people in the future?
Don't make it so expensive to attend events like these.
Right. Okay, brilliant. Well, thank you so much for speaking to us. Cheers. Loving all the flags as well, by the way. Beautiful. Sorry, Vlad, say again? Okay, we're going to go over to Fergal now.
Oh no, that's not Fergal, that's me. Hi everybody. So we are now going to do a half hour on Extinction Rebellion, because this is going on the Extinction Rebellion global channel. So yeah, just checking that was actually on me. So I wanted to show you, just to say that we're in Glasgow, in Scotland, in the United Kingdom, where COP26 is taking place, and we're halfway through its middle weekend, and thousands upon thousands of people have turned out. Lots of different groups, lots of different blocks. and this is our kind of Extinction Rebellion highlight. So we've got a few streamers here winding our way through the crowds, and we're going to try and bring you some stories from people who are part of that particular movement. And I'm going to start here. So I came across, I don't think I'm with the main XR group, to be honest, but I have come across a really nice banner from the UK. Whoa! Let me try and get far out to see it. No, I'm not sure I'll be able to. Walsall Heath chooses love and life. And I was just talking to a gentleman about it. Let me make my way back over to him. Hello, we're back. Hello. Are you ready to talk? Okay. Lovely. Just a minute, let me give you a microphone. It's up to you. Sorry, my microphone's stuck. Oh, my microphone's stuck. Okay, I'm going to hold it to you like that. So I'll hold it, don't worry. Okay. So if you could just tell me what your lovely banner from Walsall Heath, where is that, please?
Okay, Walsall Heath is an area of Birmingham, about 2 miles south of the city centre, quite a diverse area. And our banner says, climate change kills, racism kills, Walsall Heath chooses love and life. And what we're really trying to say is we don't want to be, I mean, partly there's a motivation of fear as to what climate change is going to do to so many of the population of the world and the planet and so forth. But I think we're really motivated by love in our hearts, feeling that we're one with the whole of creation, of nature, of people across the world. We want that power of love and love of life to prevail with our politicians and with all the decision makers, that we're really wanting to act from the heart for the good of the whole of humanity.
And what are some of the local issues that you're facing environment-wise in Walsall Heath that you're focusing on with your group?
There are lots of issues, but I think the biggest one I want us to focus on is housing. I think climate justice is partly a matter of those in poorer countries in the world who need reparation and who need help to transition to climate change and climate justice. But in our area as well, there's a lot of housing which is poor quality, terraced housing, and if we can get all that housing retrofitted and insulated, we can reduce people's fuel bills by 80–90%. We can create jobs for the green economy, we can give people livelihoods, we can train people up, and we can make a great transition to a fossil fuel free, perhaps even a zero carbon Walsall Heath.
So yours is an example of a very local group, of which there are like many hundreds, if not thousands, around the world, XR groups around the world. Do you feel like connected to them through Extinction Rebellion, to other groups?
I think it's great to be part of a movement which is right across the world, all moving the same way. I think we're part of a sea change in the values of the world that I hope future generations will be able to look back and say they could see climate change was happening and they really did something about it. So it's great that this is a global movement. It's, the suffragettes was a Votes for Women movement which was in the UK. It's fantastic that this is a global issue and that Extinction Rebellion has become a global movement, along with others, Greta and all these people campaigning. I think it's great to feel that we're part of something worldwide, yes.
Thank you very much. Is there anything you'd like to say about why you're here today? Anything in particular?
I think we really want to give the message to the world leaders that there is a sea change afoot. They ignore it at their peril. Change is happening to our climate, to our planet, to the way that people see the world. I think the Emperor's new clothes of those who are wealthy and on yachts and so forth, who are not prioritising our common humanity, but prioritising the values of the world and money. I think that era has ended now, and we're moving into a new era of human solidarity. So wake up.
I certainly hope so. From what we can see here, and I'm going to try and bring you pictures as we go around, there are thousands and thousands of people here from all different kind of movements coming together. So it's very inspiring. I hope you think so as well, everybody watching. Thanks for your time. Have a great rest of the day. and now it's just my role is to look for Extinction Rebellion flags, I think, because in a in a march this big, that's really the only way I'm going to be able to find other people. So unless we have any other interviews we can go to from different people, I'm going to just wind my way towards, although it is very loud here because I've got the samba going.
Would you like me to interview you for the live TV? Do you want to talk? Hi everybody, I'm here in London. You're from what? From Extinction Rebellion COP26 TV. Would you like? It's quite noisy. Ah, hey, hi there. Hello there. Beautiful, beautiful poster you have there. Would you like to tell us why you're here today?
Yeah. Because the planet needs, people need to start caring about the planet. I mean, it's already too late. Like, people are saying this forever, you know, but we never listen to their voices. These people, the indigenous people that are the current protectors of the planet. We need to start listening to them. We need to start mobilizing to help indigenous people. We need to come off our pedestal in the West and start actually reconnecting. And one way of reconnecting is by listening to what indigenous people have to say, like connecting with the earth again, you know, going out and being inquisitive and learning and not taking for granted just what we're told is good and that, this, that, and the other. Being bold, being brave, being ready to change, being ready to help others make that change as well. And never being too convinced of one's political opinion or opinion in general either, because, you know, things are always changing, things are always in flux. These are teachings from everywhere, ancient teachings in the world. Nothing is permanent, you know. Humanity is not here forever, but let's look after it whilst we can. Let's do it for all the biodiversity, plants, animals, and all the rest. But have no right to be destroyed for simple greed, for these simple things. In every decision that we make, we can make better choices. So let's go out into the world and do it. Each one of us can be the change that is needed. And I believe everyone can do that. I believe in myself, and I believe in you as well. So start now. Start now. Don't stop. Don't hesitate. Go do it.
Oh, that's so wonderful. Thank you. Let's take a really good look at your beautiful poster here. Well said, all of that. Yes, we can be the change that we're wanting to see. So wonderful to see so many people gathered here together, wanting to serve, connect, and protect this beautiful earth. We're making our way together to Trafalgar Square, where there'll be speeches. It's so uplifting to see such a wonderful turnout.
Hello there, here we are in Cardiff. We're outside the Senedd now. Things are starting to, we've got the music going, they've got the speakers up, we're going to be having some speeches here. As you can see, we've got the XR flags, there's the Greenpeace flags, we've got the vegan crew, and we've also got Unison over here, and the Wildlife Trust. So we're all here for the Climate Justice March. Let's go and see if I can find someone that we can have a little chinwag to. I'll ask this lady here, she'll have a little chat. Hiya, would you like to have a little chat for COP26 TV? Oh, okay. Just to explain kind of why you're here. Right, okay, so in Welsh or in English? English to start with. Okay, all right. Welsh words at the end. Okay, my name's Glasgow Evans, and I live in Cardiff, and I'm really proud to be part of the COP26 march. So I think it's so important that politicians listen to our demands to look after the environment and the climate. Thank you. And have you your children? Yeah, okay. Did you want to say hello?
We're here. My little sister is asleep. She's very tired. We've been walking for about an hour.
Yeah. And we've been litter picking. And we made this flag. Me and my mum and dad made it.
Fantastic. And that says, what does that say in Welsh on the other side? Because this is going out to predominantly English people, so if you can explain.
We're top super furry animals. We are the world. You are bees.
Fantastic.
And it says save nature.
Save nature. Really. Could you just say that phrase there on the back that your mum just said again for us?
We are the world.
We are the world. And in Welsh, you able to say it?
Ni yw y byd.
Ni yw y byd. Thank you. That's brilliant. Lovely and lovely poster. And thanks so much for coming out. Well done. Lovely. There we go. So that's some words from the youngsters. Yeah. So let's see who else we can go and have a little chat to. We've got the birds are there again from the RSPB. We've got someone's brought some, I think it's some bamboo along. That'll be part of the nature block. Hello there. Would you like to say a few words to COP26 TV about why you're here, what you feel?
Okay, right.
Yeah.
Well, it's good to be here today. This is such a wonderful turnout in Cardiff Bay, supporting what's going on in COP26 in Glasgow, and also making the Welsh voice heard in this very project. So important we are heard and we are activate in order to protect the planet.
Fantastic, thank you. And I love your accent as well. That's proper Welsh accent there. Thank you ever so much. Okay, we've got something over here. This looks quite interesting. Caerphilly Trades Union Council banner just there. So as you can see, we've got all sorts. We've got Christian Aid here as well. And we have some Bible readings in Welsh from Tear Fund. Trees, yes, trees, not SUVs. Damn right, far too many of those around. We need more trees, less SUVs, defo. Hiya, I've got COP26 TV. It's going out onto YouTube and it's part of the Extinction Rebellion channel. Would you like to say a few words? No, do you not want to? Okay, okay, would you like to say anything?
Sorry, who's for?
It's COP26 TV.
Oh.
So it's Extinction Rebellion telly.
Oh, right. I mean, have you got any questions at least?
Okay, so are you representing a group in particular, or are you here just...
Oh, yeah, so I'm with here with the Socialist Party of England and Wales, formerly known as the Militant Party, Militant Tendency. I mean, you know, essentially we're here to well, not only support other people, but, you know, let people know that you got to be ready to go green. You know, effectively, you know, when it comes to things like the energy sector or transportation, if you don't own those things, you can't control them. You can't make better sort of decisions on how to power them, how to build them, make more efficient things. So, you know, effectively, it's either socialism or ecological disaster we're facing.
So you're asking for complete change of the kind of the capitalist structure?
Oh, of course. I mean, you know, don't get me wrong, you can't just do it overnight, and you can't do it without democracy. But it's still the point that, you know, we need a fundamental change of life, effectively, and a change of politics.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Time. There we go. So that's a voice from socialism. What else do we have over here? Racial justice. Fantastic. And no justice, no peace. Okay, so this is what it's all about, the March for Climate Justice. I'll just say, hiya. Hello, would you like to say a few words for COP26 TV, or have I put you on the spot a little bit there?
No, that's okay. My voice is a bit weak though. I really hope that this is fruitful. This has been going on for a couple of decades, and unfortunately so far the leaders have ignored the people, but we really need to push them and pressurize them to make a proper change and keep their promises, because they're going to live and die. They've got one leg in the grave, but all the children, all the young people here are going to suffer in the future, and we need to make sure there is a planet for them in the first place. That's why I'm here. I'm really passionate about that, and I hope that there's such a huge turnout, and I hope it's fruitful. Thank you.
Thank you. That's lovely. Brilliant. Thank you. And we'll just have a little look at your banner. What's it say? Stand up to racism, and then of course we've got it in Welsh underneath. I can't quite pronounce that. How's your Welsh? Okay, it's fantastic though. It says refugees welcome on there as well, and Black Lives Matter. Brilliant. Stamp out anti-Semitism. Oh, I think we're going to Leeds next. Okay, thank you very much.
We're live in Leeds. And we are marching for climate justice in Leeds. This is the Yorkshire and Humber COP26 coalition. This is all our families and children in the first block. As we march, we make noise, we make music around our whole city, around the whole city of Leeds today. Connect for profit, our world leaders, corporations, people that have the power. They need to be doing far, far more than what they are promising at this moment in time. Organisations doing all that they can for climate change, and we can only do so much from grassroots. We need our leaders and people with all the wealth and the power to be doing so much more. We can only do so much ourselves. COP is basically telling us that we are on our own, but we're not alone, because together there's so much we can achieve. No copping out. So far all we've seen is cop out after cop out. Wakefield District Trades Council, we've got Greenpeace here, we've got Friends of Our Earth, we've got Incredible Edible, we've got the unions, Roundhay declares. Roundhay is a small area of Leeds. A lot of the smaller districts of Leeds have set up their own climate projects and initiatives. Climate Action Leeds is a new project that is setting up climate emergency centres all over the city for those who are most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. We've got Yorkshire CND. The arms industry, Climate Not Trident. The arms industry is one of the most polluting industries as well. They've got a massive carbon footprint. We've got socialist groups. We've got Green New Deal, climate jobs. We've got Labour Party, Green Party, we've got political groups as well. So this COP26 coalition has brought all of these groups together. We've got Extinction Rebellion, we've got XR Families. The list goes on. All marching together, all a united front, and hopefully they can hear us in Glasgow today with this solidarity action. We've got a Green Party. There are hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of us here today to take part in this global day of action.
Right, so we're back in Glasgow now, and I've been winding my way through the crowd, trying to find Extinction Rebellion things to show the Extinction Rebellion global audience. Sorry, that was a technical glitch. All our equipment just got very wet because we're being rained on. So I've come across somebody from Doctors for XR. And hi there, I don't know if you can hear me. I'm going to try and put the mic towards you. Would you like to introduce yourself and say what's brought you to Extinction Rebellion and this march?
Hi, my name's Rosa. I'm a psychiatry doctor and I come from Bristol. And I'm here because, I mean, I don't hugely want to be here, but I just feel like I have to do something because none of our world leaders are doing enough at all. Things are getting really desperate, especially for people in the global south, and I just felt like I needed to have my voice heard, especially as a doctor working in mental health.
That's right. So it's all about global justice today, and you already mentioned people living in the global south. What does global justice mean to you?
Well, it means, to me it means the fact that the people that are suffering the most aren't the people that have contributed to climate change, but also on a smaller level, it will be the same in the UK. The people in the most deprived areas will be the people that suffer first, and I think that's terrible.
Are there any sort of implications that you can tell us about from your mental health professional experience?
Yeah, so I mean we're already seeing lots of people in the UK that are suffering with eco-anxiety, and we worry about people that are going to suffer because of the implications of all the big climate issues like flooding and all that sort of thing. And also just on a general scale, it will be people that suffer most with mental health disorders that are already in more deprived categories that will, climate change will affect first.
Yeah. We've already seen that with COVID in a small scale, haven't we? So are you expecting more of that from the climate crisis?
Yeah, exactly. And I read recently, people that say that climate change is an equaliser, that's completely untrue. It's the opposite. It will affect people completely unequally. And it's definitely a health crisis as well, which is why we're all here as part of the health talk today.
Thank you very much for coming. So thousands and thousands of people are here today. So enjoy.
Thank you.
I say enjoy because this is actually a celebration of people who are here who want to evoke change, and climate change is not something to really laugh about, Obviously it's hugely depressing and scary and all sorts of different emotions, but it is good to feel like you're coming together with people who you have some affinity with. Are you still hearing me? I'm having a problem with my headphones, I think. I could probably find someone else to interview here, but I think I'm going to need to reconnect. So if we could go over to another camera for a minute, that would be great. But remember to share this live stream, and put anything you'd like to say about global justice in the comments. That helps us spread the word further. And also it means that I might be able to, or any of our other presenters might be able to talk a little bit about those issues as we stream. Okay, just going to disconnect and reconnect in a minute. Hi, this is Nottingham. We've just started our march. We started off
at the Forest Recreation Ground and heard various people talking, giving some speeches. And we're just walking towards Mansfield Road, and we're going to take a 1 mile walk into the city centre, where there's going to be some more speeches at the Market Square. Just gonna. Okay, so I think we've got a little clip from someone that was speaking earlier on.
My name is Jean Thorpe. I'm the chair of the Nottingham and Notts Nottinghamshire Trades Council. And today's events in Nottingham, plus events in Glasgow that have been taking place all week. There are also protests locally in Chesterfield and Derby. These are all a tremendous response to what I would describe as the Jamboree in Glasgow, a gathering of government leaders, the rich and the powerful, the international capitalist ruling class, and of course the big business lobbyists. And the sponsors of COP26 predictably include some of the major environmental polluters, the energy companies, the oil companies. Companies responsible for polluting the planet. And as you all know, we cannot leave the task of protecting the environment and the climate in their hands.
Hi, I've got someone that will just give us, introduce who you are, why you're here and what we're doing. Do I need to put these in? No, just...
All right, so I'm Lillian Greenwood, I'm the Labour MP for Nottingham South, and I'm here joining people from across Nottingham to call for climate justice. We know that if we're going to keep global warming to under 1.5 degrees, we need action now. We don't need promises about what's going to be happening in 20 or 30 years. We need to roughly halve carbon emissions in the next decade, and we need to make sure that we do this in a fair and just transition. We want to protect workers, we want to protect people in the poorest countries of the world. We were responsible for over 200 years for basically trashing our planet.
Well, welcome everybody. Look, this is hard, but it's straightforward. If we want to fight climate change, and we do, we've got to invest heavily in nature. Nature needs net zero. Net zero needs nature. And half the country, half our habitat is in decline at the moment. But it doesn't have to be like that. We can make a difference. We can make a change. Just yesterday, the Wildlife Trust in Nottinghamshire at the Idle Valley released beavers. The first beavers for 400 years in Nottinghamshire. It slows down rivers. It prevents flooding. Just over the road in Derbyshire and up the road in Yorkshire, Wildlife Trusts are working to regenerate peatland. The carbon sink, again, stops flooding. And on the East Coast, flood defences are coming down so we can have more sustainable ways of controlling the climate. Now these are small steps, but they're important steps, and it shows what we can do. And what we've got to do is build on these small steps to make sure that people understand that this country, this land, is our land. Our land where we can live and be proud. A green land, a sustainable land, and most importantly, a land for our children and their children. It's tough, it's a hard fight, but together we can do it and we will do it.
Thank you very much.
Hi, so we're in Nottingham now. We're currently just walking down Mansfield Road. The procession's just begun towards Market Square in Notts. We've got plenty of groups. There's hundreds of people have turned up, and the the roads have been stopped and our procession has begun. We've had our speakers already. We've had speakers from the council and the trust and many others. And we're going towards market PM, and there's going to be a few more speeches there as well. So back to you in Glasgow.
Welcome back to Glasgow. The rain has finally stopped. The sky is kind of partially blue. I've just heard that they reckon now there's about 50,000 people on this march. And I'm not surprised. I've been waiting ages to try and find some people. I managed to find some of the dodgiest people on the planet. Look at this guy. He's like continuously going crazy. Oh, we got Morrison. I think it's climate change deniers. Good old Trump, get in there. Yeah. Putin. Oh, and the worst of all of them, the worst, you can imagine. Unbelievable. Murdoch. So as you can see, we've got a huge crowd of Extinction Rebellion from all over the country have descended upon the streets of Glasgow today. There's so many people here, it's just, yeah, quite unbelievable. Let's see if we can find somebody to have a chat with. The problem is somebody, oh, there you go. It's Kate's mum. Sorry, Holly's mum, it's Kate. Kate, sorry. It's been a long day. So, talk to me. Yeah, I'll hold it.
My name's Kate, and I've come down from Fort William to join the march, and I joined the climate march yesterday because I'm tired of hearing all the greenwash from all the governments around the world, and I want a future for my daughter and her children and generations. And I'm also incredibly concerned about the loss of biodiversity on the planet, because once we have no nature, we have no future.
Amazing.
Yeah.
And what do you think of like so many people descending and coming to Glasgow?
It's just absolutely amazing. I never thought there'd be this many people here, and the same yesterday. Just blown away.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
And Scotland XR being like active. You can see over here we got the flares going off here.
Yeah.
Huge turnout today. Quite amazing. If you could say anything to the world leaders today, or the delegates,
get your act together and stop greenwashing and get on with it. You know what needs to be done.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Keep up the good work.
Yeah, and you.
Yeah, I'll speak to you later. All right, take care. Look at this. So it's going to pan around slowly. No more greenwash. Act now. Wow, that's a lot. So you can see XR are definitely out in force here. It's smoky, it's noisy, this is what you expect. We've even have, this guy definitely looks Scottish. Hey dude, what's your name? Dude, this is like it's going out at XR Global. Nice one. Say something to me.
Well, we're in front of NatWest, we're sponsoring COP26. Well, funding, well, funding coal, oil, gas, all it. What's that about? And they're not alone. There's like 11 companies sponsoring the conference, and between them they have a higher rate of emissions than the whole of the UK combined.
Oh, really? So NatWest is one of the nasty ones. Yeah, unbelievable. I was going to jump over here to some water. Anybody want to say anything XR Global? What's your name? Yellow. Yeah, yeah. No, really?
No, it's a nickname.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, where are you from?
I'm from France.
France.
Yeah.
What are you doing in the streets of Glasgow? We're next door.
I'm here as a student, and I'm joining EXA for the protest and action.
Yeah. And what does the climate protest mean to you?
Sorry?
What does it mean to be on the climate protest today? What's the importance of marching?
Oh, yeah, it's important just to show how many we are, how many we are, that how many want change and to want real elections from the government and the companies.
Amazing. Okay, Chrissy Booker, keep up the good work. Au revoir. We've got lots of people here. Anybody else want to say something? Listen to the signs and panic. That's a very powerful. What's your name?
My name's John.
John, where are you from?
Forest.
And what are you doing here today?
Well, I'm campaigning for the interests of the planet, because COP26 is not it's just a question of greenwashing, like these banks. They're trying to place they're lying basically about the reality of the situation, trying to make everybody believe that things are not as they are, and they're very different. So we've got to act.
Unicorn. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Go just pan out again so you can see what I can see. Sorry, I couldn't hear that.
Shove your cop up your arse.
There we go. There we go. Everybody else want to say anything? Oh, I recognise you. You're the medical student.
Yeah.
Yeah. What are you doing here? Again, on the streets protesting?
Yes, yes. There is no better day to protest than today.
Yeah. Amazing. You want to say a quick word? XO Global?
Sure, happy to be here.
Where are you from?
Having a good time. Fife.
Fife?
Yeah, in Scotland.
So you didn't have to come too far?
No, I study in Glasgow, so.
And what does it mean having like all the world leaders and everybody descending on Glasgow for this 2 weeks to you?
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's good in a way, but also this is COP26. There's been 25 so far, and we're still screwed. So I don't know how much it's going to achieve, but I think it needs to come from the bottom up rather than from the top. So I think that's why everyone's out here today.
Yeah, there's a lot of people out here. What's your name?
Marcus.
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 Oh, sorry, Marcus. Marcus.
Marcus.
Where are you from?
I'm from north of Ireland.
Yeah.
But I'm living in Wales. And it's very simple. Greenhouse gas emissions are still going up. They need to be coming down. It's not complicated. They just need to act now.
It is. I think, we need to be reducing it, not increasing. So regardless of all the stuff that they talk about at the conference, they go away. We've had 25 COPs and 25 years of COPs. The CO2 emissions are rising. So
There's a
complete failure.
There's a lot of distraction going on inside COP. And to be perfectly honest, there's a lot of distraction out here in the streets.
Yeah, yeah.
Greenhouse gas emissions are going up. They need to be coming down. End of.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, keep up the good work. I'll see you probably bump into you guys later again. Yeah, just going to run up and just have a quick chat with some of these. So I was going to put my earphones back in again. We've been having a bit of a nightmare. We got absolutely soaked earlier. So I'm just going to pan out here. You've got the XR Buddhist UK. Can't see what that says. Love and grief. Oh, we're getting overtaken by XR. There's XR everywhere. Who wants to talk to me? Hey, how you doing? Good, good, good. I get to talk to you first because you sound low. What's your name?
Ben.
Ben, what are you doing here, Ben?
I've come from XR Wandsworth. From Wandsworth.
Right,
Glasgow.
You're eating, so I'll come back to you when you finish eating.
Sorry.
You go, oh, look at this. This is like it's a who's who going on here. Melanie, how you doing? I'm not going to single out anybody. Come and have a chat with me. Everybody, okay, but sorry. You're not chatting. Oh, here we go. You have a chat. There we go. There you go. What's your name?
I'm Satcha. I'm an XR Buddhist.
Satcha, XR Buddhist?
Yeah.
Can you do the lotus position?
Yes.
That's amazing.
I've just finished a year-long vigil. I've been doing an hour sitting in my local town every day for a year.
Yeah.
I finished last week, so
that's amazing.
I've had lots of practice.
And what kind of reaction do people get when you're being an XR Buddhist or XR, like the multi-faith group?
They like us. They like the Buddhists. I think that we bring a little peace.
Yeah.
We do get excited too, but we can bring a bit of steadiness. So we do actions where we meditate in front of Barclays is a particular favourite.
Yeah, particularly nasty. I saw you on the Lambeth Bridge years ago, and in front of the House of Parliament as well. And yeah, you know, you guys are doing a really good job keeping everything
Knocking around a long time now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we're still needed, aren't we?
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll keep going.
Absolutely. So it looks like there's quite a few of you here today.
We've got about 15, I think, 15 Buddhists, 15, 20, and then the Christians and other faiths as well. So yeah, we're getting bigger.
And if there's anything message you could bring to the world leaders and the delegates and all the people talking hot air at the conference? I won't even trouble your mind with trying to answer that. It's, you know.
I can. Hopefully you can.
You can pray.
Yeah, we'll pray.
You know,
Thank you very much.
There we go.
Thank you.
Have you finished eating, Ben?
I have. Yeah, I finished eating.
There we go. Are you a Buddhist?
I used to. Today I'm an honorary Buddhist.
Wow. So you came up from Wandsworth?
I did indeed. Yeah.
Yeah. How's it going?
Yeah, it's fantastic to be here. Yeah, it's so nice. Yeah, it's really nice to be doing something. To be at the centre where things are happening.
There's a lot. Yeah, I can't believe the turnout today. It's staggering.
Yeah, it's really powerful and really moving. It really feels like, you know, people have the power.
I hope so. We need to. Gonna find out. Thanks a lot, guys. Gonna put my earpiece back in again. I'm just gonna run down a little bit here so you can see temperatures rising. I'm doing a quick check-in with Vlad on the sound. There we go. So I'm just going to have a little walk down here and do a bit of a telescopic so you can see the energy levels that are increasing. There we go. You can see XR flags blowing in the Scottish wind. Huge, unbelievable turnout here today. Absolutely massive. It looks like rebels have come from all over the country just to be here on this very important, significant day. Send a loud, clear message to the world leaders, delegates, that simply what they're doing is totally unacceptable. Science is crystal clear. We're going to smash through 1.5 degrees. We're going to smash through 2 degrees. I'm going to walk my face to the front so you can get an idea of the atmosphere going on here. Despite all the heavy rain earlier, spirits are high. If you're watching this, we're reminding people, please share. We want to get this message out around the world. We need people power. Yeah. It's unbelievable the amount of people I get to recognizing from the streets in London. The atmosphere is electric. Let's have a quick. Are you part of XOR? Do you want to just, I'm just doing some live streaming at the moment. Do you want to say hello?
Yeah,
Where are you from?
I'm from Sudan.
Sudan?
Yeah.
Oh my God, what are you doing from Sudan here?
I'm here to observe what is going to happen in COP and if we're ever going to have climate action.
Yeah. And what you make of the protest today?
I think this is the best thing ever.
Yeah.
This is what climate action should be like. It should be fast-paced. It should be fun. It it happen.
There we go. Have you heard of Extinction Rebellion before?
Yeah, I've heard of Extinction Rebellion, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have Extinction Rebellion in Sudan?
No,
Not yet, anyway.
Yes.
You could be the first chapter.
Me?
And are you out in the streets? Are you part of a delegation? Are you?
I'm in the blue zone.
You're in the blue zone, yeah. Okay, you need to send some loud messages to the people in there to sort everything out.
Yeah, we do need action.
Yeah.
We need action as soon as possible.
Amazing, amazing. Keep up the good work. Let's talk to you. Here we go. This is just quite amazing. Extinction Rebellion in Glasgow. It's loud. It's energetic. I don't think I'm going to be able to get any interviews with this. Oh. We're having a blah, blah, blah. I think I'll stop with the three drummers.
Gathering in cities across the...
I'm in the middle of a steam drummers. I'm going to pass it over to hire what's happening at the front. I think that was it. Or it could be Nottingham, could be London, or it could be somewhere else around the world. Oh, we're going to go to Norwich now. Watch this.
Hi, coming to you from Norwich, where another global climate rally for climate justice is taking place. Just had a load of speeches, including from several politicians like Clive Lewis, MP for South Norwich, Catherine Rowett, Black Lives Matter people, Green New Deal people. And you can see the Red Rebels leading the procession down from City Hall. I'm James from Extinction Rebellion Norwich. Good to see you. Solidarity with everyone else marching around the country today, gathering in cities across the UK, gathering with the same message really, that we want action now, not in 10 years time, not in 20 years time, not by 2070. COP26 is failing us by the looks of it. Loads of greenwashing going on, loads of talk from politicians, loads of blah 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 like we've heard Greta say, but little in the way of concrete action, just more targets that they'll fail on like they did before. Got the Samba Band leading the procession here, North Norfolk banner there. Fossil fuels, not profits, climate emergency. So many different groups and organisations have come together today from from around Norfolk. You've got Extinction Rebellion, obviously. You've got big Friends of the Earth presence, faith groups, unions, Green Party, Liberal Democrats, Labour, Conservatives. And there we have the big yellow banner from Norwich, Extinction Rebellion. This is our oldest banner, our favourite banner. But look at all these people, hundreds out on the streets. And this is being replicated across the country, in cities and towns, as people come together, concerned about the climate and ecological emergency, concerned about the lack of action from our politicians, concerned about a future for our children, angry at the greenwashing going on, angry at just words that we've had for the last 50 years, angry that the past COPs, we're on COP26, the past COPs have led to nothing concrete on climate crisis. So it's no wonder we got hundreds out marching today, hundreds of different groups, hundreds of individuals from different professions, different ways of life, different colours and creeds, all coming together in solidarity, demanding climate justice. So we're going to have a march around the city now, and then we'll be rendezvousing in Chapelfield Gardens for more speeches. So please share this live stream with other people, share these videos with other people, get the message out there. Tell your colleagues, friends and families about it. We've tried writing letters, we've tried signing petitions that just don't work. Now's the time for direct action, now's the time for people to make their voices heard. Get out on the streets, demand change from our elected representatives in Parliament. A system that's not fit for purpose, really. It's not doing what our children need. It's not doing what we need. This climate emergency is here now. It's not going to be here in 50 years' time. It'll just be worse in 50 years' time. It's happening right now. Our biosphere, our ecology is collapsing.
What do we want? When do we want it? What do we want? What do we want? When do we want it?
Just catch up at the front and I'll give you a view of the Red Rebels before I sign off.
What do we want?
Lots of chance for climate justice. I think it's really given people an opportunity to come together to demand change from their politicians. There's a lot of frustration about all the words that are being spoken in Glasgow. More words from people that, and they think we believe them, but we don't anymore, do we? We need climate justice for all. The global south, parts of Africa are all suffering right now. So we need change right now. We need to stop the use of fossil fuels, stop all new investments in fossil fuels. That was one of our demands from earlier in the year. To stop projects like the Cambo oil fields off Shetland, new gas terminal that the UK government are funding in Mozambique. All of these things don't add up to reducing emissions, don't add up to meeting our targets. And fundamentally, we need to change the way we live, and we can have a better system for all. But what a great feeling it is to be out on the streets with so many people. We had some really emotional speeches earlier. People demanding climate justice. You can see the Red Rebels here coming up through Norwich city centre. This is happening all over the country, different towns and cities. Rally for climate justice. Brilliant feeling. So stay with us, share this video, talk to your friends and family, and let's get action, let's get real action. See you soon everyone, take care.
Climate Summit.
Hello everyone, welcome back here to London, where our march has arrived at Trafalgar Square, and we are listening to wonderful speeches from our Global South
youth. As we
youth.
gather, remember and mourn, we must also rise and fight. political leaders gathered in Glasgow, they won't save us from the systems that got us here. They represent and uphold the system that got us here. Let's take the beautiful energy and inspiration here today and keep organising. Let's cancel debts supposedly owed by Global South countries. Let's insist that those who have caused this crisis, the wealthy here in the global north, that they pay reparations for the debts they owe, from profiting from slavery, colonialism, all the wars and climate change. End all the wars. Let's redirect the trillions that are given to banks and the military to a global Green New Deal. The Green New Deal centres us, the needs of those of us who are bruised by precarity, by democracies that only work for the wealthy and not the many, and environmental and climate collapse. Let's organise for abolition. No more racialised policing and prisons. Let's organise for communities where we can breathe without fear of toxic pollution, state or gendered violence. Let's organise for an education system that works for the differently abled, the racialised, the impoverished, the climate impacted. Let's organise for all the ways that we show up in the world and all the ways that we deserve and that we need.
Because we can commemorate the islands and the states that are involved in rising seas. Let's declare about the decade of inaction by the world's US government, who picked nothing as alarm from the Pacific and Caribbean when unaware. We will not accept the order for friends detention centers to develop countries without us. They fail to take responsibility for as well. It's listening, saying they have done so much for us. We will welcome people fleeing poverty, conflict, oppression, and climate change.
When do we want it? Now. What do we want? When do we want it? Now. What do we want?
Hi, so we've got very loud, really big march going on. We're reaching the city centre now, and I'm just going to go and have a little walk through the crowd so you can see all the people that are here.
When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Climate justice.
What's that? You'd like to talk to COP TV?
Yeah, sure.
Why are you here?
Hello, I'm a young lad, 15. I'm here because I don't want my future to be messed up by this stuff. Because if no action's done here at this COP26, then it's one of the last chances. I don't want to be in the position where me and my kids and my grandkids are threatened by the problems that will come with climate change. And I think that if nothing else happens here, like Greta says, if it's blah blah blah, then it's going to be bad, and I don't want to be in that position. So I'm here to make my difference anyway. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, kind of walk through. Here's the Samba Bam. Would you like to talk to COP TV? Yeah, tell me why you're here. Hiya.
Hello.
Why are you here today?
I'm here for climate justice, and I brought my children because this is all about their future. But she's camera shy. But yeah, we're here with other groups from Nottingham to fight for climate justice because it's the most important thing that we could possibly be fighting for at the moment. We want to remind the COP that the rest of the country are also still here.
It's been an amazing turnout here today. There's so many different Nottingham groups involved. I'll try and find someone else who'd like to talk to you. Would like to talk to COP TV? Would you like to say why you're here today?
To try and show support for bold climate action at COP.
Are you part of any group?
I work for the Woodland Trust. We're separated from them at the moment, but yeah, there's a group of us here today.
Yeah, and I think we heard a speech from someone from the Woodland Trust earlier. We're heading to the square now. There's going to be some more speeches later on. It's just an incredible turnout today. Snaking down Mansfield Road into town. Okay. So we're going to meet up at the Market Square for an hour of speeches and then a die-in around 4 o'clock. But for now, I'm going to hand you back to Glasgow.
Who we are! Who we are! So we tell them! So we tell them! We are the Latinas! We are the Latinas! Fighting for justice! Fighting for justice! And for liberation! And for liberation! Everywhere we go! Everywhere we go! People wanna know! People wanna know! Who we are!
Hi, I'm Todd. I'm from COP26 TV. I know who you are now, so thank you for your beautiful music. But no, what is your name and where are you from?
My name is Gina Cortez and I'm from Colombia.
Okay, well, pleasure to meet you and see you out here with such passion today. What brings you to COP and what would you like to say?
I'm here to COP to represent those voices and to amplify those voices of the different feminist grassroots organizations that could not be here due to the different barriers in discriminatory visa process, in very expensive flights, but not only for them, also for the ones who are not here, for those who have been killed because we are still based on models that are extracting our resources, that are taking our land and that are taking apart our culture and our identity. That's why I'm here. That's why we are all here, because we demand climate justice and we demand gender justice now.
That's beautiful, sister. Thank you so much. I really feel you. I'm hearing a lot now from Indigenous groups like we need to somehow merge the old with the new, and we need to move into an era of feminine energy with feminine elders. You know, that we've lost our connection with the mother, and that is to deny our feminine. What can you say to that?
I can tell you that the solutions to this climate crisis are already everywhere in the world, are already in the local communities. They are working with ancestral knowledge, with our resources, with a community-based approach, a locally based approach that are working already on the ground. And that's what we need to fund. That's what we need to integrate in national climate policy. That's what we need to save us from this crisis. No more false solutions, no more carbon markets, no more lies.
Thank you so much. I really feel that. Thank you. I really love that. Thank you.
There we go. I think we're back. Yeah, we're back.
We're back.
Okay. We're back in the streets of Glasgow at the about 2/3 of the way down the march. I've just had a quick chat with this gentleman. We're talking about carbon accounting, and he's also got an Extinction Rebellion banner. Black love. So what's your name?
Lee.
Lee.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'll just hold this. Lee, you talk normally.
Yeah.
So you're saying that you went for a bit of a walk coming here.
Yeah, I took part in the Camino to COP walk from London to Glasgow, 500 miles.
Wow.
I did part of that, but there were people that did all of it. So.
And who's your local Extinction Rebellion group?
I'm part of Extinction Rebellion Richmond upon Thames. Yeah, been in there for about just over 2 years.
Yeah. And what do you make of this whole COP process?
Well, what's interesting about COP is that COP's fair enough, but then we're relying upon the current market economics to make it all work, and it's just not going to happen.
Not going to happen.
You can make whatever pledges you want, but if you're not willing to change the way that we operate as a society, then they're nothing but meaningful pledges like the ones that have come 25 times before.
Yeah. And what do you, Jim asked me, what do you do for a living?
I work for a carbon emissions reporting consultancy. So,
oh, really?
Yeah. So,
well, I actually already asked him what he did. So a carbon emissions reporting company.
I live, eat and breathe this stuff, and I don't really want to dye it. But the way we're looking at the moment, that's what's going to happen.
And you really understand the numbers and crunching the numbers of what's going on here.
Yeah. We haven't got 2050. You know, we've got less than a decade.
Yeah.
Less than a decade. We can't rely on market forces to sort this out. So this is going to do what you did for the pandemic, do what you did in the Second World War, or we're toast. All the kids in France here are.
Yeah.
You know, which is why people are on these streets now. You know, we've got to go way beyond the current market economics to work our way out of this.
Yeah, and you're right. Like the whole, you crunch the science, and the science is not 2050. It's not half by 2030.
It's now.
It's now.
It's now. It's what we do now that counts.
Yeah.
You know, the 2050, 2060, 2070, all those pledges are relatively irrelevant because it's what we do in the next 7 to 8 years that determines whether we get out of this.
Yeah.
Because if we don't do that stuff now quickly, then, you know, in 8 years' time, we're all going to realise, well, we can't change it.
And it's not going to end up in a good place.
And then, you know, in 8 years' time, if we realise that we're too late, then what happens?
Yeah.
That's scary, you know. So that's why you've got, well, the biggest march that I've been part of since the 80s, to be honest with you.
It's phenomenal the turnout here. I'm absolutely shocked, really.
No, it's fantastic. This is, and you can see as you're walking down the streets, there are people from all walks of life here, all faiths, because the walk that I was on was a multi-faith walk.
Yeah.
And people here wanting change. You know, it's interesting. I watched Newsnight the other night. People want change, and yet government are still not responding to that. You know, real change at societal level, which is what we need to change all of this, not just pledges at multinational governmental level, you know.
Any last words for the leaders out there?
Last words for both the leaders and the people within society, which is we have to accept deep change and rapid transformation.
in order to get out of this. You know, business as usual, life as it's been for the last 3 decades is no more.
Stark words. Thank you very much. Keep up the good work. There you go. So a man who really understands about carbon budgets, carbon accounting, so much so, feeling compelled that he has to, well, basically walking, you know, part of the 500-mile walk, 2 months to get here to the streets of Glasgow. So yeah, just a reminder, if you just happen to be tuning in, what's going on here, we are live in Glasgow, where our conference party is taking place, the 26th, which is the 26th year of a meeting about trying to reduce carbon emissions to tackle runaway climate change and stop biodiversity destruction and lots of different things. So we have tens of thousands of people here on the streets, and you know, I'm not exaggerating, I'm just absolutely flabbergasted. The turnout is absolutely huge. There's so many recognizable faces, people I've seen from Extinction Rebellion at different protests in parts of the country, all coming here. This guy's got a cool hat, so I'm going to have a chat with him. Hey dude, what's your name?
Hey, good. My name is Bob.
Hey, Bob.
Bob, that's right.
Bob, and where are you from? And why are you holding this banner that says something about COP?
Something about COP. It says, how many COPs does it take to arrest climate chaos? From XRC, Extinction Rebellion Calderdale. And so we are here to ask this question of the leaders of the world. Because it should only take one COP, shouldn't it, really? We know what we need to do. We don't need 26 of them. And we certainly don't need thousands and thousands of them descending on Glasgow city streets. So it's very clear what we need to do. It's up to our world leaders to do it. Well, we're just here to try and encourage them slightly, I suppose.
Yeah, great stuff. Well, yeah, keep up the good work, and it's a very iconic banner.
It is indeed.
It was. I saw it there the other day in front of the Bank of Scotland.
Making a few headlines.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. You're very smiley, so I'll say hello to you. What's your name?
My name's Maddie.
Maddie?
Maddie.
Where are you from, Maddie?
I live in Bristol.
Bristol. You came up from Bristol to be here.
Yeah, I did.
And did many of you come from Bristol?
I think there's a few of us, yeah.
Yeah. It's quite a turnout for people from like Extinction Rebellion all over the country coming here.
Yeah.
I've never seen such a, you know,
it's a big day.
Big day. You know, it's not rebellion, and yeah, we have thousands here.
It's a big day, global action day.
Yeah. Very good, very good. Any message to the world leaders or anybody at home?
I just think it's time to act so people do something.
Amazing. Keep up the good work. Oh. So yeah, as you're saying, people from all over the country with very strong messages. If the seas are rising, so are we. Some more blah 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 going on here. There's a lot of blah blah. Do I have a quick word? Just doing a live stream. Any of you want to say anything to going out in COP26 TV? Oh, you looks like you got to say something. Yeah. Okay. Its banner says it all. Smells like Teen Spirit pollution. Very good. Were you on the youth strike yesterday?
Yes.
Yeah. How was it?
Yeah, it was very good actually. It was great. It's amazing to see the amount of people coming out for it.
What did you think of Greta's speech?
I didn't see it actually, but loved it.
There we go. What do you think of Greta's speech?
Oh, it was incredible. She's so inspiring.
Yeah. And where are you from?
I'm from here.
From here?
Yeah.
From the streets of Glasgow?
Indeed, yeah.
And what do you think about so many people descending on the streets of Glasgow, your hometown?
Oh, it's incredible. It's so incredible to see the change that will hopefully happen in our city.
Yeah. Good stuff. How old are you?
I'm 17.
17. It's good to see you out in the streets. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
There we go. So yeah, if you saw yesterday's stream, you would have seen the thousands, tens of thousands, the Fridays for Future and the school strikers. Just going to do a quick sound check in with Director Vlad to make sure everything's still okay. Yeah. Okay. That's great. That's great. Okay. So we're gonna pass you over. We're gonna have we're gonna hear some music shortly. I couldn't exactly hear where it was. So over to the music.
One, two, three, four.
Today's the Global Justice March. Would you like to say anything about why you've come down to join in today at all?
Oh yeah, there's so many samba players who are campaigning for climate justice here in London who haven't gone up to Glasgow, and so it's brilliant for us that there's this huge London march. So we're going to march with the Trade Union and Workers bloc, but the whole march is being led by the Reparations bloc, and they've got a Patagonian samba band. But the London drummers are gathering here, as you can see, and we're going to lead off the Trade Union bloc and join in. They'll come marching down from Bank, and in Queen Victoria Street, our bloc will join in, and then we'll march past St Paul's down to Fleet Street and along the Strand to Trafalgar Square. And to have a band is, I think, absolutely essential for a march. But more important than that is the purpose of the march, and that is to call to account our leaders so that they actually deliver on all the promises that they made promises in Paris that they haven't delivered on. We need them to deliver on the promises they're making in Glasgow. And a march like this concentrates their mind and lets them know that we are watching them.
Thank you very much.
Have you seen...
Okay.
Is it Amy? Yes. Can you just show me?
Oh, I've already... Whoops.
Yeah. I was just going to say, we are watching. Look what our drums say.
So welcome back. We are now in St. George's Square, where there was crazy scenes yesterday with Greta, and now we've got crazy scenes going on here with the amount of Extinction Rebellion protesters, rebels, and friends. So lots of friends from lots of different groups, all with the same intent of sending loud messages to the government, school leaders, council leaders, business leaders, and actually people are not even involved yet to wake up and to start acting. So we have a couple of break-off groups that can pan around the square to give you an idea what it looks like. So we have another protest going on down there around the statue. We've got a couple of guys here who are saying, Glasgow welcomes climate activists. How you guys doing? Right. Are you from Glasgow?
Live in Glasgow, I'm originally Irish.
There was a terrible Glaswegian accent I was doing. So you're welcoming people here?
Well, we're not. A friend of mine made the sign, and she fucked up.
Oh, that's disappointing.
She just left us with this.
Well, look, you are welcoming. You're doing a great job, you know.
We're just waiting for the anti-racist block, and we're going to be joining that. We have a couple of thousand here for stand up to racism. Yeah, but we believe that climate change is going to affect not just the working class people, but all over. Refugees are going to be made flooding, storms. As you've seen, the massive tsunamis, 2 of the biggest in 1 year in some countries.
Yeah.
So these people are going to have to move somewhere, and obviously they're going to be treated as refugees, which means they're going to get treated like shit in the UK. So we're standing up and saying, no, we need to understand these people are coming, and we need to be ready to welcome them and keep and sustain them. Yeah,
and be human about the whole,
and treat them like actual human beings, and uphold the UN agreement that says you have to welcome refugees. And Priti Patel is doing anything but. Where the new bill that's being passed soon, well, not being passed, but it might get passed, where essentially it makes it illegal for a private citizen to assist someone coming into the country illegally. So if you see a boat collapse and you see children drowning and you help pull them out of the water and bring them onto British soil, you're liable.
That's shocking.
Yeah. And that's what we're immediately competing against this year. It's the fact that very few people actually know the bill's happening. Priti Patel's here at the minute. We have no idea why, and we won't run over.
She's in Glasgow?
She is at the West End, staying at the Hilton Hotel.
Priti Patel is staying in the West End in the Hilton Hotel.
I've heard sources saying she's here.
And what's she doing?
Evil, probably. Right. I stand by. She gets, the closer she is to police brutality, to the more, it makes her feel better.
Yeah.
So she needs to be here whenever the London police, who have been terrorising Scottish people since they got here, and they've been completely non-negotiable. They've been treating people like criminals, no matter who they are, and we won't rid of them.
Yeah. Absolutely. Well, they're very strong words. Yeah. So, keep up the good work. We'll keep an eye out for the speech later. Stand up to racism.
I'm not sure if they're going to be here or not, but we'll be making noise anyway.
Then amazing. Thank you. Take care. So you got literally groups from so many different areas all represented here. So we'll continue the walk through the square. It's actually a very fast-paced walk that they're doing. So just going to pan around and finish the pan, and we're going to pan down to London.
Back in London here, and I've got these 2 girls with wonderful signs here. Let biodiversity thrive. I echo that hugely. And hey COP, do something. Sincerely, everyone. Now, if you've been watching COP lately, some people will be filled with dread, some people will be filled with hope. How does watching what's happening unfolding with COP affect you guys? Are you feeling hopeful or?
I think it's great that at the very least you've got a bunch of world leaders in the room, but like a lot of people, I don't think enough is being done, and I think coverage is really lacking in a lot of places other than like the UK and the US. So I think that's a huge issue.
What about you?
I think one thing that's inspiring is seeing the global reaction surrounding the conference and how even if not a lot is getting done in the conference, people are more aware of the issues and speaking out for what they believe in.
So I think that's so good to have mentioned that. You know, this whole event today is supposed to be about building momentum, not just in the eyes of the public, which I think the public have been very aware of climate change now, but also in light of change that's being proposed. Do you feel like what's happening in COP is representative to the extent of the issue?
I don't think so.
No?
I think it's because a lot of leaders are out of touch. I don't think they are going to be seeing the effects of climate change in the same way that people our age will be. I know tons of people who are incredibly anxious about it. You know, they don't want to have kids because of it. So no, I don't think it's representative of the scale of the issue.
Is it impacting your thought about the future with children and things like that?
Yeah, I think inherently I wouldn't be interested in climate change, like in environmental science, but because of climate change, like I'm planning on a career in climate science or something related.
Yeah, and kids isn't something that is, I think that you're the first person that's mentioned about other people choosing not to have children due to the climate crisis. That's how severe we're talking now. And I think we've just come out of COVID and, well, we're still in it very much. You're wearing masks for that reason. But I think really pushing family and family values has been something that we've seen a lot in the UK. And I think really, if you're going to push family values and make people feel like their families are valuable, then they need to make a future possible for those families. Now, we've been talking a little bit about the human side of it, of the climate crisis. We were talking earlier, and you said that you're actually studying biodiversity now. Do your lecturers talk to you about the extent of the climate crisis and COP26 and how politicians have power over the future of these species that you clearly love in order to be studying something like that?
Yeah, the political aspect and just climate change in general is definitely relevant to what I'm studying, and these issues definitely come up. It's my degree is definitely a focus on how human actions are impacting biodiversity and these patterns of biodiversity, and what we can do to preserve what we have left.
Yeah, and that really is so key. We've lost 68% of the world's wildlife in the last 40 years, I believe, is the statistic. And of course that's habitat degradation as well as climate-induced problems that make all of these things worse, that are causing these things. But when you hear that 71% of the world's global carbon emissions are caused by just 100 companies, and many of those companies are based in countries, or have bases in countries like this one, how does that make you feel as people living in the UK now?
It's devastating, and yeah, I think it also, I think it's important that we see change at a personal level and really importantly at this bigger corporation scale, because that is what's going to have the most impact.
Now, if you could say anything, if you could have a seat at the table with the people who are leading the COP26 conference, the conference that's been said as being the last hope for humanity, what would you say to those people? If I can start with you.
I think I'd like to ask them how they think climate change will affect their families specifically, and their grandchildren and their great-grandchildren. And I'd like to contrast that with delegates from countries, especially in the global south, who are talking about how it's affecting their families, and I'd like to see the difference between the two answers.
Thank you. And what about you?
Yeah, related to that, I think it's really important that these are our world leaders and they need to be representing the needs of the entire global population, and I think that includes listening to everyone in the world, and especially people in the global south and who are being disproportionately impacted by climate change. yet are the ones contributing the least. And so I think I would tell them to listen to the voices that might not be the loudest.
Thank you very much for talking to me. It is starting to get a little bit louder here, and I'm walking backwards for a bit too long, so thank you so much for chatting to me, and enjoy the protest. Thank you.
Nosotros, all the spirits are with us. Todos los abuelos que estuvieron aquí lucharon para que esta tierra sea libre. All of our ancestors fought to make this world this way. Todo el mundo vegetal y todo el mundo animal en esta danza. The animal and the vegetable world have all been together with us. De espiritualidad, de fuerza, de lucha, de energía. With spirituality, with strength and struggle. Sin colores, sin fronteras. Without colors, without frontiers. Como una sola gran familia. Like one large family. Adentro negocian lo que es nuestro. Inside they're negotiating about what is ours. Somos la tierra, somos el agua. We are earth, somos we are water, we are fire. El espíritu. We are the spirits. Nosotros tenemos que decidir cómo vamos a vivir. We must decide how we are going to live. Como humanidad. To transcend as humanity. No los gobiernos. Not governments. Yeah.
Okay, everyone, so we're back at the Bank of London now, and I've got Katerina and Dave here who've agreed to talk to me with their beautiful baby being rocked next to them, which I think is particularly pertinent here, because most of us here that we're going to be talking on camera, we have the ability to speak, but your baby definitely doesn't have that ability yet. But you're here, I assume, in large part because of your child's future. Could you explain a bit about that? What has brought you here, and why is this so important?
I guess our son is at the age where he's gonna live through some of the worst effects of climate change. There's gonna be food shortages, there's gonna be floods, real very sort of tangible disasters that he is gonna have to live through. And yeah, there are people that are responsible for this. They're responsible for not doing anything.
So we thought that by coming, it's so serious that we need to start protesting even now. He's only 2 months old, but we are already very worried about him and his future and what life has for him. Yeah.
Now we're here specifically because of COP26 and what's happening there. How hopeful do you feel about your child's future? What's his name?
Solon.
Solon. Oh, lovely. How do you feel about Solon's future, given what the discussions have been so far and the agreements of COP to date?
Well, I have no faith in the process of COP26 at all. It's over to us, it's the movement, it's the people of the world, that need to take the action to act collectively, because we can't hand over responsibility to these basically unaccountable plutocrats and politicians who have no interest in actually changing things. And that's what we need. We need fundamental change. Everything needs to change.
Absolutely. I feel very hopeful when I see the people responding and resisting this. People organizing, people coming together with their families, people trying to organize things, trying to sort out how to make meaningful change when people come together. So I'm much more hopeful looking at the crowds here today than COP26.
It's the only thing that's ever changed anything is
people coming together.
It's people going on strike, it's people protesting, it's people gluing themselves to roads, it's whatever, but it's collective action that changes history, and that's what we need to do, change history.
I'm glad that you've mentioned that, because there'll be some people watching this that will feel linked to you because you're parents, and there'll be a lot of people watching this in despair as parents, but there will be some people who are watching you thinking, well, what's the point in all the gluing the roads, standing on the street? It's not making climate change stop, so what's the point in it?
It's the only thing that works.
Yeah, it's resisting it and making a point and helping people understand how desperate the situation is. That's the point.
And making the electorate know that the electorate are really backing what's happening as well is really key.
Absolutely, and that is like the danger is such that like the momentary like risk of protesting, it's nothing compared to what's to come.
And it's not just about protesting. You know, if you're not comfortable protesting, fine. Then build the kind of world we need now. You know, like join a community garden, like join. I don't know.
Local groups, find out how you can support the environment in your own neighborhood.
Send the emails, do the mailing list. Like you don't need to turn up and glue yourself to anything. Like there's so much you can do because there is everything to do.
But we need to do something. Now the march is starting now. Thank you so much for talking to me. Enjoy the march. Thank you.
Climate catastrophe, the economic catastrophe. And that's why we need a global summit of indigenous peoples. Hello, how's everyone doing? How we doing? Big louder, how we doing? Welcome, well done everyone for coming out today. My name's Johnny Cypher, I'm going to be one of your hosts.
I'm Mitzi, I'm from Fridays for Future MAPA and Southern People's Climate Action for COP26. And we are over 250,000 people here. Woo! I have no voice, but I will be the best host I can be today. So, will you tell us who we have up first?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, a big warm welcome for Paula Joya, a peasant farmer and a beekeeper working in a community farm in Germany, represents La Via Capicia, and it's the largest movements of workers and peasants in the world. Please, a big welcome for Paula Joya.
Hello there! I'd like to call all land workers in the world to unite. Food sovereignty for climate justice now! It is the most chaotic climate year on record. We are now 2 years into a global pandemic that has taken lives of so many people in this world. Millions of people have given their lives, and this was one of the reasons for the UK government to not allow people from the global south to come to be here with us, to show democracy, to show justice, and to demand climate justice now. Humanity is facing daily historical floods, fires, droughts, increasing hunger, making life more and more difficult for all of us, peasants, pastoralists, fishers, and other rural communities. And what we see inside the COP, we see market-based solutions, we see risky techno-fix, we see net zero proposals, all of them coming by corporate-controlled governments, coming from transnationals, coming from philanthropists, coming from mass media, and a lot of NGOs as well. And what they are feeding is actually the climate inaction of all of them. And we are the ones actually feeding the world nature-based solutions, climate-smart agriculture, and geoengineering. All of these are full bullshit. Climate capitalism is a crime, not the solution. And this has to stop now. La Via Campesina together with millions of other small-scale food producers organizations, we join this larger convergence of struggles against fossil fuel capitalism, against racism, against colonialism, and against patriarchy. We stand for a system change. We stand for a system change rooted in the rights of humanity and of Mother Earth. And I can guarantee you that from our side, we will remain working towards agroecological farming, sustainable forestry, and a better land use. Our real solutions serve the people, serve the climate, serve the nature. And the transition has to be now. Peasant agroecology and food sovereignty can feed the world, can cool the planet, and feed climate justice. Therefore, I urge land workers, pastoralists, fisher folks, I urge migrant workers, contract workers, landless people, and indigenous people. We must be involved and have to be in the center of public policy making. We have to be part of implementation processes towards a just transition in the food systems. And I call you, agroecological land, water, and territory defenders of the world, unite. Life will prevail death. The transition is now. Food sovereignty fits the climate. Globalize the struggle. Globalize hope. Globalize the struggle. Globalize hope. Globalize the struggle. Globalize hope. Globalize the struggle. Globalize the struggle. One more time. Globalize the struggle. Globalize hope. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paula. Let's all remember, globalize hope. Globalize hope. Next up, we have someone who will also talk about the intersections of the climate crisis. We have Yvette Bett from the Gulf Coast Center for Law and Policy, who is central and one of the leading voices for the movement for Black Lives, critical in the creation of the Red, Black, and Green New Deal. Let's give it up for Yvette.
My name is Yvette Arellano, and of my home, I'm the founder of Fenceline Watch, and my home is home to the largest petrochemical complex in our country. It's the second largest in the world, and I'm here to say that more and more women every year are unable to have children, including myself. I'm here to say that our future is at stake as our land, water, and air become saturated with toxins. And I'm here to heed a warning that these plants and infrastructure are increasingly vulnerable as they reach 100 years. With an impending climate crisis and uncertain times, we must fight for our collective struggle from leadership of women of color.
Alito! My name is Betty Billiard. My people are the Houma Nation tribe of Louisiana. My relatives from across the world. I want you to know that I stand with you. We see you in your struggle. Your fight is our fight. Your story is our story. My tribe and community is still suffering from the effects of Hurricane Ida. We are the leader in our nation for land loss, for coastal erosion, for hurricanes, for saltwater intrusion, all which has been accelerated by the extraction industries who have come in and dredged our lands and destroyed our coastal land protections. The time for change is now. The time for reparations is now. We choose now.
Today I honor the ancestor that is my grandmother Nancy Mobley on the eve of her born day because she is one of the reasons I can stand here today, Ashe. Who I am is of no consequence, but who we are as the African diaspora will be. We choose now to end the divide and conquer tactics that are used to keep continental Africa and the African diaspora from uniting to address the environmental racism that plagues our countries and communities. Since the beginning of time, we as African peoples have always held the solution to the world's issues, and this climate crisis is no different. We choose now to say that all of our Black futures matter. We demand a just transition for all Black people across the diaspora. Equitable and direct investment into our countries and communities should be priority because we have contributed the least to climate crisis but have been the most impacted. So please be expeditious with our loss and damages, please. Lastly, you all are invited on the journey. Put your fist up with me one time. Fist up. We choose now. No. Ndị Igbo si na iwere otu ọkụkọ chọrọ arụsị abụọ ya, ha gbuo mmadụ mezuo ya. Igbo people say when one chicken is offered in sacrifice to two gods, they will kill a human being to complete the offering. We cannot apply shortcuts to climate change, for the consequences will be severe. I am an Igbo woman, a Nigerian American, a Black woman, an immigrant at the front line of climate change. We can no longer serve two gods. We must choose capitalism or the pursuit of life with dignity. Capitalism or the pursuit of a life worth living. We must choose now. Our houses are on fire, and we can no longer wait for action. Our so-called world leaders want to tell us how to run to safety. Climate justice is migrant justice. It is the right to leave and the right to stay where you call home. We remember today the Haitian migrants who were abused at the US southern border for fleeing a hurricane, an earthquake, and a political crisis due to many actions by the global north. We choose now to fight for the dignity of all. We choose now to make a choice, because if we do not make a choice now, it is a death sentence. We will not be sacrificed between two gods. Thank you. Please follow us in the chant. The seas are rising and so are we. The seas are rising. 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 That is the chant from the Gulf South of the United States. 5 states coming together to say that indigenous communities and members of the Gulf South will not be removed from the conversation of climate action. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause there for the last speakers. All right, I think we're ready now for our first live music act. Yeah, in a wee minute. Right. Yeah. What you saying? Yeah, climate justice internet. Oh. I don't know. Climate justice! Climate justice! Climate justice! Climate justice!
Sorry, I don't want to be in front of nuclear power things. So we're on the streets of Glasgow with thousands of people with a really clear message for the negotiators in the conference centre. They have to go further and faster if they're serious about keeping below 1.5 degrees heating, and crucially they have to put justice at the heart of what they're doing. That means properly honouring the pledges they've made to the Global South in terms of finance, in terms of technology transfer, and crucially in terms of loss and damage as well. This is a problem and an issue of international justice and injustice, and that's why it has to be front and centre.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
No Brasil não é diferente.
And Brazil is not different.
O povo negro morre todos os dias.
The black Brazilian people, it dies every single day.
Seja pela violência policial,
For the brutality of the police.
pelo racismo ambiental,
For the ambiental racism.
pela desigualdade social.
For the social difference between the population.
Nós exigimos a titulação dos territórios quilombolas no Brasil.
We want the Brazilian quilombolas lands being legalized. We want the demarcation for the Brazilian quilombolas.
São milhares de comunidades no interior e no campo no Brasil.
There is thousands of quilombolas communities in the cities and also in the outskirts of the cities.
Nós vivemos grande genocídio do povo negro brasileiro.
We live a largest genocide of the black Brazilian people.
O mundo precisa saber que temos presidente genocida.
The world needs to know we have a genocide president.
O mundo precisa derrubar Bolsonaro.
The world needs to take Bolsonaro out.
Fora Bolsonaro! Fora Bolsonaro! Fora Bolsonaro! Fora Bolsonaro! Fora Bolsonaro! Fora Bolsonaro! Viva o povo negro brasileiro!
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that wonderful speech. It's so important that we listen, especially to the people of color, especially to the black people who have barely contributed to the climate crisis yet are experiencing the worst impacts of it. We have to remember that every aspect of the climate crisis is an intersectional one, and that we have to tackle every system of injustice in order to achieve climate justice. And our next performer, if he's ready, is ready. Let's give it up for my co-host, Johnny.
Hello guys, how you doing? A big welcome to the stage for Jam Harvey, Tickle, Becky Wallace, Erin Friel, and Pack. What up? Right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Johnny Cypher. This is a song called This Is It.
This is it.
Wow.
This is it, now's the moment as the knife edge breaks the sky. The waters will get in, you will be taken in your backup plan. We'll keep you safe and will it matter then? We're all together in this.
Alright, you're probably wondering why I called this meeting with the poets, with the people that give this kind of confidence meaning. I don't want to step on anybody's toes, I'm sure they're all trying their hardest. Just while they chat about managing targets, I thought I'd gather the artists. We all got a stake in this, MCs are not scared of taking risks, saying how we really feel. I'm wondering what we say to this. Scotland's green movement needs to consider how it involves any environmental movement without the working class is no movement at all. Social ecology, I honestly think that we're missing the trick by thinking that climate's a hobby for middle class hipsters and miserable gits. The same thing causing the inequality, discrimination and stress. It's the same blind hunger to be seen that can simple deep out of this mess. I see no need for this opening, he's saying IPCC to the board to get these people aboard. Need to be exposed to the depressing statistics. These are so keen to be known that the talk soon runs too deep, but I goes for a peaceful approach and I feel like I've been there before. So, enough is enough.
We gave you quarter, you hacked the forest with poison, bred life for slaughter. We lined your pockets, human fodder as the borders crack, the earth expands and contracts, and in the midst of that the hierarchy blame the impoverished. I wasn't taught to be thoughtful, advertising for profit. I acquired an awful lot of pointless objects as we all did, a philosophic subordinate of the global order. I come to the table with a lot to learn but more to offer, so here's a cautionary story of how not to die. Surround yourself with your possessions as the stars collide. The richest purchase weapons for the inevitable reckoning when the Western population realise that they're next in the firing line. No community left amidst the panic. I predict that this is the moment where we suddenly accept it's happening, holding on to the agonal gas of society, anarchic agony, starving in the violence of the irony. As the knife edge meets the skin, the waters will get in, you will be taken in your backup plan. We'll keep you safe and will it matter then? We're all together in
We
this.
wish someone had told us. We wish that we had known. Sister Earth could not afford us, so the system took what's owed. The man should admit it, the fan of the shit is his alone. But they pick on the sick of the victims while the richest live in domes. So we're far from ready, man, for the Armageddon slam. Yet there's hardly any plan. That's why billions gonna die. And we'll all carry the gun. The poor, the ordinary guy. Culture unfortunately gagged. So billions gonna try to get up, stand up, put your hand up. Be carried act too. Bet I'm fed up getting out of the insurmountable fact that the boss's class is what masses weak, so we can wear the asses. Equal rights, strike at last to fight the bastards. So people side the planet, resist this climate damage. It seems some dismiss the kind of savage signs of ravage. Retreating eyes cracked up and they see the seas are rising rapidly. Peace disease, blighted, baffling past like we cry about.
If we're bold, it will come. If they claim it will change, feel the heat for the sun. Stunning under the rain, more us in pain. Clearly yet in my name, kissing sours at rain. I've watched it climate change. Meet a new mocker, make these walk up. We sitting in the heat and a hot far. Try yourself off for a vegan burger. Flat, I need another reason you wonder. But I'm not in this one for the wonder. I draft a hammer, bolts, a lightning bolts, and a ball of thunder. Wet pea eyes in your pocket. Wet plan doesn't work because we broke it. We don't know what you love till it's gone. We don't know what we hate till we've got it. And I guess that we're not putting in effort. When we're all just trying like an SS in the desert. But there's no need to ignore. We've been here before. Could show you the door. That lies. No, look to the sky. Not asking is why we are denied that the science. Where it's plastic cups, plastic case, plastic bags, plastic waste, plastic fans, plastic notes, or plastic killed by a plastic face. World's a better place cause ours. But wait a minute, time will show you how good it could be if we won the end. Yeah.
I said I'm free and I'm keeping it real. I write these bars down to express the way that I feel. And this day and age, we always try to conceal, but I'm not making it up. You see, this life's so surreal. It's hard to deal with how fast the self is moving. But we haven't done it by looking after or improving, taking things for granted. If you can't see we're losing, you need to wake up from your blind confusion. I don't think amazing. What the fuck are you doing? You need to refrain from using the words that you're using. We need to stop abusing this planet that was blooming. Stop producing the poison and pollution. We should stand up. We need to find the solution. Need to start with straight talking and no delusion. Begin a revolution to start redistributing the wealth. We need a contribution. We need your help.
This is it. Now's the moment as the knife edge breaks the skin. The waters will get in. You will be taken in your backup plan.
Put your hands up, everyone!
Will it matter then? We're all together in this.
The climate's changing and plan rearranging. Where's our haven? Where's our heaven? Been fighting demons since age of 7. Better watch with serpents up in the places we lurking. Earth is giving us birth, but we're only giving a burden. Take me back to Pangea, back to the future. 2 seer, 2 blood, 2 digs that could have saw that we nuclear. Dear Mother Nature, I'm so sorry for my part. Noise pollution, light pollution, trying to shine up in the dark. Fire in the park, rainforest going up in sparks. Now I got a similar flood. They're already building up, so the pandemic just seemed like a slight message. Messing with the Messiah and the Maker just might end it. Politicians, yeah, I call them bluff. Yeah, they think they're tough, making up the rules for us, but they don't know when times get tough. Times get rougher in the dirt. We find the diamonds in the world of anti-climate. We just got to rise and climb it. Put your hands up! Thank you. Yeah.
This is it! Again, that was This Is It, and this is really it. This is the leadership that we need. This is the climate leadership that we're seeing, because the leaders aren't inside the UN Climate Summit. They are right here in this park. Let's give it up for the true leaders of the climate movement! And next up, we have one of our leading voices, Reverend Dr. Nedi Astudillo, who coordinates the Green Faiths Latinx and Latin America organizing. Let's give it up for Dr. Nedi.
Hola, Glasgow! Hello, beautiful people! I stand before you as part of a faith leader, following the leadership of the beautiful young and older people that have walked through Glasgow yesterday and today, demanding climate justice. It is an honor to follow in your steps. It is also, and I'm clear that it is my responsibility and the responsibility of people of faith to make sure that people of faith also hear the cry of the earth, the cry of the poor, and the cry of future generations. It is my role to make sure that people of faith searching for a life in heaven and recognize that we cannot pray with our hands and instead destroy the earth with our feet. For all of us, the earth is sacred. These principles is hope for the earth, because this is part, and we are the earth that the world needs to meet climate justice, especially among our own faith traditions. In years past, we have tried to convert each other. We have killed each other. We have colonized and oppressed each other, but for the good of a few rich. But this trend is responsible for the destruction of the earth, and this must stop, and we will stop. I'd like to remind our fellow Christians that, as our scripture says, that we hear a call and warning to care for God's creation, and with this respect this goal, the harmonious order in which God created the world and all the creatures suffer the consequences. In our tradition, we do have a story where all sectors of society have come together to avert collective crisis. This is the story of John and the Pharaoh's dream, and this is our story. As the Pharaoh's dream and the all means of divine revelation, we hear very clearly what the scientists are warning us. Our time is running out. In just this story, people are receptive to the unprecedented revelation, and they organize themselves without delay to lessen the impact on everyone, not just the powers to be. Peasants, religious leaders, government leaders, everyone does their part. It is time to do the same. Each one inspired in the common good needs to do their part to avoid a major crisis. We are here as people of faith saying we are ready to do our part. We are here to remind those in power, it is time for you to do our part. We are not willing to part from our faith in a good God and a good creation. So we call for an end to fossil fuels and deforestation, an end to finance that destroys the climate, universal access to clean energy, green jobs to build back fossil-free, climate reparations from wealthy countries, and respect for indigenous rights. May the blessing of our God, Creator, the Spirit of life within all of you in this precious moment, may we achieve together climate justice. What do we want? Climate justice. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Climate justice. When do we want it? Now. Amen. Maybe so.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Reverend Dr. Nebby. Guys, it's a great pleasure of mine to be able to introduce the next speaker. So often, when we're talking about climate change, we leave the working class out of that conversation. And today, representing over 500,000 trade unionists in Scotland, it's the absolutely amazing, excuse me, Ros Fire.
I want to start by thanking all of the people around the world who are taking action today to defend our planet and all those who live on it. And I'm here today to bring you a message of solidarity from Scotland's trade unions and the working people of Scotland. The actions that you are taking today are vitally important, because we know the billionaires, the bosses and the politicians who run this planet are not going to make the changes that we need to make our planet sustainable. So we need to build a huge, an angry and a powerful movement for change. And we need to force our governments to tax the rich, to regulate and take our energy systems back into public ownership, to vision of our global economy that leaves no community, no group of workers, and no poor countries on the scrap heap. We need to share the wealth and resources of this planet fairly across all of the people around the world. And we are not powerless to make change happen, because we have the ability to build a force big enough to deliver the changes we need. And that force is people power. So let's make today the day that we all join together. The day that trade unionists say to climate campaigners that your fight for a sustainable planet is our fight and we will support you. And the day that climate campaigners say to workers, your fight for fair, sustainable jobs is our fight and we will also support you. Because we are the many, they are the few. And when we join together, the ordinary people who care about giving our planet a sustainable future, the climate activists, the anti-poverty campaigners, the community activists, equality campaigners and the trade unionists and all those who are fighting for a fairer future for our kids, we are more powerful than we can dare to imagine. And those in government will bend to our demands. The fight for climate justice and the fight for social justice must go hand in hand. So let's salute all of the workers who have taken strike action across Scotland to defend jobs and defend decent services. Let's salute the anti-cuts campaigners who've been active here in the city of Glasgow. Let's salute the youth climate strikers of the Fridays for Future movement. And let's salute all those campaigning for a fairer future for this global south. And all of those prepared to take action to highlight the issues and call for real system change to our economies. We all share the same cause, and we're the generation that must hold our governments to account. So right here, right now, across the globe, we will stand together and we will fight together and we will use our people power to secure the future that we all deserve. Thank you.
Are you guys ready to build that movement? Are you angry? I can't hear you. Are you angry? Climate change is fast.
Shit, really?
She's from Fridays for Future, Mama, and for the Rise Up movement. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it a hand for Vanessa Nakata!
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. In 2019, I started a project that involves the installation of solar panels and eco-friendly stoves in schools in Uganda. And we have so far done installations in 13 schools. It has been beautiful seeing these schools finally have light and the excitement of the students and the teachers at the end of the installations. It has always been pure joy, and I'm so thankful to everyone supporting this project. However, last evening I received a message from the head teacher from one of the schools, and it read, "Good evening, Vanessa. Thanks for everything. At Butega Primary School, the heavy storm came and destroyed the roofing of our school. We don't know what next." My heart froze, and then he started to send pictures, and I could see the roofs of the classrooms, the iron sheets destroyed, and around six children standing in front of the classroom without the roof, and the head teacher holding the once installed solar panel. Some of the crops from the school farm were also on the ground. It was so devastating to see. And then the head teacher sent me an audio, and some of the hurtful words and striking words he told me were, "We are here in an outcry, as you can see. Yesterday, we had a very strong storm because of the rain. It came when it was so heavy, it has destroyed everything. It has destroyed our crops, the school roof, and our solar which you provided was also put down. We are trying to fix it, but things are not easy. We were so worried about the panel, but I think it was not destroyed. We shall test it and see if it is still working. But all the wires and the bulbs were destroyed. I need someone to tell me how to explain to the head teacher that the strong winds and the heavy rainfall will not stop because the words and promises of leaders do not match their actions. And this is just one example, just one. Many schools are being destroyed because of extreme weather events. I need someone to tell me how to explain to farmers who are losing their crops and farms because of droughts and floods that seem to never end. And leaders continue to open up new coal power plants, construct oil pipelines, and frack gas without paying attention and listening to the voices crying out for help because of the destruction that is happening. That leaders have failed to understand that we cannot eat coal, we cannot drink oil, and we cannot breathe so-called natural gas. Is there anyone among you who can help me explain to girls dropping out of schools, girls being forced into early marriages, women walking long distances to collect water and find food for their families, that the decisions being made by governments right now are only going to increase the challenges that they are facing? The climate and ecological crisis is not just about weather patterns or data points or net zero targets. It's not about statistics. The climate and ecological crisis is about people like the head teacher of that school, real people like the children, real people like you and me. And it is not taking place at some distant point of time. It is happening right now. Yes, we have to keep global temperatures to 1.5 degrees, but it still won't be safe for communities like mine. 1.2 degrees is already hell for us. It's already destruction, it's already suffering, it's already disaster. Any rise will only make things worse. The science is very clear. The most recent IPCC says that in order to avoid the worst impacts of the climate crisis, we have to end the development of all new fossil fuels. Existing developed reserves exceed the 2-degree budget, and oil and gas reserves alone break the 1.5-degree budget. Even the International Energy Association stated in its recent World Energy Outlook report that we cannot have any new fossil fuel development if we are to have a fighting chance of staying below 1.5 degrees. 9 million people are dying prematurely every year from breathing toxic air from the burning of fossil fuels. More than 90% of the world's children breathe unsafe air every day. So first, we need to keep coal, oil, and so-called natural gas in the ground. I am from Kampala, Uganda, a country that has one of the fastest changing climates in the world. And as I've grown up, I've studied more and more about how the climate crisis was already ravaging vast parts of the African continent, which is tragic and ironic when you think about how Africa is the lowest emitter of CO2 emissions of all continents except for Antarctica. Many Africans are losing their lives while countless more have lost their livelihoods. The droughts and floods have left nothing behind for the people, nothing except for pain, agony, suffering, starvation, and death. And a recent World Bank report warned that we could see up to 86 million people displaced in sub-Saharan Africa alone due to rising sea levels, desertification, declining fresh water, and food scarcity. Over the past few months, there have been deadly heat waves and wildfires in Algeria and devastating flooding in countries like Uganda and Nigeria. And the UN has declared that Madagascar is on the brink of the world's first climate change famine. Tens of thousands of people are already suffering catastrophic levels of hunger and food insecurity after 4 years without rain. The climate and ecological crises are already here. A moment. The climate and ecological crises are already here, but so are citizens from around the globe. Leaders rarely have the courage to lead. It takes citizens, people like you and me, to rise up and demand action. And when we do that in great enough numbers, our leaders will move. Until then, we must demand that our leaders treat the climate crisis like a crisis. We must demand that our leaders stop holding meaningless summits and start taking meaningful action. We are all strong together and united, and we can make this happen. Another world is possible. What we have always wanted is possible. We can do this together. We cannot get discouraged after everything we have done. We remain hopeful because another world is formable. Strength and hope is our way forward, and courage. Even deniers will start to see what we see. Their eyes will be opened and enlightened by our persistence and truth, and they won't deny anymore. They'll join us in this fight and demand for this world that we envision. The leaders will listen because they won't have any other option, because the power of the people always wins. Yes, we are unstoppable, and we are going to heal this land. In fact, we are already healing the land with love, grace, and people power. So we should sing, pray, dance, love, protest, organize, mobilize, shout, because another world is possible. And to leaders, governments, and businesses, they must always remember that we are all connected to Earth. Earth is spiritual. Earth has a life of its own. Earth has an intellect. Earth has an understanding. Earth speaks and it can be spoken to. These are words I learned from my spiritual father, Apostle Grace. And the question to leaders is, if Earth is speaking right now, are you listening to the voice of the Earth? Are you listening to what Earth is saying? Thank you, everyone.
Go on, Glasgow, let's hear it for Vanessa Nakati. It's incredible. People are still coming into the Glasgow Green. We've still got people all the way down Argyle Street, all around the country, thousands and thousands of people. And let me just tell you, organised by the COP26 coalition, a coalition of grassroots organisations. And I want to give a big cheer to all the volunteers who've helped put this on today. Grassroots organisations from Glasgow and all over. And one of those organisations and a member of the COP26 coalition that we're really proud is, of course, Migrants Organised for Rights and Empowerment. And there are two comrades I want to introduce. Marvina And somebody who really doesn't need much introduction, Yvonne, stalwarts of migrants organising here in Glasgow, the global south and the global north. Yvonne.
So before I get Yvonne on here, I want to get you warmed up and I need you to rev it up when I speak here. Call and response, are we ready? Decolonize!
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 We don't want your blood money!
We don't want your blood money!
Wanna change the world, honey!
Wanna change the world, honey!
We don't want your blood money!
We don't want your blood money!
Wanna change the world, honey!
Wanna change the world, honey!
What do we want? When do we want it?
Now!
What do we want?
Climate justice!
When do we want it?
Now!
When I say migrants, you say matter. Migrants!
Matter!
Migrants!
Matter!
When I say migrants, you say matter. Migrants!
Matter!
Migrants!
Matter!
This is the energy we need. Give some love to Yvonne!
Thank you so much, everyone, for coming here. The energy is amazing. My name is Yvonne Blake. I'm the co-founder of Migrants Organising for Rights and Empowerment. We're a migrant-led grassroots organisation in Glasgow, and we campaign for asylum-seeking people's access to employment, education, decent housing, and dignity. We should not have to do that, but because of a hostile environment policy, because of a racist immigration system, because of systemic racism, we have to be campaigning so that people can have access to basic needs. People can have access to food. People can have access to clothing. People who are fleeing war-torn countries, war that has been imposed upon countries from the global north. We are here not because we are here by choice. We came here, our blood, sweat and tears build this Glasgow. My ancestors were taken on the River Clyde. We were sold in slavery. We build this country. This country belongs to us, and we will not hide. We will be visible, and we will speak, and you will listen. It is impossible. It is impossible. It is criminal. It is, I can't even find the word to describe it. To speak about climate justice unless you speak about migrant justice, unless you speak about racial justice. There cannot be no climate justice without migrant justice. There cannot be no climate justice without racial justice. The people who create the climate crisis, the racist climate crisis, they are the ones who are sitting in the COP26 negotiations. They are the ones who are expected to bring the change. We do not rely on them to bring the change. It is us who bring the change. The people, we are the change. The people united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated. We will never be defeated. We are the change. Look at us. Look at me. I am the change. We are the change. We bring the change here. And we ask every single person here, just when you go to places and you hear people speaking about Indigenous lives matter, Black lives matter, if you don't see someone who looks like me, it is not about Black lives matter. It is not about Indigenous life matter. What that is doing, that is just replicating the very same structures that get us here. We need to not only wave signs and say Black lives matter. We need to express this in our everyday lives. So when we go to places and we hear people talking, we need to extricate ourselves from those places and allow spaces from the global south, voices from the global south, people from the global south to speak. We need to ensure that our social, we need to ensure that we put our finances where our mouth is. We need to ensure that we put our social capital where our mouth is so that people from the global south, we have the change so that we can come forward and present the change. Thank you so much. A people united
So when I say black lives, you say matter. Black lives. Black lives. When I say black lives, you say matter. Black lives.
Matter.
Black lives.
Matter.
Thank you for that powerful speech, and let's show those world leaders that rain or shine, we will fight for climate justice! Next up, we have an amazing speaker, some of the activists from the front lines of the climate crisis. We have Jetnell Kitchener from the Pacific Climate Warriors, all the way from the Pacific.
Ooh, it's cold. Yahweh Gomaleb! Yahweh! Hello, everybody! I traveled all the way out from my home, the Marshall Islands, so that I can be here with you all today to join the call for climate justice and climate action. And I'm grateful and humbled to be given this platform to speak. The Marshall Islands is located in the northern Pacific Ocean. We are an atoll nation, only 2 meters above sea level, with no mountains like some of the bigger islands, no mountains or higher ground to go to. Some people here will tell you that our very existence is at stake, and up to this COP, I would have said the same thing. With the rising sea level, even half a meter of sea level rise will result in water flooding our islands, and our islands will become unlivable in 20 years. We would just need 2-story walls around our entire islands just to keep the water out. So the physical existence of our islands is what's at stake. That's why I flew all the way here over multiple planes for over 18 hours. That's why I flew for the first time in 2 years since the pandemic began. I haven't left my islands for 2 years since our borders closed during the start of COVID, but I knew the only reason I'd leave is to make sure our message gets here. Thank you. Jesus. Okay. And my message is this: we as a people are not going anywhere. We survived 3 eras of colonialism. We survived over 60 nuclear weapons detonated in our islands during the U.S. nuclear weapons testing program. And let me tell you, we will survive climate change. We refuse to leave. We refuse to go anywhere. And our sovereignty is not up for debate. But we do need collective action. We need the biggest emitters to be held accountable. We need financing to implement the solutions we're developing ourselves. We contribute 0.00005% of the world's global emissions. We did nothing to contribute to this crisis, and we should not have to pay the consequences. Thank you. Yes, nothing. We're looking at extreme solutions to be able to remain in our islands, reclaiming land, elevating our land, and the preliminary cost will be tens of billions of dollars. And we can only adapt so far before there's irreversible loss and damage. And we need separate streams of financing for all of that. We need to keep pressure that COP26 doesn't allow offsets or endanger human rights or the rights of indigenous people. So to close, I'd like to say something about faith. Faith in change. Faith in our youth. Faith in the elders who laid the groundwork, the indigenous, global south, the Pacific and Caribbean islanders who are in there right now holding the line. Faith in this movement, in you all, in collective action. There's a Marshallese legend about a whale that was once taunting a tiny bird, deeming itself dominant, more powerful. That tiny bird gathered a storm of birds, thousands fluttering across the sky, each one gulping down every drop of ocean, leaving the whale stranded, beached, forcing the whale to admit that yes, smallness is a state of mind. Yes, the ocean begins with a single drop, and so too does our faith. Thank you. Should I do the we are not drowning? When I say we are not drowning, we are fighting. We are not drowning. We are not drowning. We are not drowning. Thank you. Gómez-Tagle.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for the Pacific Climate Warriors. Guys, we've all been in isolation for the last few years. It's so nice to see so many people here for a fantastic cause. Big up yourselves for standing out in this beautiful Glasgow weather. Round of applause for yourselves. Guys, hip-hop has always been about social change, and our next performer is one of the best ambassadors of that kind of message. A big welcome, please, for Bristol-born rapper, Disraeli.
How are we doing, lovelies? How are you feeling out there in the gorgeous weather? Man, there's so much to be freaking angry about right now, isn't there? Make some noise if you're angry. Friends of the Earth released a report last week to say it's not just Cambo that's in the pipeline, the picture for new fossil fuel projects that are in the pipeline. There are 40 new fossil fuel projects in the pipeline in the UK alone. There is plenty to be angry about, but I think that what actually brought us here today, more than anything else, is love. It's the people that we love. I know what brought me here today is my two sons. I got twin sons. They're 11 months old. They're called Idris and Paco. And they're the reason I'm standing on this stage today. So let's just all reconnect with that for just a second. On the count of 3, I want you all to shout out the name of someone that you're here for today. Someone that you love, that you're here for, their future, their present. 1, 2, 3. Oi! I'm going to ask you to do a little bit more audience participation as well. This one's really simple. It goes, rise, keep the moon ship rising, must rise. Something has died in your eyes, so come on, rise. Kiddies and creatures alike, the sunrise is fucking godly wonder. These are your times. I say rise, you say rise, rise, rise. With all your heart and energy as if it could warm you from the inside, rise. Keep the moon ship rising, must rise. Something has died in your eyes, so come on, right. Kiddies and creatures alike, the sunrise is fucking godly wonder. These are your times. Let's run the beats. Can you hear me back there? Hey, there we go. Get loosened, get loosened. Bouncing is the best cure for rain. What? Little lunatic, you save a mouth dog. Claiming now you're pacing round, taking out glocks. What about encapsulating human ways you're proud of? Shine like the bonnets down at Avon-mouth dogs. It's a short existence, man, think a minute on it. Some of us sweating, others of us chasing wiki profits. Summer of recession, got a case of shitty frosters. Case of bollock and drug-related willy problems. But we're taking little losses, constant living godless. Some of us rot in civil offices and little boxes. Others of us nibble after dinner lobster, sipping frosted vodka, clinking crystal goblets for the things accomplished. If you're in, I'm on it. I'm feeling big today. Let's spray our faith across the city for the kids to clock it. It's not a product, it's a little bit of something honest. It's not a product, it's a little bit of something honest. And that is rarer than you ever would believe, bruh. We're sheeped up, so very many shepherds have deceived us. I'm sick of sheep dip. Please listen, these kids have written so much deep shit. You'll drown if you don't perceive it. They're getting close to Jesus. That's the power of proclaiming. The one power that's ours for the taking. That have 1,000 ounces of uranium contained within the boundaries of the cranium. Spraying from the mountains or from stadium stages. Staying in a blaze of 50 kilowatt lasers. Spin it to the cosmos till the gods taste it. You phosphorescent volcanic blow the roof. Give me anecdotes so potent, mathematics don't confuse the God particles. Combine to form compounds. With life forms of electrified water. What now? Fuck it. Let's push it to the outskirts of possible galacticality. Everybody move your molecules right. Keep the moon ship rising, come on right. Something has died in your eyes, so come on right. Kiddies and creatures alike, the sunrise is fucking godly wonder. These are your times, so right. Keep the moon ship rising, come on right. Come on right. Kiddies and creatures alike, the sunrise is fucking godly wonder. These are your times, so right. Lifting off the surface of planet Earth, spiraling upwards. It's too much, it's too much. It's all love, it's all love. Your face is traces of a truth you carry that I love to know. And I wish you'd tell me, but I have a hunch you won't. Cause it's safer innit, hid behind your puppet show. Hunch with your two fists talking in your knuckles broke. Love don't protect you, but I bet 100 notes punch doesn't get Judy. He gets a bloody nose, so maybe just for once, sonny, give the sun a go. Are you a shooting star or a running joke? Dickhead with your swagger and your banner saying drugs are so wicked. With your mash up bladder flaccid as a punch at home. In your grubby coat of shivers like a swan below. Singing where's the money, mother, where'd the money go? I'm on a hillock with a gullet full of ones and O's, trying to conjure something dope for my country folk. Yelling fuck the front page, check your frontal lobe. Check the substances in which they cut your code. Blood and injustice. And on another note, son, it's summer street, the streets and all your underclothes. Stuff your stomach, speak your piece before the summer goes. Speak your secret griefs in psychedelic colour codes. Speak the lions that are lying in your undergrowth. They will keep you flying long after the clubs are closed. Cause you a giant similar to when the sun implodes. Truth has a sledgehammer for your funny bones, right? Keep the moon shit rising, come on, right? Yeah, these are creatures that lie, come on, right? Yeah, these are creatures that lie. The sunrise is fucking godly wonder. These are your times, come on, right? Keep the moon shit rising, come on, right? Yeah, these are creatures that lie, come on, right? Something has died in your eyes. The sunrise is godly wonder. These are your times, come on. We are getting off our knees now. We are getting off our knees. It's too much, it's too much love. We're getting off our knees now, right? Kiddies are creatures that like the sunrise. It's fucking godly wonder. These are your times to come on, right? Keep the moon shit rising, come on, right? Kiddies are creatures that like, come on, right? Something has died in your eyes. The sunrise is fucking godly wonder. These are your times, so come on, rise.
Are y'all ready to rise? We have to remember that the fight for climate justice has to be anti-colonialist, anti-imperialist, and anti-fascist. And so our next performer is someone who's coming all the way from Chile, Ana Teju.
Hello, thank you so much, and I'm deeply grateful to be here today on the stage and sharing with people from everywhere. I've seen so many flags that make so many sense, like I see the Palestinian flag, and to understand that for us in Latin America, like, we want Palestine free, because your fight is our fight, because we understand that this battle is an international battle. And to understand that this amazing committee that invited me today, that is La Minga, that came from all America, from Alaska to Patagonia, people all over America, and people from Ecuador, Chile, Bolivia, Argentina, and represent the indigenous people that are learning and teaching to us what is about humanity and life. We are here for love and life. That is the goal. And to understand that we got one enemy. We can have so many differences between all of us, but we got one enemy, that is death. And this problem is against death and for life. So thank you so much to invite me and to be part, to learn. And we got to learn to be, like, to listen to each other. This is about commitment, we say, la puta madre. This is about, like, to listen to us and to have another way to make a world, another world without racism, without colonialism, and antifascistas siempre. And because without that, we can have that fight. So that song that I will perform, and then I will give this mic to other people to share the stage with other friends and colleagues, hermano y hermana, is about that. This song is called Antifa, Antifascism. So you can put the track, baby.
Solo los flights de los caras de nana, los caras de nada. Somos los patis pelados, los kumas, los choros y que más. Somos los choros, los flights de los caras de nana, nada. Somos los choros, los flights de los caras de nana, los caras de nada. Pa' mí que tu izquierda siempre fue derecha, me da la sospecha que tú te aprovechas, tú nada cosecha, ni prende la vela, ni ahí con tu escuela no te prendo vela. Anda y escucha la lucha descafeinado, tremenda truta. Ya no hay excusa para hacer blanducha, no se me confunda. Buena capucha, upacay, ¿cómo estás? No necesito estar high, este sistema se cae si tú no compras. Upacay, ¿cómo estás? No necesito estar high, este sistema se amigo de todo, un amigo de nadie. Cántalo suave, lucha de clase. Cómo se hace la llave y el pase. Va que todo esto se cabe. Todo se sabe, todo se... Irak, Haití, Chile combate a liberar este mundo completo. Si tocan a uno, tocan el pueblo. Internacionalista, anticolonialista, contra dominación. Antifascista, internacionalista, anticolonialista, contra dominación. Antifascista. Upacay, ¿cómo estáis? No necesito estar high. Este sistema se cae si tú no compras. Upacay, ¿cómo estáis? No necesito estar high. Este sistema se cae si tú no compras. ¡Walmapu libre! ¡Fuera Piñera! ¡Make some noise, Glasgow! Dance, 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 dance. Papi chulo, somos los flightes, los cara de nada. Somos los chulos y que más. Somos los cholos, los cara de nada. Somos los chulos. ¡Fuera Piñera! Thank you so much. Thank you. Gracias. And freedom to Palestina en Walmapu libre. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I do not know how to follow up from that amazing performance. Are you guys all hyped up for that? And one of our next speakers does not need any introduction at all. They're coming up. Are you guys ready? Let's hear some noise. No need for any introductions. Let's listen to the defenders of the earth, our indigenous peoples themselves, the true environmental defenders.
Somos povos indígenas do mundo inteiro. Somos mulheres indígenas. Somos resistência.
We are indigenous peoples from across the world. We're indigenous women and we are resistance.
Nós, povos indígenas, povos originários, somos as maiores autoridades do planeta.
Indigenous peoples are the biggest authorities of this world.
Nossos territórios detêm 82% da biodiversidade que existe viva no mundo e que segura a vida de todos vocês.
Our territories hold over 82% of the biodiversity on this planet, and that holds life for all of us.
Nós estamos aqui para dizer que estamos cansados de acordos. Queremos que acordem para o papel que nós, povos indígenas, contribuímos para toda a humanidade.
And we're tired of hearing about agreements that are only on paper. What we want is for the world to awaken to understand the role that we play in protecting the planet.
Nós não temos mais muito tempo. As árvores falam, a água fala, os pássaros falam e a terra está gritando, a terra está pedindo socorro, mas os governos não estão escutando.
We don't have any more time. The trees are speaking, the rivers are speaking, the birds are speaking, the earth is speaking, and it's crying out, we do not have more time.
Nós, povos indígenas do mundo inteiro, nós somos os porta-vozes da Mãe Terra.
We indigenous peoples of this world, we are the spokespeople of Mother Earth.
Não temos mais muito tempo. A emergência climática já é uma realidade. Nosso povo está morrendo. Nosso povo está sendo queimado. Está sendo queimado pelos governos. No Brasil, Bolsonaro está legitimando o genocídio. Fora Bolsonaro! Fora Bolsonaro, genocida! Nós estamos aqui lutando contra a mineração nos nossos territórios, contra o garimpo ilegal, contra a contaminação de nossas águas, contra o desmatamento de nossas florestas.
We are here fighting against mining on our lands, fighting against illegal mining on our lands that's ruining our waters and our lands. We're fighting against deforestation, and we're fighting against the destruction of our territories.
O nosso corpo dói e o nosso espírito chora quando vê as crianças Yanomamis morrendo contaminada pelo mercúrio da mineração.
Our bodies are in pain and our souls are crying when we see young Yanomami children being sucked up and killed by illegal miners.
Não acreditamos nas falsas soluções. Dinheiro não vai resolver a destruição do planeta. Nós queremos que nossos povos, que nossos territórios sejam escutados.
And we want to find solutions. We are the solution. And we want to have that understood that we are the solution and we don't want any more pollution of our lands.
É hora da mudança. É hora da retomada. A retomada do afeto e da solidariedade no mundo inteiro.
And this is the time that we have to reoccupy, we have to retake the world, and we have to retake and rebuild solidarity across the world.
E por isso convidamos todo com um chamado global para o reflorestar mentes.
And this is why we're calling on the whole world to reforest our minds.
É hora de reflorestar os nossos corações, o nosso pensamento e também as nossas ações.
This is the time that we have to reforest our minds, reforest our thoughts, and reforest our hearts. It's time for action.
Os governos, os líderes governamentais precisam mudar de atitude urgente. E a sociedade precisa mudar sua forma de consumo.
Governments need to change radically now, and consumption patterns also need to change.
Somente a conscientização dos humanos vai curar a Mãe Terra.
Only by building our consciousness are we going to cure Mother Earth.
A hora de agir é agora. Não temos planeta B.
The time to act is now. We have no planet B.
A luta pela Mãe Terra é a mãe de todas as lutas. A luta pela Mãe Terra é a mãe de todas as lutas. A luta pela Mãe Terra é a mãe de todas as lutas. Fora! Fora Bolsonaro! Demarcação! Já! Demarcação! Já! Demarcação! Já!
Thank you so much to our indigenous defenders.
Erehé Nhauit! Erehé! Erehé! Ontem fez 6 anos de crime da companhia Vale de Mineração Samarc BHP, que matou o meu rio Atu de Minas Gerais. O meu rio está morto por causa da mineração que matou meu rio. E agora nós vamos fazer um ritual sagrado com a força e a voz de todas as mulheres indígenas aqui presentes, porque ninguém está na luta sozinho. Todas nós somos unidos. Ereré? E o nosso rio Atu pode estar morto, mas dentro da gente, as águas que correm estão vivas. Eu honro vocês. Ereré? Ô Atu! Ô Atu! Minha aré, minha aré. Ô Atu! Ô Atu! Minha aré, minha aré. Ô Atu! Ô Atu! Minha aré, minha aré, minha aré, minha aré. Ô Atu! Ô Atu! Minha aré, minha aré, minha aré. But erehényawit.
Thank you so much. Our program is about to end, but that doesn't mean that our fight for climate justice is ending today. To close our event, we have an amazing long-time climate and racial justice activist, director of War on One, and one of the founders of the COP26 coalition, Hassan Rehman. Let's give it up!
Thank you, sisters, brothers. And thank you to everybody in the COP26 coalition. It's been an absolutely amazing effort today. I just wanted to say, and to all of our amazing speakers, when we set up the COP26 coalition, we said we would platform the voices of the Global South and we would bring their demands. And today you've heard all of our movements, sisters and brothers from around the Global South. Friends, today, not hundreds, not thousands, but millions of people are taken to the streets. We've organised 306 mobilisations from South Korea to Uganda, from Brazil to Philippines, and in every town and city in this country. At least 500,000 people taken to the streets in this country. Black, brown and indigenous, young and old, workers and frontline communities. Not just marching, but building. And we are building a movement here for climate justice. A movement so powerful and so diverse. A movement that is going to refuse to say and turn its back to those already dying from these crises. Those already losing their homes and their livelihoods. Not next year, not in decades to come, but already now and today. This movement is not going to accept that we are going to allow the peoples of the Global South to be sacrificed for profit. We're not going to allow them to create a wall of walls and fences where the rich seek safety and they leave the poor to burn. Friends, this movement is all of you. It's all of us. And we, in every corner of the world, are saying with one loud voice, the era of injustice is over. And inside that conference of polluters, where the climate criminals are sitting in their negotiating rooms, hiding behind barbed wire and fences and lines of police, locking us out of the negotiations as their big business friends cook up the books, we're not going to accept their suicide pact for people and the planet. They can pretend to act. They can pretend to act. They can make all the hollow promises they can make. But we know they want to dig and burn their way out of this crisis, to pour more oil onto the fuels of injustice. And it's incredible. When you're inside that negotiation, you hear time and time again that from the richest countries in the world who've caused this climate crisis, our coffers are empty. We can't even meet the paltry 100 billion in climate finance when they're giving trillions out to the banks and to the fossil fuel industries. Well, I have a solution. tax the rich, tax the corporations. And friends, I'm so proud that we're all standing here in Glasgow, because the story of Glasgow is not the story of the climate negotiations or the story of the Conference of the Polluters. It's the story of us, the conference of people. And I want to pay tribute to the people of Glasgow and Scotland, because those of us who live in this country know in the moments of darkness, you have time and time again have given us hope. From the crofters fighting for land rights, just as today Indian farmers fight against corporate giants, to the Glasgow rent strikes fighting for the right to housing, just as our shack dweller movements in South Africa fight for the right to housing, from Red Clydeside to the can't pay, won't pay movement against the poll tax, to the GMB workers on strike at this moment. And who in this country, whose heart couldn't have been filled with pride when the people of Glasgow took to the streets and said, we will not allow our neighbours to be deported. Whilst our government was sending warships into the seas to push back those who are fleeing injustice and letting them drown in the sea. Friends, some people say this system is broken. It was never broken. It was rigged. It was created to make this way, to make the rich richer and leave billions to go hungry. Food banks in the global north and famine in the global south. So what we've got to do, comrades, sisters and brothers, is that we have to remember there's nobody coming to save us. We are the ones that are needed. We are the ones that are going to create this world. We are the ones that are going to tear down this rotten system and tear down its walls. And we're going to build a new world, one of love and solidarity, where no one goes hungry, where no one is locked into poverty, where we fight for the rights of everybody, where we fight for the right for an NHS in this country and a global NHS everywhere, where we fight for workers' rights in this country and workers' rights all around the world. A world where absolutely everybody can live in dignity and with harmony. But friends, that world can't be built on the back of exploiting others. Where they see profit, we have to see solidarity. Where they seek power for themselves, we seek power for our people. So I'm not going to tell you about all the injustices. You've heard all of them from all of our speakers. But I'm going to say that what our call is not just to cut carbon, it's to cut injustice. And that what we're not demanding here is not charity, is not even debt, it is reparations for the crimes that have been committed against the people of the global south. And we know what needs to be done. We need to limit temperatures to below 1.5. That means rich countries have got to have real zero targets by 2030. We need climate finance on the table. We need rich countries to accept liability for the damage that they've caused to the global south. And friends, we need to go beyond that. We need to go beyond that. We need to call for a radical global Green New Deal, a just transition and a justice transition. We need to transform this world. So friends, as we end tonight and you go home, and I hope you all go home safely, remember, today was not the end. Today was the beginning of a new climate justice movement in this country. And a movement that makes a promise today that it will stand in solidarity with our friends and sisters and brothers in the global south. We will act in solidarity and we will take on our own government, our banks and corporations, those that are responsible for fueling this crisis. So friends, thank you ever so much, and to everybody in the COP26 coalition. And I just want to end by saying a couple of words about the coalition. The coalition brought together environmental justice groups, trade unions, faith organisations, Black Lives Matter movements, climate strikers, you name it, and we weave together a new movement, a new climate justice movement. And that, it was an incredible endeavour, especially in the midst of this pandemic, where we've seen what the rich want to do, hoard their vaccines while millions are dying all around the world. And it's been an incredible effort. It's been an incredible effort. But behind every movement, there is always a handful of people who have dedicated every waking minute for the last 2 years on building this coalition. And some of them are here in their volunteer bibs. Juan, Camille, Tess, Mim, there are so many, Julia, there's so many, and they need an immense round of applause for the work that they have done. But remember, this is not the end. This is not the end, because from tomorrow, we start our People's Summit. So once they cook the books, we will be meeting, building our alternatives, building our movement. So please go to the People's People's Summit from tomorrow. Go to the movement assemblies. And if you want to hear more, we know many of our people weren't able to attend Glasgow. So tonight from 7:30, we have a digital rally with the likes of Naomi Klein, with the likes of Lydie Nackbill, our movement leaders from the Global South who are locked out of these climate negotiations. They'll be online. Please join them. And now, thank you, and thank you to everybody and all the amazing staff. Because as I pointed out at the beginning, this morning we had an amazing stage. Within an hour, because of the weather, we had to take down this stage and rebuild a new stage. It was an incredible amount of effort by a small number of people. And so thank you to all the COP26 volunteers. But most of all, thank you to all of you. You are the hope. And as Rebecca Solnit says, hope is not a lottery ticket that we're sitting on the sofa with. Hope is the axe with which we break through the door. So let's be the axe. Let's be the hope. Thank you. And friends, we really need you to start leaving, because we're told our friends, the police, are telling us we have to clear this march and clear the park, and we'd like to do it safely and orderly. So friends, please start making your way out. I hope you have a safe and an amazing evening tonight and get home safely. And thank you to everybody who's travelled from all over Scotland, from every part of Glasgow and from around the country. This struggle continues. Oh, that one there.
Hi, beautiful people. My name is Chris Jones, and I'm going to be introducing a science channel for COP26.tv. So our goal is really simple. We're going to be talking to scientists from across the UK, and we're going to be looking at the current research with regard to climate change and trying to understand why 2050 is probably a deeply inappropriate target, and breaking down the science for you so that it is really, really easy for you to explain to other people and for you to understand and make decisions yourselves. So I'm here with a fantastic scientist from Imperial College studying atmospheric pollution, Pete Knapp. So hi, Pete.
Hi, good to speak to you.
So I'm going to kind of get stuck in straight away. So why atmospheric pollution? Why study atmospheric pollution?
Well, my project is not as broad, not as specific as atmospherics. My work is predominantly on air quality, but it's not really about atmospherics. It's about the charge distributions of breath aerosol. And when we breathe out, we breathe out some particles that you can see and some particles that you can't see. And the particles that you can't see, we don't know very much about in terms of how well they're charged, so they're kind of static, whether they're positive or negative. And that's really important because that tells you how they move, how they stick to things, how quickly they grow, and that kind of stuff. But that idea expands into atmospherics as well. So the charge of an aerosol in the ambient atmosphere can determine how quickly it grows and where it moves. And those things are really important when we discuss climate. So my project is actually not related to climate, to atmospherics, but the outcome of the research will be relevant to that.
Fantastic. And in terms of like your knowledge and research, I mean, you know, I've read some of your research, and you've been talking about like different sources of pollution, so obviously relevant to what you're studying. And something that kind of comes to my mind is, you know, what are the biggest sources of sort of pollution that you're aware of?
Yeah, that's a really good question, because it varies so much depending on where you are and when you are as well. So I spent 3 years working as a maths teacher in Beijing, and that's where I got most of my interest in air pollution. I looked out the window and sometimes I couldn't see the next building. And it took me a year of being there before I realized that it was air pollution. I thought it was kind of mist or just the climate there or something, but no, it was pollution. And it's a big mixture of stuff. In Beijing, the predominant component I thought was from coal-fired power stations. And even though I know that that's a big contributor, in the cities, it's also home cooking and home heating. So the way that people cook and eat in Beijing varies massively dependent on wealth. So a lot of the people there who are burning things in their home, that pollutes the streets, and because Beijing is kind of in a basin, it sticks in there and it doesn't move very easily. And we might think that that's just an issue with Beijing, but in the UK we have serious issues with combustion as well. So in the UK, 8% of homes burn wood, but it causes 40% of the primary pollutants in the air. So combustion of fossil fuels is a big deal, but combustion of wood in the UK is an enormous contributor to air pollution here. Now, in different countries, we have different major sources of air pollution. So in the Sahara, we're going to see air pollution predominantly from sand blowing around. Whereas in Europe, the biggest contributors tend to come from agriculture. And that's a bit of an interesting one, because the ammonia that's used in agriculture mixes with nitrous oxides from traffic, and it mixes with sulfur oxides from coal and other combustion of fossil fuels. When they mix together, they produce a pollutant that is really quite bad for our health. So when you have a mixture of agriculture and cities, they combine to make a pollution that is really quite toxic in London and in major cities. But the main driver for that is in agriculture, in the way that they use ammonia there. But by cutting down on traffic as well, that cuts down one of the components of what is the predominant source of air pollution in the UK.
Right. So we've got kind of wood burning, coal burning, which are still kind of predominant sources of heat in a big parts of the world. You know, where I'm in Wales, we're in a kind of basin, and we have that kind of. There is a definite difference when you drive into it. You can actually feel it in the air. As an asthmatic myself, I can feel that in the air. And then you've got the sources of agriculture, and then the combining with the sort of vehicle pollution as well. What component, you know, so we've got vehicles on the road. What about air travel and sea travel? What sort of...
So in terms of air travel, this is another really important fact. We don't know enough about aviation pollution to argue for airport expansions, and we don't have a very good measurement for what's called ultrafine particles. They are so small that a lot of the typical measurement tools, the sensors that we use around the UK, are not well equipped to measure this type of pollution. It's too small. But they come out of planes a lot. And when for Heathrow, for example, the flight path for landing and takeoff really covers all of London, right? Millions of people living there, and we're all unaware of the ultrafine pollution that's raining down from airplanes and surrounding airports. This is one component of the problem with aviation fuels. Contrails, again, are one of the potentially warming or potentially cooling aspects of aviation. My supervisor, in fact, was interviewed by the BBC, and an article of his came out in the news today about that. And when we talk about shipping, the fuels that shipping uses are really low grade. And with low grade fuels, when you burn them, you get a lot of sulfur oxides coming out. And they are a driver of acid rain, and they also a precursor of what's called PM 2.5, which is a type of pollution which is like a very small, fine dust. And when that gets into your lungs, it can go into your blood, goes from your blood into your organs, and from your organs it can cause organ failure, it can cause strokes, cancers, disease, heart disease. You know, if you look at the biggest causes of death on the WHO, a lot of those can be attributed to what's caused from air pollution. And in fact, 1 in 5 deaths is attributed to air pollution around the world. So it's a really big issue. When we look at shipping, especially with cruises, when we have a look around Norway, south of Spain, Italy, and if you have a look at a map of that, a pollution map of those areas, they get really stung with air pollution from cruises. So yeah, pollution from shipping, pollution from cruises. I mean, cruises also pollute the oceans by dumping all of their raw sewage and all the rest of it. So yeah, there's a lot to think about. But one of the issues I think with a lot of these things is that you need to have so much awareness to know what the problems are. You know, someone who's going on a cruise may not even consider air pollution, rightfully so.
And they're probably not going to mention it in their sales brochures.
Of course not.
So that's why this conversation is quite an important one then, to highlight that.
Yeah. Even though I don't suppose everyone who's going to go on a cruise is going to watch this, and anyone going on a cruise is going to have an awareness, the issues are going to be solved by, I would argue, more regulation on the fuels that they use. And in other words, to give people fewer options. Right? it's giving people the right options. People will have that sense of freedom when they know that the options that they can choose from. You don't have to think about spending that evening researching whether it's going to be ethical or ecocidal. That's not an expectation that should be given to the public, but it should be dealt with, I think, in government.
You mentioned something earlier about contrails either heating or cooling. And I've heard that there are some other sort of chemicals that can either have a heating or a cooling effect, and obviously that's kind of relevant to climate change and obviously the global warming that we're focusing on and what COP is focusing on. So, are there any sort of pollution particulates that have an effect on temperature?
Yeah, if you have a contrail, it depends on the time of day and the altitude that they're created, and they can either be warming or cooling, and by shifting when and where flights are taking off or landing or cruising, that can have a big effect on the cooling effect that they could potentially have. But I don't think the magnitude of that cooling effect is going to be strong enough to deal with the kinds of warming that we'll see from increasing carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. There's a big lag in warming and carbon in the atmosphere, carbon dioxide. So the 420 or whatever it is parts per million in the atmosphere at the moment of CO2 does not reflect the temperature that we're currently seeing.
Yeah.
So the temperature that this concentration will reflect, we don't know when that's going to happen. But when you look at the paleo record, when you see the kinds of this kind of carbon dioxide level and correlate it to a temperature, it's about 3 degrees. So the idea of 2050, the idea of 1.5 degrees, is not taking into account the lag of how long it's going to take before we see the temperatures of the current levels of carbon dioxide. So having mitigation like contrails or carbon capture is, I think, a good way of trying to get rid of the carbon dioxide, but it's definitely not a way to mitigate burning more fossil fuels, which is how all of these companies are using it, right?
Absolutely.
So carbon capture should be a way of reducing the 420 parts per million as much as possible, because we have no idea about what temperature we're going to get to with these levels and how long it's going to take to get there.
There are other contributing chemicals as well, aren't there? Such as methane.
Yeah.
That contribute to global warming, and you mentioned about agriculture. Are there any other sources that maybe people might think are positive, or any other sources of methane that may be a surprising source that we haven't necessarily taken into account or think about?
Yeah, methane contributes around, I think it's around a quarter of, or maybe a fifth of the total global warming factor of greenhouse gases. That is a quick and easy win in terms of reducing the amount of methane that's released into the atmosphere. A significant proportion of that comes from agriculture, and shifting patterns in having a more plant-based diet would make a massive difference to that, except for rice, right? So rice produces a lot of methane. So when we're thinking about becoming vegan, we should be thinking also about, whether we're eating foods that contribute to global warming. It's not just animal products, right?
Mm-hmm.
When we have a look at the different gases that contribute in terms of the greenhouse effect, F gases are one of the things that used to be a big problem with ozone layer.
What are F gases?
Yeah, F gases are a family of gases which can have up to 100,000 times equivalent of carbon dioxide for every molecule. And they...
so are they things like chlorofluorocarbons?
That's right, yeah. So HFCs, HFAs, the kinds of things that we used to have in fridges, and then they were banned, CFCs. And surprisingly, some of those gases were still used in Nike Air trainers. There wasn't air in there. It was a kind of air gas that ate away the ozone layer, massively so. So much that they had to stop using it. So that tiny amount of gas in there was a really big issue. I'm sorry, I've forgotten the main question you asked. If you can remind me.
Yeah. So the main question was about F gases, and then we were talking about the various different contributing factors. For example, methane to CO2, and you were saying.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. So methane's an interesting one because it depends on the time scale that you look at it. If you look at it over 100 years, it's about 20 times, I think, around 20 times as potent as carbon dioxide. But 100-year timescales is relevant over 100 years, but we're thinking more about the immediate term, and over the next 20 years, it's about 80 times as potent as carbon dioxide because it decays much more quickly. So when we hear politicians talking about methane and they say well, it's 20 times as potent, it is over a timescale that I think is too long. We need to be thinking about the effect that it has on these shorter timescales. Now, when we think about the permafrost in the boreal region in Russia, that they contain a lot of methane. And when they melt, that will release an awful lot of that methane. And that is a real danger because we can't stop that. We can't go around the whole region and light matches to burn all this methane to carbon dioxide. That would be a lot less potent. But even then, it's still carbon dioxide. So the way that the permafrost is melting is not linear. In other words, it might suddenly accelerate. And if it does that, then we'll be in serious trouble. So we have these kind of feedback loops that are out of our control, that we are not including in our mitigation strategies. We're just talking about how much we are putting into the atmosphere. We're not thinking about what potential other sources could suddenly open a Pandora's box of other greenhouse gases that are out of our control, that need to be included in the totals that are going to be in the atmosphere.
Yeah, I was just thinking. You mentioned a while back about the paleo record. Would you just mind explaining a little bit about what that is? Because obviously, it's quite a significant thing for our understanding of temperature records, is it not?
Yeah, you're right. If we were to have a look at over the past, let's say 20,000 years, we can see the carbon dioxide levels going up and down with a kind of a cycle. And then we had this Holocene period. Over the last 10,000 years, this kind of cycling stopped and it stabilized. The temperature stabilized for about 10,000 years. And that was what enabled human civilization to grow, to get what we have today, to predict the weather and the seasons. And that allowed us to settle and create cities. So instead of foraging for food for 15 people in a tribe, we were thinking about having a farm to feed 1,000 people. So that stability enabled human civilization as we know it to happen. Only over the last 150 years has suddenly the spike out of totally unprecedented in the record happened. We know all of this data from ice cores. When you drill through ice, the ice has been produced with layers over time, and they have tiny little bubbles inside. And when you look at the bubbles, the air inside the bubbles, you can determine how much carbon dioxide there was.
You can see that yourself if you just make ice cubes in the fridge.
That's right.
You know.
Yeah.
You can look at the bubbles. You know, when you're so that's a.
Yeah, it's a nice little home experiment to do. But yeah, these little bubbles of gas can tell you about the composition of the atmosphere at different times, and the temperature as well. But yeah, this stability allowed human civilization, and we just kicked ourselves right out of that stable zone. And that's why people are talking about the fate of human civilization, because when we've disrupted it so much, suddenly seasons are going to change, the weather is going to change, the ability to grow food is going to change. All of those things that we were using to our benefit as human civilization are now being thrown out of the window. And so when we talk about the fate of human civilization, it really is the fate of it. And we can see that when we look at the record. If we were to look back before even Homo sapiens were on Earth, the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere didn't get anywhere near where we are now for 3 million years. Yeah, it's crazy the amount of carbon dioxide that's in the atmosphere now. We don't see it because of this lag thing I was talking about, but it's soon going to catch up with us.
I guess reference to the sort of lag concepts and things like that. Some people may have misinterpretations of the science, whether that be deliberate or accidental. Are there any sort of common myths that come up, or anything that you kind of hear from maybe students or in general discussions that kind of are worth talking about and addressing?
Yeah, working at Imperial College, a lot of the students want to work for the big companies. The big companies, no doubt, are going to be fossil fuel related in some way, whether that be banks or fossil fuel companies themselves. And there is even here a total misconception of what these companies know, and it's almost as though students here feel that if they were to work for a company like that, all they'd need to do is educate them about the climate crisis and they would sort it out. Right, so they've known about the effect of greenhouse gases since the 50s. And we know in 1988, the Shell report, the greenhouse gas, really explicitly said, if we put more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, human civilization might be at risk, right? So they've known about this for decades. They've chosen
and ExxonMobil as well.
Yeah.
ExxonMobil were had a similar sort of report as well.
Right. And I would say a really big misconception here is that these fossil fuel companies are good at heart, and they will do the right thing as long as they know what they need to do. This concept of greenwash is so dangerous. You can see all of their marketing about, we're doing our best about the climate crisis. Meanwhile, they're funding coal extraction at a much greater scale than they're doing anything about it. That takes quite a lot of time to figure out. And it sounds like a conspiracy theory when you just say it without any evidence. But if you look at the way that the discourse has changed from fossil fuel companies and banks and people who rely on a toxic product to make profits, they all follow the same rule book. And it was about doubting the science. And now they can't do that anymore. It's about delaying the science. It's about delaying action. So there's a big shift in how they have been trying to keep their business as usual. And the students here don't know that and don't see it.
I guess that's kind of where a lot of the narrative around the 2050 is coming out. Okay, so we'll delay it to 2050 when in reality 2025 is the sort of goal that we should be having, right?
I unfortunately I think it's even more complicated than that. because I think the UK has blown our budget. And so I think have many countries. Other countries, if we were to talk about a global budget, have more in the bank. But I think that Western countries, if you look at cumulative emissions, have blown our budget. And I don't think that our government has taken that on board. And rather than having targets about getting to certain carbon emissions and using loads of tricks like tree planting schemes, which might even have a 5% success rate, when those statistics aren't taken into account, these targets become meaningless. And it's about saying, we will do this so that we can mess around now. That's the totally wrong way to deal with it. Instead, it should be, we're going to do something now so that if we have the budget, we can do something in the future. It's backwards in my view. And the idea of other countries having more in their carbon budget than we do, that hasn't come across in any of the discussions I've heard.
And I've read recently about like the issues with regard to almost carbon offsetting, that sometimes that these projects have very good kind of goals in mind, like planting trees, but sometimes trees get affected by disease. So you're almost banking on this fantastic solution that ends up, like Dutch elm disease wiping out all the trees, or even acid rain destroying the roots of trees and wiping out whole swathes of these carbon storage systems. So those things that we are possibly relying on are problematic. Another thing that I recently, I think it was on the news, was talking about plastic waste, and so countries like China and Singapore, the Philippines are now sending back the waste to countries like the UK and the United States, and sending back hundreds of thousands of tons of waste because it can't be recycled, and they don't want to be the world's recycling bin. So what do we do with all of that waste?
Yeah, that's a good question. The UK produces per capita the second highest rate of plastic consumption in the world after the USA. It's estimated around 2 billion tons of waste is produced around the globe every year, and half of that's burned. Now, it doesn't matter where it's burned in terms of atmospherics, right? So if it goes into the atmosphere, then it goes into the atmosphere. And the UK's approach to our big waste problem is about giving it to, or selling it to other countries to burn instead of us, so that we don't include it in our carbon emissions.
That seems a little bit messed up.
It is totally,
and very deceptive.
We saw in the Earthshot Prize that was televised, which I wasn't very happy with. One of the solutions that they spent about 10-15 minutes on within the hour-long show was an incinerator in Denmark that they had put this plastic grass ski slope on. So they were focusing on the ski slope and saying, oh, now this flat country has a ski slope, isn't that great? Which is literally carpeted over burning plastic. And they're all named eco parks because when you burn plastic, you can produce electricity. And in the UK, we get about 2% of our electricity from incineration. But what we don't think about is the air pollutants that come out of these things. Incinerators are 3 times more likely to be built in poorer areas. There's health effects that come with that. So rather than the solution being how can we reduce consumption and waste? It's how can we sweep it under the rug?
So, well, I mean, it's been an interesting but also quite disturbing talk, and I hope that over the course of COP, that maybe some actual solutions to some of these issues and are taken into account. Any sort of final thoughts that you'd like to leave people with, or any sort of extra source of information that people can start having a look at based on what we've talked about today?
Yeah, I've written up a lot of the things that I've mentioned here in a easier format, and it's got a lot more information and links to the papers where I got the statistics from. And you can find that if you go to a search engine and type "scientists for XR air pollution," it'll come up. So that's a good resource. And if you have conversations with people about statistics around, especially in the UK, about burning wood, that would really help to curb this fashion that's killing people.
Thank you very much. Well, that was an amazing conversation, Pete. Thank you very much for your valuable time, and hopefully see you soon.
Pleasure. Cheers.
Thanks for joining us here on Rally in Scotland. We are live streaming direct from the banks of the Clyde in Glasgow, where we're here with a French activist action this morning. French activists from the group Action Non Violent, COP21. And they're here to call out the French government for their inaction on climate change, and indeed for Emmanuel Macron's miscommunication about climate change and his continued investment in fossil fuels, despite this being the country that hosted the Paris Climate Agreement in 2015, 6 years now since that date. And indeed, since that date, there's been huge emissions, rising emissions from France, in total contravention of their what they promised for at the Paris Agreement. The activists are claiming that Emmanuel Macron's programme for climate action is catastrophic, in their words, and accuse him of greenwashing and misinformation. But this isn't just their words. The Haut Conseil pour le Climat, the High Council for the Climate, which was created by Macron, has criticised him for the gap between his rhetoric and climate strategy being put in place.
Je vais faire un ou deux trucs de presse, ça vous a dit pas là.
From France, the activists have brought with them portraits of Emmanuel Macron. Which have been taken in a non-violent way from the mairies of France, from the town halls of France where these portraits sit, and they're holding them upside down, symbolically to show how displeased they are with his climate action and how he's lacking in leadership as a president, despite his fancy words which paint a picture of something quite different, of reassurance. In fact, Emmanuel Macron is continuing to support Total, which is a French petrochemical company. And they're complicit, a little like if you've been watching our live streams recently from the UK, we've had Shell and Exxon protests saying how much these companies have been complicit in greenwashing, over decades, and this is the case with Total as well. These activists claim 50 years too late the climate transition is happening thanks to Total and other companies, and they're still now going to be expanding their operations in Uganda with a new fossil fuel development, the new oil fields near Lake Albert. And a pipeline of 1,500 miles. Sorry, I think 1,500 kilometers going through to the coast of Tanzania with that pipeline, which can be extremely polluting. So just like here in the UK, these French activists are saying stop the harm, we need to call out the climate greenwashing and halt all new fossil fuel expansion. If you're just joining us now, we're at a protest just on the banks of the Clyde here, the UN Climate Conference, buildings within sight. These activists from Action Non-Violent, COP21, Non-Violent Action, COP21 group are here to call out Emmanuel Macron on his greenwashing and inaction on climate change. It's not just them saying it. I've talked about the Haut Conseil, which has criticised Macron, but there's also the Affaire du siècle, which is the court case of the century, which took place from December 2018 to February 2001. The court recognised that the French government was actually acting illegally in not standing up and taking action on the climate as they'd promised. So they were found to be acting outside of the law, and that was brought by Foundation for Nature and People, Greenpeace France, Our Case for Everyone, Oxfam France, and People, Concerned Citizens. So that was a huge win for civil society in France, but we're still seeing empty promises and not a lot of action. Just give you a bit more of an idea of where we are on the banks of the Clyde. These activists have come from all over France to make their voices heard at COP26. The name of their organisation is Non-Violent Direct Action COP21. Paris, of course, being where the COP conference 21 was in 2015, and that's where the Paris Agreement, which we're trying to ratify at this COP conference, was agreed. So 6 years later, what more has happened? We'll try to talk to some of them in a minute, in French and in English, with some translation to find out what they think about that. Presumably, the prognosis is not positive.
Emmanuel Macron va arriver à la COP dans son avion.
Today, Emmanuel Macron is going to arrive at COP in his plane. There's going to be some nice conversations.
Le quinquennat d'Emmanuel Macron n'a été rien d'autre qu'un sabotage climatique. Le mandat d'Emmanuel Macron, il a été catastrophique pour la justice climatique et sociale.
Emmanuel Macron's regime and his words are going to be disastrous for the environment and for climate justice.
Et de dire que vraiment on va être capable d'assumer une position de leader. La vérité, c'est pas nous, c'est les scientifiques qui l'exposent.
The truth is that it's actually the scientists, not us, who have exposed him already.
Macron lui-même dit que la France n'est ni à la hauteur des enjeux, ni même des objectifs qu'elle s'est fixés. Le gouvernement a saboté la loi climat.
The government has sabotaged climate law.
C'est un coup de poignard dans le dos à tous les citoyens et toutes les citoyennes qui, elles et eux, avaient porté des mesures à la hauteur. Le grand discours d'Emmanuel Macron, c'est aussi de dire que la France, c'est un pays qui est bourdonnant de projets, vibrant, plein d'innovations.
Macron's rhetoric is all about how France is leading the way in terms of climate justice and climate, but in fact he's funding a lot of climate wrecking projects.
J'en citerai quelques-uns. Il y a des extensions d'aéroports qui vont être construites.
There's an extension of airports that have been built all through France, and Marseille, Montpellier and Lille.
L'artificialisation des terres qui est toujours plus galopante. On peut penser au grand contournement ouest de Strasbourg, on peut penser au triangle de Gonesse. On a un tapis rouge déroulé à des multinationales. Je pense par exemple à Amazon qui se met à construire des entrepôts partout en France. Parce que
there's a red carpet being rolled out for
le discours d'Emmanuel Macron, c'est aussi de dire que
large companies.
Finalement,
for example, Amazon, who's building huge warehouses all over France. She's talking about areas of Strasbourg, in particular, which are seeing large amounts of urbanisation.
En général, dès qu'ils dénoncent les dévastations qui sont provoquées par les politiques du gouvernement. En fin 2018, l'affaire du siècle a lancé une
At the end of 2018, a case of the century launched a court case against the government.
Elle a été rejointe par plus de 2 millions de citoyens qui ont rejoint, et ça a fait de cette
handful of
l'histoire de France.
civil society organisations were by 2 million citizens in this court case.
En fait, ils avaient probablement été trop complexes et incompris par les citoyens dans leur trajectoire. Et que finalement les gens allaient voir au bout d'un moment leur génie et les trajectoires sur lesquelles ils nous mettaient. Nous, face à cette non-réaction, on a lancé la campagne Décrochons Macron et les portraits que vous voyez ici.
This is a campaign called Décrochons Macron. Let's get Macron out.
Absolument partout en France, en laissant sur les murs des mairies un vide qui est le vide symbolique de ces politiques.
These pictures have been taken from town halls all over France, leaving a symbolic gap on the wall.
Un gouvernement dans lequel nous, on a 128 activistes qui ont subi 1467 heures de garde à vue cumulées. On est à 86 perquisitions dans les logements. On a 84 activistes qui sont en procès dans 48 procès différents. Et enfin, et ça c'est peut-être le plus absurde, le bureau de lutte antiterroriste.
At the moment, as a result of this campaign, there's 88 activists who are facing legal action for this non-violent direct action.
En France, puisqu'il y a plus de 150 portraits qui ont été réquisitionnés partout. Et donc parce que
in fact, there are 150 portraits that have been taken from all over France. This is only a small portion of those.
On va être la contrainte qui manque à l'accord de Paris.
On vit aujourd'hui, en ce moment même, un monde à 1,1 degré de réchauffement par rapport aux températures d'avant la révolution industrielle. L'accord de Paris.
At present, we're experiencing 1 degree of warming since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution.
C'est pas quelque chose avec, c'est pas une température avec laquelle on peut négocier.
So,
1 degré, 2 degrés, et à vrai dire 2,7 degrés si on met bout à bout des engagements pris par les États. Donc l'action, c'est plus une option, c'est plus.
Climate action isn't an option anymore. It's not a choice. We can't see this. We don't want to see these temperatures rising uncontrollably.
L'obstacle principal à l'heure actuelle dans l'action pour le climat, c'est pas le climato-scepticisme. Avec Modi, avec Bolsonaro, au fond, on sait ce à quoi on doit s'attendre. L'obstacle principal, c'est le double discours. Et Macron, il incarne ça à la perfection.
Activists are saying that the main barrier to action now is having this double discourse, saying that we're acting on on the other hand, supporting large businesses, and in fact doing damage itself as governments, supporting fossil fuels.
Et le Danemark, qui s'appelle la Beyond Oil and Gas Alliance, donc l'alliance au-delà du pétrole et du gaz. Et en même temps, la France fait partie des États qui poussent le plus pour que dans la taxonomie européenne des énergies, on reconnaisse le gaz comme une énergie de transition. La France s'échine pour que Total puisse ouvrir de nouveaux gisements en Ouganda avec un gigantesque pipeline qui permettrait à ce pétrole de traverser.
He's now talking about a huge pipeline that's being built through Uganda and into Tanzania by Total.
Le gouvernement tergiverse, alors qu'il y avait là l'opportunité d'en faire un laboratoire de la transition énergétique et une manière justement de rallier les syndicats et d'associer les travailleurs et les travailleuses du secteur à la transition, de s'assurer que ce ne soient pas les travailleurs et les travailleuses du secteur qui en payent les pots cassés. Et c'est d'autant plus dramatique que ce n'est pas simplement une question climatique, c'est aussi une question sociale. On le voit avec la question énergétique qui redevient sur le devant de la scène. On est en pleine crise énergétique mondiale à l'heure actuelle et chaque minute perdue est une minute perdue pour le climat, mais c'est aussi une minute perdue pour la justice sociale.
Every minute wasted here is a minute wasted for the climate.
C'est qu'en fait, les plus précaires qui finissent par ne plus pouvoir payer ce prix.
Why couldn't we use our knowledge and our know-how to act as a laboratory here for energy transition?
Mais envers la transition énergétique, alors que c'est exactement l'inverse qu'il faudrait faire.
This is exactly the opposite of what's happening right now.
C'est simplement que la France tienne ses engagements, les engagements devant lesquels elle s'est engagée. La France, c'est le pays qui a accueilli la COP21, c'est le pays hôte, et on n'est même pas capable de respecter les trajectoires auxquelles on s'est engagé.
France is the country that welcomed COP21 6 years ago, the Paris Agreement, and they can't even themselves face up to their climate commitments.
Industrialisé et développé, il est largement résultant du fait qu'on ait bénéficié de l'extraction des ressources fossiles. Et donc il faut reconnaître cette
France is one of the richest countries in the world, and it's become that way because it benefited from extraction in other countries around the world, especially in the global south.
À l'accord de Paris.
Getting a close-up here of these upside-down portraits of Emmanuel Macron, which, as the activist said, have been taken. About 150 portraits, in fact, have been taken from town halls all over France, leaving a symbolic space where he could be, to show how he needs to act on the climate, and he's not being a true leader at the moment. there's a gap in between climate rhetoric in France and climate policy. So what they're saying is stop the blah blah blah. Blah blah blah, not just happening in France, of course. We're thinking that COP26 is probably going to be empty promises, empty words. A lot of people excluded from COP26 as well. A huge amount of people from the global south haven't been able to come because of COVID, because of, well, they haven't been able to get the vaccines that they need. It's also extremely expensive to stay here in Glasgow for these negotiations, even for people who are coming from global north countries, let alone people who can't afford to travel over here and have their voices heard. So shortly we'll be talking to some activists. But first we're just going to listen to some of this.
Blah, blah, blah.
It's actually courageous for activists to come over and stage actions.
Blah, blah, blah.
Other countries where they have a police system that they're not familiar with.
Blah, blah, blah.
We're currently standing somewhere which is a, well,
we can do this.
Quite a picturesque, I suppose, location by the Clyde, but it's been chosen very carefully
We
to
can
be
do this.
within sight of some of the COP buildings.
I'm absolutely convinced that we can. But it starts with the people.
But it's actually a private area, so we have some de-escalators here and some police liaison in case we're in case anybody comes to question what we're doing here.
But it starts with the people. Blah, blah, blah.
This is Extinction Rebellion Scotland stream, live stream showing a French activist who's come from all over their country to protest against Emmanuel Macron, the president's inaction on climate change. Particularly symbolic, as France hosted the COP21 conference 6 years ago, in which the Paris Agreement, which is hopefully will be ratified at this COP conference, was first brought into play. Their message: France can't even live up to its climate commitments, having hosted that conference. It's a national shame. So the assistant is just going to see if she can find some of our spokespeople for an interview. We can do an English interview, and we might do some French ones in a little while as well.
We can do this.
It's really interesting, I think, to see how other countries are responding to their government's lack of leadership for the climate crisis. And we're really, really pleased on Extra Scotland to be profiling a French action, something that I don't think we've done probably before. And I have a spokesperson from Action Non Violente COP21 here. Thank you for joining us on the Extra Scotland stream. Let's get the microphone there. Thank you. Okay, just one moment. I've got gloves on this. Right, we're going to do it without. Okay, we're going to do it without. So, good morning. Thank you for joining us. Could you tell us a little bit about why you've chosen this location for this action today?
I mean, we arrived from France to come to Glasgow because COPs are actually very important for our future, for the future of everyone, really. But what we are seeing is that the world leaders are actually sabotaging the whole process. And our president, Emmanuel Macron, is really a champion of this. Like, he's the champion of saying something and of doing something other. So we are here to say that this is enough, that he has to start taking action. He has to stop actively campaigning against any ambitious policies for the climate, because he's not only not acting, he's also actively being someone negative for climate.
And we've been looking at these portraits of Emmanuel Macron upside down. Yeah, very symbolic, of course. And they've been brought here from all over France, I've been told, right?
Those are portraits that citizens everywhere in France removed from their city halls. They left empty walls, really, in the city halls, just as a symbol of the political void of Macron's climate and social policies. And for this, actually, we've been held in custodies for like thousands of hours. We have more than 80 activists that are actually facing trial. The government has been seizing the anti-terrorist office, which is crazy. So
all for non-violent action.
Exactly,
yes.
yeah, all for non-violent action.
Could you say something about your campaign, Action Non-Violent, non-violent action? What are you hoping to achieve by being here at COP? You've taken quite a long journey to be here. I don't know if you're here for the whole 2 weeks. But
what we want to achieve is not letting our world leaders, saying something in the arena and then doing something else. So we really want to show that they have a double speech, that they are hiding their actions that are actually not ambitious or that are actively negative for climate.
Is there anything else you'd like to say?
I think that's the main of it.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'd like to get back to your action and talk to other people.
On va aller rapprocher les portraits d'Emmanuel Macron de la COP pour qu'ils voient qu'on est là, pour qu'ils voient que les citoyens et les citoyennes ne vont pas le laisser dévider des discours vides. Et donc on va se mettre en route en direction du bâtiment, on va se tenir la COP, on va avancer et on va montrer ces portraits symboles du vide de la politique climatique et sociale du gouvernement.
Okay, so actually we're going to have some movement now. We're going to take these portraits and we are going to process. Didn't quite hear that, but I think we're going to process towards some of the COP buildings, taking these portraits with us and showing the world leaders how absolutely disgusted we are with their lack of action. It's more than a lack of action. I keep saying inaction on climate change in these streams, but actually it's more than that. It's directly, just like some of these activists were saying, it's a double speech. They're saying on one hand that they're helping, but in fact, millions of euros, dollars, pounds are still going into fossil fuel investment, new fossil fuel investments, when we should be transitioning to zero carbon. So it's absolutely unacceptable. And that's why these activists are here, to try and show that on the international stage. And we're trying to help with that. So please do share if you were interested in this action and think other people would like to see what's going on in Europe, not just in the UK for COP. Then yes, please share this, and we will be broadcasting throughout the 2 weeks here at COP. This is a very early morning stream, so it's not on COP26.tv, but that's my channel, COP26. Well, it's the channel that I work for during this conference is COP26.tv, and we are going to be presenting the alternative view. Going to be presenting the alternative view of COP from the streets, also from the fringes of the blue zone and maybe even in the green zone during these 2 weeks. So if you would like to find out more about people who are taking non-violent direct action in various ways here and find out more about activists from all around the world, please do subscribe to our YouTube channel, COP26.tv. And you'll also be able to find us on various Extinction Rebellion channels, including XR Scotland, this channel. So I'm just seeing whether we are going to continue our journey this morning, or start our journey, sorry, moving towards COP26 venues. Perhaps we could find some people to talk to while we're waiting to see whether we can move on. So, we are starting to walk. Let's follow, and maybe we can talk and walk, which is always fun. Okay, so yes, we are on the move now.
We can do this.
Portraits of Emmanuel Macron here from the French affinity group Action Non-Violent COP21, non-violent action COP21. We've just had a tableau of, I don't know, maybe about a dozen to 15 portraits brought to Glasgow from all over France, town halls where Emmanuel Macron's portrait is generally has pride of place. They've been non-violently removed by citizens, over 150 of them in fact, of which we only have a small quantity here, and they've been brought symbolically to Glasgow to show the disdain which these activists and many people, more people throughout France feel for Macron's doublespeak on the climate.
We can do this.
And the whole reason why we're doing this today, of course, is because actually most COP conferences receive the world leaders rank, and this time, this is day one, the world leaders are already coming to Glasgow to start off with a bang. So I suppose we want to meet them. I'm hoping that you can hear me through the microphone because it's extremely windy.
It starts with the people. Blah, blah, blah.
Okay. Okay, I think we have somebody else who we can talk to about this action. Hi there, on a very windy morning. Hi, yeah. Maybe we can you just, if we go around this way and we'll walk and talk. Okay. Yeah, brilliant. Yeah. So, would you like to, we've already talked about a lot about why this action is happening. I can't see you. Could you say, it's so difficult to get you out and walk. So, could you tell us what's going to happen next? What are we hoping? Are we hoping to meet Macron today?
No, not really. We think he doesn't want to meet us actually, because he's like, I guess he's afraid of what we tell and what we tell is the truth about his policy. So we are just what we want is portraits on the arc, like to the COP. Okay. And just say, okay, this is the real face of Macron. This is what he does really for climate. Yeah. Actually, nothing.
So he's doing the inverse.
Yeah, actively like sabotaging climate action, and that's why we are heading to the bridge. But actually, we don't really know if the police will be here or what they will do. Seeing us, so
I see. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, we don't really know the British police very well. So that's
I think actually the French police, I've seen some awful videos of how they treat non-violent protesters. Luckily, we haven't seen that quite that brutality here yet, but you never know.
Blah blah blah.
Thank you for talking to us. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so the bridge, that's where we're heading. We're heading to put our portraits on the bridge.
Blah blah blah.
Blah blah blah. That's all the politicians are saying. Blah blah blah.
can. But it starts with the people. But it starts with the people. Blah, blah, blah.
Okay, so we have actually come over the barrier bridge. I'm not sure that means that we're in a space where we shouldn't be now.
Blah, blah, blah.
Probably. I think that's what non-violent direct action is all about, and we'll try and talk about that a bit later actually, because we may be breaking the law when we do non-violent direct action, but there's absolutely no harm to people involved or intended.
I'm absolutely convinced that we can. But it starts with the people.
In case you're just joining us, we're on the bridge here to the COP conference across the Clyde, and we're here with French activists. Who've come onto the bridge. They're standing here with their portrait of Emmanuel Macron upside down because they are absolutely infuriated by his two-facedness in the face of climate breakdown.
We can do this.
Really symbolic action, and we stand in solidarity with him as media from here in the UK. I want to show actions and concerns from all over the world, and this is a great start to do that on day one of COP26.
But it starts with the people. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. We can do this. We can do this. I'm absolutely convinced that we can. But it starts with the people.
So we've come across the bridge to, oh, look at this. Here they are.
But it starts with the people.
Bus is coming across this.
Blah, blah, blah.
Yes, we are. We are at the Blue Zone. Look at all these people. Actually, I don't want to sound melodramatic, but this is actually bringing me to tears. To see all these delegates coming to COP.
We can do this.
You've got to wonder whether it's worth it.
But it starts with the people.
There's so much riding on this moment, and so many vested interests involved trying to get a piece of the cake. It's absolutely bizarre, in fact, to be going around Glasgow this weekend and seeing all the publicité, as they would say in French, all of the advertisements on the sides of buildings by companies that you wouldn't usually think were involved in climate action, all wanting to greenwash their way through this. It's so important that we have activists and grassroots voices heard here at COP. We don't hold out much hope for the negotiations. Attention. Trying to get a view for you here into the blue zone. Huge numbers of delegates. We're hoping to have, we'll have 2 people actually from COP TV going inside the blue zone to bring you a bit of the inside discussion. Careful, careful. Later today, COP in, COP out is our show on the blue zone. So please take a look at what we're offering on COP26.tv.
Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. We can do this. We can do this.
So that's the steel, the ring of steel.
I'm absolutely convinced that we can.
Ring of steel with
But it starts with
delegates on one side and other people who are having to make their voices heard through more creative means on the other side. Quite moving here at this point.
But it starts with the people.
If you're just joining us on XR Scotland, this is an international live stream. We are profiling activists from France who are part of the group Action Non Violente COP21, which is Non-Violent Action COP21. Their group, well, the name comes from COP21, which is when the Paris Agreement was signed historically in Paris COP21 in 2015.
We can do this.
What's changed since then? Well, Emmanuel Macron is still promoting extractivism with Total, notably a French company, with new fossil fuel developments in Uganda. The International Energy Agency said that if we are to reach 1.5 degrees of warming, the legal target, by 2050, then all new fossil fuel developments must stop this year. That's a fact that we keep coming back to in our British actions, and it goes for France as well. All fossil fuel developments must stop this year. That is just an extremely scary fact when we see how much governments are still, oh look, and they're falling over. Yet more symbolism. We just couldn't get any better than this. So many governments all over the world are still going full pelt into fossil fuels, even if they're also investing on renewables on the side. Monsieur Macron, à l'inverse. So I'd like to say thank you to the activists here for a really fantastic symbolic action. I might be able to talk to a few of them in a moment, but I think perhaps they've dispersed. You're leaving now. Would you like to say anything about your action today on our live stream?
We're here to say that we citizens of France and everywhere in the world, we know that the leaders are lying. They are sabotaging climate while they are saying that they are doing everything to address this crisis. And so we bring those portraits of Emmanuel Macron, who is our president. Those portraits were taken from city halls all across France. It's illegal. We've been arrested for this, but we've bring them here, and so we are leaving them just beside COP26 to send the message. Yeah.
So you're not taking them home. That's where they'll
We're
stay.
not taking them home.
No.
They're here. If he wants to collect them, he can.
Is he here today? Do you know?
Yes,
Mr. Macron?
he's here. He's supposed to talk like in 1 hour.
Okay.
And we told him when we removed portraits that we'll give them back when action will be sufficient. And it's not, but we're just leaving them here to remind this.
So it's a long way to go. Thank you very much for your action today. I found it very powerful. I hope our viewers did as well. You're on Scotland's live stream page if you want to watch.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's extremely windy here now. I might see if I can talk to a few other people, but I think generally they dispersed. Some photographers here now. Just looking at these. Oh, and they just keep falling over. Okay. So you were here watching COP26, well, not COP26 TV, that's the other channel we're broadcasting on, but it was a little bit too early for that. So I think we're going to bring this to a close, actually. There are other people to talk to, but they're all trying to get other interviews, and I think they probably also want to step back after quite a stressful hour or so, actually. So, yeah, maybe we can just turn this around for a minute, and I can... So, I just want to say a grand merci beaucoup à toutes les activistes françaises aujourd'hui pour amener ce projet ici à Glasgow. Ce serait merveilleux de capturer beaucoup plus d'actions internationales comme le vôtre ici pendant ces 2 semaines. It will be really great to see and profile more actions nationally, including the French ones, including the Francophone ones, through the 2 weeks, and we hope to do more. So, collaborons, let's collaborate and do more together. This was a stream for XR Scotland, Extinction Rebellion Scotland. It's also going out to Action Non Violente, COP21, Non-Violent Action, COP21, French group who did this action. Great thank you to them for coming and contributing, and thank you for joining us.
Net zero by 2050, blah, blah, blah. 30 years of blah, blah, blah. And where has that led us?
Welcome to tonight's Meaning It. For decades, the fossil fuel industry has been sowing seeds of doubt about the viability of replacing dirty oil, coal and gas with clean energies like solar and wind. But COP26 saw several significant promises heading in the right direction. For example, the US promised to cut its methane emissions by 30% by 2030 compared to 2020 levels. And no, not by masking its cows, but by targeting its methane leaks from oil and gas pipelines and offshore rigs. And several dozen other countries have now also signed up to this pledge. But perhaps the most exciting and immediately impactful promise is an initiative from the Global South, which could bring clean energy to billions of people. And this initiative is what tonight's show focuses on. Its roots go back more than 7 years, and it has landed now, at last, at COP26.
Climate change, indeed biodiversity loss, are the biggest challenges that are facing humanity right now. And the reality is the warning lights are flashing bright red.
It simply makes me very angry to think that just to protect the profits of some large fossil fuel corporations, we have to impose utter disaster on nation after nation, starting with the poorest nation.
In response, the green energy revolution we've all been waiting for is well underway. Clean energy from sun and wind, which of course don't cause climate change, have become decisively cheaper than dirty fossil fuels. And they're available in abundance. In fact, the sun offers us more energy in an hour than we use in an entire year. And there's enough wind to power the globe 10 times over.
That has now brought us to this energy transition and the green energy revolution. What is it promising us? It's promising us reliable, low-cost energy in abundance, both distributed and central generated, which allows us to transform economies, and ultimately it is also allowing us to save lives because of the climate change, which will have an unimaginable impact.
So renewable energy seems unarguably the way forward. But some people still see a problem. The sun doesn't always shine and the wind doesn't always blow. So is this intermittency its fatal flaw?
The problem is that most people are thinking too small scale. Most people are thinking about renewables just within their nation state. We have to think in continental terms. We have to plug everybody into the solar power and often good wind power that you find in deserts. Just imagine that you drew a box in the desert 150 kilometers by 150 kilometers and fill that box with solar power stations. You could produce all the electricity that Europe produces today from all its sources, from all its power stations. From a technical point of view, it's perfectly easy to power the world from renewable energy. What you do is you build long-distance transmission lines using high-voltage direct current lines that can transmit power over thousands of kilometers with very little loss to link us all to the areas where renewable energy is most abundant.
So intermittency wouldn't be a problem if we could get our energy from wherever the sun is shining or the wind is blowing. Places far away. But just how far away?
We're talking about up to 6,000 kilometers.
So that's like from the middle of the Sahara to London or Berlin.
Yeah, 6,000 kilometers. So in terms of technology development and practice, actually the global energy interconnection is feasible.
It is feasible now.
It is feasible now.
But the electricity flow needs to be controlled precisely. How can we switch it from wherever it's most abundant and therefore cheapest to wherever it's most needed with split-second precision and at any given moment of the day or night? The answer is smart grids. And in Professor Zhang's lab, they're developing smart grids that can control these energy flows very precisely. So if you combine long-distance power lines with smart grids and clean energy, you get the global energy interconnection. And if this vision is realized, it'll be able to supply electricity day or night across Asia and Africa and the Middle East, all the way into Europe, the Americas, and the Antipodes.
And the electricity grid needs to become a little bit more like another grid that we have all got used to using and all take for granted now, and that's the information internet. In the information internet, anybody from the largest provider of information, Google or Amazon, to the smallest individual blogger, can feed in information into the global network. Anybody can draw information out of the global network, wherever they are. And it needs to be the same with energy, that anybody can feed in from their rooftop solar panels or from a giant desert solar power station, and anybody can access the renewable energy that's being fed in the same way. And the information internet crosses borders. It's a global creation that we now all use. And it needs to be the same with energy. We have to think beyond the nation state, share our clean energy resources in order for everyone to have a reliable supply of unlimited, cheap, clean energy.
For a flexible, secure energy future, which I see as the cost-effective one and as the sustainable one, then interconnection is just an absolutely central part of that. And it is clear already that the technology and the cost of that interconnection is there, and we should be able to move over to a decarbonised energy system. What is stopping that is those old companies, usually fossil fuel based, sometimes they have a bit of nuclear in there, but they're fundamentally fossil fuel based. They are, without doubt, trying to slow down that change in order that they maintain their market share for as long as possible.
It simply makes me very angry to think that just to protect the profits of some large fossil fuel corporations and please some government leaders who are raking in the cash from the fossil fuel industry, or just because other government leaders can't be bothered confronting vested interest to change the energy system, we have to impose utter disaster on nation after nation, starting with the poorest nations. The people who are the first victims of climate change are the poorest because they have no resources to fall back on. So Bangladesh, one of the poorest nations of the world in which we work, is facing utter annihilation from the rising seas combined with floods coming down from the mountains as the ice melts. Why do we have to cause famine, disaster, superstorms, floods, and have whole nations disappear? There's absolutely no need for it. We're just doing it to please certain vested interests. Governments could make this transition without annoying their voters. Most voters will be perfectly happy if the power that comes out of their plug comes from renewable energy rather than fossil fuels. The voters aren't the problem. The problem is lack of leadership.
So Nick Dunlop came up with a striking solution: to create a forum where political leaders from around the world could build momentum together for this clean energy transition. And he called it the Climate Parliament.
Climate Parliament is a network of politicians, of members of parliament, legislators around the world. In each parliament where we are active, we bring together legislators, and they come from all political parties. This isn't a party political issue. Members of parliament generally are not specialists, they're generalists because they have to deal with all kinds of issues. But what they are specialists at is getting governments to do things. That's what they're the experts at, and that's what we need to do. We don't have a problem with technology. We have all the technologies we need to solve the climate problem tomorrow. The world is full of engineers, brilliant engineers who know how to build this stuff. We don't have a shortage of engineers. What we have a shortage of is political leadership. She's okay with that? Yes, she's okay.
It's summer 2015, and the Climate Parliament is meeting in the run-up to the Paris COP. They're focusing on designing the proposal they're taking to the world leaders in Paris, which includes both large-scale continental grids and micro-scale grids for villages in the global south, drawing on local clean energy resources. And they're calling it the Green Grids Initiative. The Paris Summit, COP21. It's the 21st time world leaders have met in response to the climate catastrophe. Will they move decisively towards renewables this time, away from the old familiar lure of fossil fuels? What would it take to make this change?
You're reaching consensus among almost 200 governments, many of which are oil companies, in effect, dressed up as governments. I think of the US Congress, many of whose members are basically in the pocket of the US coal and oil industries.
How do we make sure that we hold the feet of governments and then companies to the fire? There are always three elements. I mean, the first is you need leadership. The second is you need civil society support, and you need people mobilized to deliver these things.
Justice! Justice!
Surrounding the COP, thousands of civil society protesters are demanding clean energy to reduce carbon emissions and to bring about energy justice.
Justice!
And you need the power of a good idea. You know, and the kind of work that Nick is doing is putting into the furnace of change the kinds of good ideas that will enable civil society to mobilize and that will enable us to support leaders. Leaders can become very isolated. You know, leaders need to be supported. They need to have the people on their side.
For the Climate Parliament, Paris is an opportunity to recruit support for the initiative from key leaders like the Energy Minister of Costa Rica.
This is one of the slides used for a global energy internet. Each region links up into a regional grid to trade renewable energy across borders. And for Costa Rica, this works on two levels. One is that Costa Rica, as a major renewable energy leader, can benefit from the interconnections and can often be an exporter, but also can have more energy security because when it's cloudy or not windy, you can be importing. So
in principle, I like the idea.
Another crucial partner for the Green Grids initiative is India. It's setting the pace with its One Sun, One World, One Grid initiative, which is now building energy interconnections right across the subcontinent and beyond to Southeast Asia, the Gulf, Africa, aiming for regional grids across every continent.
Our government is very clear in its mind about our obligation to the coming generations, about our need to leave behind a greener planet for our great-grandchildren. That's what this revolution is about. And that's why yesterday when Nicholas met me, I said that, we are so happy to partner with you because you are engaged in a cause which is important for the whole planet. Unless we convince our parliaments, unless we convince all our brethren across the world, I don't think that we have a very bright future ahead of us. So the time is now. And that's why I believe, Nicholas, that your initiative is important and urgent.
It's this sense of importance and urgency that drives the next meeting of the Climate Parliament at the UK Foreign Office's Wilton Park.
we have the technology we need right now to fix this problem. And we have no shortage of renewable energy resources. We could power 10 world economies on solar power alone. We could power 10 world economies on wind power. But we can only harness that massive potential if we have enough long-distance transmission lines.
The idea is catching fire, with potential interconnections being explored all around the world.
Our plan is that to connect the Kyushu with the Busan, and also Busan to connect to Matsue. And then China, Korea is like this one that we are planning.
Solar energy from North Africa to Europe, so perhaps that there may be...
Not only could North Africa share its clean energy with Europe, there are plans too for Africa-wide power lines.
I think the potential is amazing. I think if there's one place that is suited to green grids is Africa. We are not bogged down with existing infrastructure, for instance, that might make us look at legacy and hold on to things that were there for us a long time ago. We could leapfrog right into the green grids concept and start from scratch and get it right and become, the cutting-edge continent for renewable energies, using the concept of green grids and sharing of our resources and trading in our resources. And that could be our oil, that could be our exportable resource to Europe and the rest of the world. Our planet has given us everything. Perhaps it's just how we share it, how we collaborate on some of these resources that is the answer to the want in one place and the abundance in others.
That means we have to, in developing countries, double, redouble, and double again the electricity supply, because development is work, and work requires energy, and it would be completely unjust if the world's poor were not able to have the energy supplies that have lifted the rich countries out of poverty in generations past. This is the big event that we've been waiting for some years, when the leaders of the world come together to commit very specifically to building the new large-scale generating capacity for wind, solar and other renewables, to building the large continental-scale grids and interregional grid connections that we need, right down to solar panels on every roof and solar microgrids for African and Asian or Latin American villages. We've got to do this incredibly fast. And in order to do that, we need to really step up the level of political will, political energy behind these efforts. And that is what we're aiming to do in Glasgow.
And Green Grids initiative became a reality when India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi launched One Sun, One World, One Grid to share renewable energy right across the world.
कि One Sun, One World, One Grid और ग्रीन ग्रिड इनिशिएटिव के सामंजस्य से एक संयुक्त और सुदृढ़ वैश्विक ग्रिड.
A worldwide grid will enable us to provide clean energy everywhere at all times. It will also reduce the need for storage, and it will also increase the viability of solar projects. This creative initiative will not only reduce carbon footprint and the cost of energy, it will also open up new avenues for cooperation between different regions and different countries. I'm confident that the harmonization between One Sun, One World, One Grid and the Green Grid initiative will help in developing a joint and robust global grid.
So it's real now, Nick, after all those years of work.
I would say we've had a big day. We saw the Prime Minister of India stand up, introduced by the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, and present the initiative that we've been working on and designing and thinking about for years. We saw them show a film about the Green Grids initiative, One Sun, One World, One Grid, and even a year ago, I would have been pleasantly surprised if you had told me that was going to happen today. We've seen France and the United States join the ministerial steering group. They've just confirmed in the last few weeks. This is all taking shape quite quickly. We've seen the African Union co-sponsor the Africa Working Group with the African Development Bank, and I'm sure the African Union will agree to represent the African continent. There'll be representatives from ASEAN, from Latin America, Germany and Australia attended the first meeting of the high-level steering group of the initiative, of the government-to-government initiative, which happened a few days ago. Germany has to be an observer until now because they just have a caretaker government while a new coalition is being installed. But certainly we're hopeful that Germany will also join that high-level leadership group. And many, many other countries have expressed interest. It's been the declaration that was issued today has been endorsed by more than 80 member states of the International Solar Alliance. A number of others, like Ireland, one of my own countries of nationality, has said we're definitely going to participate in this. Many others have expressed strong interest. Kenya is another one that isn't a member state of the International Solar Alliance. So it's really, we're seeing a bit of a snowball effect. We have a big opportunity to use this as a platform, as a vehicle, to step up the pace in the global energy transition and actually get
the new green grid infrastructure and the new solar power stations and the new offshore wind farms that we need to be building on an emergency basis, that we need to be building at a tremendous pace if we're going to save ourselves and future generations from a climate disaster. We have a chance to do that, but it'll only work if we all work on it. This is just the beginning, really, even though the Climate Parliament has put years of work into getting to this point. It's really just the beginning, and we have to now buckle down and keep pushing the governments to work together like never before, to mobilize finance, working with the international agencies, and start building that new clean energy infrastructure in every part of the world at a pace never seen before.
The focus of the world leaders so far has been on the large-scale delivery of energy for business. But of course, it's essential to make sure the clean energy needs of the world's people are also met, which means not having just clean energy, but fair energy, energy that everyone has access to, and at a fair price, not an exploitative one. We need energy justice, where communities have energy sources under their control. Will the old established political systems keep their control over the energy systems? Or can we make sure renewable energy is fairly shared? Back at the Paris COP in 2015, I caught up with Lydie Nakpil, a campaigner for climate justice for the people of the Philippines, and I asked her particularly about energy justice.
At the local level, we help strengthen the fights of local communities against dirty energy and also push for the promotion of renewable energy, but renewable energy that is under the control of people and communities, because there's also some push for renewable energy that is under corporate control. So basically the same kind of system which we have for the current system, where it's controlled by corporations.
Why is this important? Why is it important that people control?
Well, because we believe that unless control of energy is made more democratic, then what will happen, even under a renewable energy system, is that a big majority of our people will not have access. It's not just simply what type of energy, it has to be energy that serves the people, the communities, their basic needs.
Here in the Philippines, there is stark evidence of the effects that climate change is already having, especially on the lives of the poorest families.
The first struggle is to really survive, to put food on the table. Climate change was no longer simply an environmental issue. It's very much an issue of survival for many of the communities in the Philippines. Crops being destroyed in the rural areas, in the cities, whole communities just being destroyed because their houses are swept away. People begin to think, well, that's the way the world has been and will always be, and we can't really do anything. So that's one of the first we need to address, that there is something we can do and things can change and will change.
So that's it for tonight's show. See you tomorrow.
Hi, welcome back to Global Voices. And today we have a very important voice from the Global South. Hi, Benjamin. Could you please introduce yourself?
Yeah, for sure. Hello, my name is Benjamin. I'm from Chile. I am 25. And now I am so excited to be here and to talk with you.
So, Benja, I want to know, what do you feel about how the climate crisis is impacting your country?
If I have to say in what word, I feel injustice. Social injustice, poverty injustice, economic injustice is injustice because in Latin America we emit 10% of the global GHG emission, but in Latin America we have all the consequences, we feel all the consequences in the global south, but we don't emit, we are not responsible. I mean, we are, in what percentage we are responsible, but we feel the consequences of the climate change. And now, here, you can see that I cannot see the injustice. I cannot see the developed country want to work for the justice, for the climate justice. They want to protect their economy. They don't want to protect the other country, the whole society, the whole ecosystem. And that is so sad to see here, more when we are in the 2021, and in this decade is our last opportunity to have the real climate action.
With this in mind, Benja, what would you tell all the leaders that are inside there negotiating with the future of humankind?
I think that, I don't know, 5 years ago, maybe they can do it, everything that they want. But now, we are looking them. We are looking every step that they do it. So, they cannot fail in this COP, because if they fail, we will stay and we will say in their phrase, in their front phrase, it's your fault, it's not our fault.
Thank you very much.
What do we want? Climate justice! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? Climate justice! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? Climate justice! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? Climate justice! When do we want it? Now!
I'm thinking about like fake promises and beautiful promises, but real action is not happening right now. So our lives from Brazil, I'm from Brazil. Indigenous people, marginalized communities in the front lines are being affected, and these fake promises, these like real like long-term promises are not happening, and they are not being effective. So we are here to demand that, to demand accountability, to demand loss and damage accountability for people in the front lines, because everyone will be affected, but we are not in the same boat and we're not being affected equally. So he's a climate negotiationist, and being a negotiationist right now is killing people. So if he keeps being a negotiationist, he will keep killing people. So he needs to out Bolsonaro, because we cannot stand more people being killed by a crisis that already have a solution. Let's keep it in the ground. Keep it in the ground. Let's keep it in the ground. Keep it in the ground. Let's keep it in the ground. Keep it in the ground. Let's keep it in the ground. What do we want? Climate justice. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Climate justice. When do we want it? Now. Morning, everyone. Today it is a global climate strike, and we're here within the COP26 building, representing and sharing those voices from the climate strike here in this building. The climate strikes have been going on for over 2 years. People have been campaigning for many more years than that. Since 2019, we've seen a sea change of climate activism and change, but it's not enough. This is the first time in the UNFCCC history that there is a dedicated day to youth. Whilst this is great, this is 27 years too late. We've been having negotiations for 27 years. That's my whole lifetime. There are young people here in COP
but we are such a small minority, civil society is in such a minority. We're here today to stand with all the people who are on the streets in Glasgow, Edinburgh and around the world, striking for the climate. So we're going to hear today from lots of climate strike activists from around the world, and we're going to start with Catalina from Chile.
Hola a todos. Hi everyone, my name is Catalina. I'm 18 years old climate activist from Chile. I'm co-founder of National Climate. I'm here today to talk about all the youth around the world and to raise up our voices, to raise up the voices of the Global South, to raise the women and the indigenous communities' voices. Because inside there, we don't have the space to do it. In Chile and Latin America, we've been suffering for so many years the climate crisis consequences. And that affects primarily the women's life. That is what the decision-making people are not seeing. The faces of the climate, the people that are most affected for the climate crisis, and that didn't have the chance to be here today. To make a real change, we need a seat at the table. Not just to give a cute speech, so they can use to say that they are the most inclusive COP in all the story, but to be a real part of the agreements. Because we, the young people, we have the ideas, we have the solutions, so we can have a future. The climate crisis won't solve if we don't change the whole oppressive system that prioritizes money and profit before people. Because we cannot forget that there's no climate justice without gender justice, racial justice, social justice, and intersectional justice. So, el pueblo unido jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido.
I am part of Fridays for Future Amazonia. I am co-founder of Fridays for Future Amazonia. We will have a strike today in 1 hour. And we are here in COP watching our global leaders, or so-called global leaders, negotiating and doing greenwash. So in this strike, in 1 hour from now, let's show them how the youth, the global South youth, will show them how we must take serious the climate crisis. What do you want?
Climate justice!
What do you want it?
Now!
Thank you.
No borders, no nations, no gas power stations. 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 Thank you. So today it is a global climate strike for young people. There are 80,000, many more people out in Glasgow, Edinburgh and around the world. We're here as the young people within COP, bringing their voices from outside to inside. Today is the first day ever that the United Nations Framework on the Convention of Climate Change has had a youth day. Whilst that is great, that is the first time in 27 years that they have a youth day. That is 27 years too late. That is my whole lifetime that until today they did not have a day dedicated to youth, to people from, who will inherit the future. We've already heard from people from Chile and Brazil who are part of the global youth climate strikes all around the world. We're now going to hear from Jiménez from India. We're really across every continent.
I'm from India. Today, first, I want to stand in solidarity and give a voice to the young people from Global South who were not able to make it to the COP because of the restrictions, because of the difficulties that we face, and which makes it very difficult for the countries of Global South, and specifically the youth of the Global South, which is inaccessible to the COP and also to the climate movement. I personally, when I come from India, I come from the north of India, where I have been a part of lots of climate movements, and we are experiencing the effects of climate change in front of our eyes. Since this year, we have lost so many lives there are now the glaciers are melting in February where we used to have snow. There are cloud bursts, there are landslides, which is making the life of the indigenous people very difficult, specifically the youth, which depends on the forest produce and they don't have now nothing to live, to eat, or to depend on climate. So now what we want from what we expected from the head of the nations was to take some sense of responsibility to take this at the urgency that they have to act now. And we as a youth have the moral and the ethical claim at the future, and we want to be at the policy making levels. We don't want negotiations to be behind closed doors, and as we are celebrating the Youth Day for the first time, we want the youth really to be part of the negotiations, and they have some say, not as observers, but also like they have some say in the negotiations so that we can frame our own future, because we are the ones who would be facing the consequences. So I can do a chant there in Hindi. If you all can repeat after me, it means we'll keep fighting and we'll win. So it's Ladenge, Jeetenge, Ladenge, Jeetenge, Ladenge, Jeetenge. Thank you.
Climate strikes. There are young people all around the world today striking for the climate, striking for a future. There are many people in Glasgow today, in Edinburgh, all around the world. Whilst there are young people here in COP26, we are a minority and it's very, very hard to get in, and it is limited. We are here bringing the voices from the streets of Glasgow and elsewhere into COP26.
I am Arshak Mangichan from Russia, Moscow. I am Fridays for Future activist from there.
And where are you and why have you come to Glasgow?
I came here to tell the truth because Russian civil society's perspective is different from the perspective of the Russian official delegation, because Russian official delegation is defending interests of fossil fuel corporations, nuclear corporations, and Russian civil society wants to tell the truth about connection of the human rights crisis and climate crisis, and there is no climate action in Russia at all, so you shouldn't believe to the things that are said by the official delegation, and we need to put more pressure on the Russian government, because without human rights there won't be any climate action in our country, and Russia is on 4th place for CO2 emissions.
I think they're heading off. Do you need to
Yeah, I think we have to go.
Hi, so I'm here with a protester from Hong Kong. You don't want to show your face, but tell me why you've come here and all the way to Glasgow.
Okay, so I'm a student from Hong Kong, and I'm here for the protest because I want to let the world to know that we are aware of the issue, and we think that it's a climate emergency, so everyone in the world should be aware of the issue, and we hope that the leaders all around the world can be more focused on the issue, on the climate change.
Thank you. What do you hope the delegates' end decision will be? What do you hope for COP?
Well, I hope that I can reduce, all the countries in the world can reduce the carbon emissions, and hope that we can control the temperature rise below 2 degrees.
Okay. And do you have a message to the protesters here?
Well, I just want to show support to them as a Hong Konger. I hope that I can give a support to them, so that's why I'm here for the rally today.
Thank you so much.
Okay, you're
Thank
welcome.
you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, I am Safa. I am from Jordan. It's a small country from Middle East. Actually, today we are here to find solution, to work together, to show the world how, as a developing country, what we are facing, what the impact of climate change in our country. Actually, we are facing, we will face many problems in the resource of water in my country. We faced the flash flood actually 2 years, and unfortunately we lost some people in that. Hopefully we will find a solution after the COP26, and hopefully we will find a way for all of us. We need a climate justice now. We need to act now. We need to find a solution now.
It's a bit dangerous.
Yeah. So hopefully one day, hopefully after the two weeks of the COP, we will find a solution for everyone, for a developing country, for the whole world. for the youth, for our next generation, for the future of our generation, hopefully. Thank you a lot.
Thank you. Brilliant. Thank you.
I'm Jerry Arances. I'm a climate justice advocate and an energy transformation advocate in the Philippines.
And why have you come here today?
Basically to urge governments, especially developed country governments, UK especially, to raise the ambition on reducing emissions globally. We've heard so many developments, declarations, but if you weigh all these things for Filipinos, because this is a matter of life and death for us, if the ambition is low still, as what we've seen in the declaration, it doesn't really add up. So that's why I'm here, and I'm really glad to be part of this march with the youth, because most of our young ones will actually be suffering the most, especially for the Philippines and other vulnerable countries. My message to governments is very simple. It's obligation and responsibility. Just act on it. Science have already laid out all the measures that you need to do. It's a matter of political will. Hear the young ones who are marching today.
Thank you.
My name is Ali Mamzola, a climate activist from Tanzania, and today I came over here to join in with my fellow activists representing that what is going on the global south. Many young girls are missing days in schools because of climate change. Instead of waking up early in the morning and going to school, they don't go to school, they go to fetch water because all the water sources have been dried up. And I believe coming together, all the climate activists all over the world, over here joining hands as one and demanding for climate change, for demanding for climate justice now, it's a very good move that we can make and change the world. Thank you.
So my message to the people at COP, at the Green and Blue Zone, is take responsibility, listen to the next generation and a marginalized group, for example, indigenous people such in West Papua, who are being killed by exploitations of BP, being killed by the world's largest gold mining, and at the same time preserving more than 80% of the world's largest biodiversity. They should have a seat on the table and listen to their voices. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
My name's Sophia and I'm 11. We're here to protest, to say what we need and to take action.
So today is a mass action from people all across the world who've come over to Glasgow, and we're all striking to get the COP26 leaders to take faster action on the climate, because at the end of the day, most of them aren't going to be around in a few decades when we're having to deal with the problems. We need them to take action now.
My name is Avishka and I'm representing Extinction Rebellion Sri Lanka. So I'll be talking about is the latest maritime disaster to hit Sri Lanka, the MV Express Pearl shipwreck. This took place in the last 2 weeks of May 2021. The vessel had 1,486 containers on board when it caught on fire and basically sunk to the bottom of the sea. There were hundreds of containers of toxic chemicals and hundreds of containers of nurdles. Following the immediate sinking of the ship, a lot of nurdles started washing up onto our beaches, and there were mountains and mountains of nurdles in the western province of Sri Lanka. And thanks to our Tri-Forces and the Marine Environment Protection Authority of Sri Lanka, most of these nurdles were cleaned up. But to this day, we see so many of these nurdles washing up to our shores, and it is regarded as one of the worst nurdle spills in the world. And it's definitely the worst maritime disaster to hit Sri Lanka. There are also volunteer organizations on the ground like Extinction Rebellion and Pearl Protectors of Sri Lanka. So all these organizations together have also been trying to clean up these nurdles off the beaches, but it's a really difficult task due to the size of the nurdles as well as the fact that they were deemed as hazardous waste due to the toxic concoction that fell from the ship. The other biggest concern that we have as environmentalists in Sri Lanka is the fact that there are a lot of marine fauna carcasses washing up ashore following the immediate disaster. So up to now, in the last 3 months, there have been records of 500 sea turtles, over 50 cetaceans, including dolphins and whales, coral reef fish such as pufferfish, moray eels, over 30 sea snakes, and these are just the carcasses that wash up onto the shore. There could be many in the sea that we don't see. And the fishermen communities in the western and northwestern provinces have also been severely affected, especially because there were initial restrictions on fishing, and followed by the scare that a lot of people in Sri Lanka now have in consuming seafood because of the toxic chemicals that fell into the ocean, as well as the nodules in the ocean. So we think that we really need to improve international maritime laws in the world, because if the international maritime laws are strengthened, disasters like this can be prevented. Because this is not just a disaster that's affecting Sri Lanka, it's affecting the region, and it's really impacting the entire Indian Ocean. And we don't even know the extent of wildlife that will be impacted by this. And we don't know for how many years this will take on as well. So we really urge the international community to come together and help us strengthen maritime laws as well.
Hello, dear global leaders.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello. Hello.
Millions of parents around the world are waking up to the fact that climate breakdown endangers the children we love.
My daughter is 12 years old and afraid of every heavy rainfall.
Children are especially affected by the disaster.
Imagine having to raise a child in this very harsh, volatile environment.
We reached the highest temperature in history.
The weather is never predictable.
As a parent, I want clean air, clean water, lots and lots of trees and forests for my children to breathe and grow.
It's our reality.
Catastrophe is not a matter of fate, it's a matter of choice.
The time is finishing.
We parents are extremely worried and tired of greenwashing and excuses.
We need leaders that are able to match the challenges for this decade.
This is an emergency.
We're calling for 100% investment in renewable energy.
We need to end fossil fuel extraction.
We gotta keep our forests as they are.
Make real the Paris Agreement that you ended.
And listen to science.
While we aren't out of ideas, we are fast running out of time.
The window to act is closing fast.
We do not wait till it gets too hot.
Let us not burn down our only home.
When you vote this time, think with your heart, not with yours or someone else's pocket.
Act as the compassionate and intelligent leaders you can be.
Your wisdom or your selfishness will be written in the history books.
As parents, we are everywhere in society. We are in the workplace, we are taxpayers, and we are voters. And we're everywhere around the world.
We love our children and we love our planet.
And we are watching you and we are demanding that you take climate action now.
We can't do it on our own.
We definitely can't.
Allow this generation that is coming a future
and more than a future, a life.
Take action now. Now.
Hello everyone and welcome to Monbiosis on COP26.tv. Now, it seems incredibly complicated, doesn't it? What do we do about climate breakdown? How do we prevent it from happening? And you can instantly get into massively detailed discussions of all the mechanisms, all the things that need to be done. But actually, on one level, it is incredibly simple. You leave fossil fuels in the ground. And perhaps because it's so simple, that is the one thing which most global leaders just won't talk about, which suggests very strongly to me that they don't actually want to see the action which they claim to want. However, there are some wonderful activists around the world who do, and who have been making real and concrete moves towards that aim. And I'm very grateful and privileged to have in the studio with me today three of these fantastic activists, people who have really already made massive waves and have got many more waves to come. And two of them come from an initiative which I think is really exciting, the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty movement. And that's Zipporah Berman and Harjeet Singh. And I'll be asking them in a moment to describe and explain what they're doing. And also in the studio with me is Justin Guay from the wonderful Sunrise Project. And so I'm going to quickly go around the three of you to hear about your initiatives. And then we're going to talk about this crucial but fundamentally simple issue of leaving fossil fuels in the ground. So can we start with you, Zipporah, because you're the chair of the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty Initiative, which, of course, its name reflects another treaty, which is the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. But can you explain what your initiative is about?
Sure. Thanks, George, and it's great to be here with you all. You know, I grew up under the kind of veil of nuclear non-proliferation. And one of the reasons I love this initiative so much is because it's true, climate policy and agreements are so complicated. But what's actually pretty simple is that over 80% of the emissions that are trapped in our atmosphere today come from three products: oil, gas, and coal. And when I first started researching the supply side of fossil fuels, I was pretty horrified to find out that the Paris Agreement doesn't even include the words oil, gas, or coal, or fossil fuels. I can remember searching it going, this has to be wrong, that my computer must be wrong. And the fact is that for decades, our countries have been negotiating targets and emissions, but no one has been regulating production. Who gets to produce how much fossil fuels and what? The idea was we just leave it to the marketplace. That's not working. They're not fast enough to keep us safe. So the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty is designed on the bones of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty and other treaties that worked to help countries negotiate to constrain the expansion of products that threatened global security, which is what fossil fuels are today. So we know we have enough fossil fuels already under construction or dug up above ground to use while we transition out. So the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty says, let's stop the expansion, just like the first pillar of nuclear non-proliferation. Let's phase it out and wind it down in an equitable way, which means that wealthy countries need to act first, and it means that countries need to negotiate who gets to produce what and how much. Because there are countries today, especially in the global south, that are producing more fossil fuels just to feed their debt. And so this is going to require international cooperation and equity rules, and then ultimately to fast-track solutions. So right now, the UN Production Gap Report shows that we're on track in the next decade to produce 120% more fossil fuels than we can burn in a 1.5 degree scenario, or it will burn us. So the Fossil Fuel Treaty is a big, new, bold idea to try and have a parallel agreement to help us meet the goals of the Paris Agreement.
Thank you, Zipporah. Now Harjeet, I want you to do two things for me. First of all, to explain your role within the treaty initiative, but also to explain why it is that for so long we've been talking about consumption. We've been talking about changing our light bulbs. We've been talking about electrifying our cars and the rest of it, but not about production. Just focusing on burning the stuff, but not about actually digging it out of the ground in the first place. Why do you think there is this sort of global bias in attention about this issue?
Thank you, George, for having me. So my role is to provide strategic advice, particularly on the global partnership at Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty Initiative. I'm based in India, and I work with partners around the world to bring them together, to support the treaty, to get endorsements. But at the same time, work on all three pillars. So as Zipporah was explaining, the pillars around stopping expansion, phasing out, and just transition. The reality is, and George, as you said, we have been just calling for that phase out for 30 years or more. But the reality is, when you look at either the convention or Paris Agreement, we have only talked about the what part of it, but not the how part of it. And I think that is a major miss or a void that Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty is trying to fill. It's about having a conversation with communities and governments on how that phase out needs to happen. Because in reality, on one hand, as you said, it's simple if there is a political will and leaders start acting upon it. But there are socio-economic consequences, because it's not just about phasing out, it's also about making sure that people have access to energy. How do we bring social justice in that transition? And that's how the terminology of just transition is extremely important. Now, coming from India, when we talk about coal, India and coal are quite synonymous. Yes, because 80% of energy continues to depend on coal and other fossil fuel sources. But the other aspect that we also need to realize, and which is true for India and many other developing world countries that are dependent on coal, is the employment part of it. In India, for instance, 3.6 million people are directly or indirectly employed. So when you make that transition, what happens to them? A coal miner cannot become a solar engineer, which is also gaining so much of traction in a country like India. 40% of Indian districts have some kind of coal dependency. So that phase out that needs to happen, it has to happen in a much more planned and orderly manner, ensuring equity and justice. And that's where the role of global community is absolutely important, to ensure that equity and justice. How do we support these countries and communities to make that transition?
Thank you, Harjeet. And Justin, I want you to tell me about the Sunrise Project, but also to explain the global role of activism in making changes like this happen.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, George. So just to put our work in perspective, Sunrise Project is focused on how we leverage or harness the role of the financial system to accelerate the transition beyond fossil fuels. The reason we're focused on finance is, as our dear friend Bill McKibben says, money is the oxygen on which the fire of global warming burns. So if we stop pouring more fuel onto that fire, we can help stop the climate crisis. So we are focused on the net zero pledges here at COP that every financial institution under the sun seems to want to be making these days, and ensuring the integrity of those pledges. And I think the best way to judge the integrity is to judge what side of the bright red line they land on. Are they leaving fossil fuels to the side, or they can continue to finance fossil fuels even as they say they are aligned with Paris, as they are aligned with the net zero transition? And as Zipporah was saying earlier, it seems quite clear that nearly everybody wants to say the words net zero. They want to commit to net zero. Nobody wants to commit to ditching fossil fuels. And ultimately, money matters to fossil fuels, but fossil fuels don't matter to money. So there's absolutely no reason the financial system needs to be a part of the global wrecking crew. But just to go to your question, what is the role of activism? I think what you often hear with finance, with economics, with the global transition is that the economics are shifting quite radically. The coal industry, for one, is a walking zombie. It's neither alive and sustainable, nor is it dead and dying. It's living as a kind of a zombie that just won't go away. And meanwhile, it's wreaking havoc on the planet, on our communities. And unfortunately, while we like to believe that financial institutions are rational creatures that make decisions based on the underlying economics, the reality is they don't. And it requires political pressure. It requires activism to force these institutions to do the right thing. And so that's a big part of what we and a network of many partners around the world are focused on trying to do.
Thanks, Justin. Well, Zipporah, Justin's given us a very good rundown of the difference between what the financial sector says it's doing and what it's actually doing. But we also see a similar gulf among the oil majors and the other big fossil fuel producers, because if you look at their advertising, it looks as if they've made almost 100% transition into renewables, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. But then but despite the growth that they say they're putting towards renewables, if you look at the capex expenditure of those big companies, you see that the top five, which are responsible of the majority of oil production on the planet, have put about 1% of their budget towards renewables. And I think the work of the Sunrise Project and the work of divestment activists and citizens around the world is absolutely critical. I think that's right. We have to move the money, and we also have to hold governments to account, which is why we started the Fossil Fuel Treaty Project, because right now governments are distorting the markets. Even when we're seeing trillions of dollars move out of fossil fuels and more statements, we're seeing our governments pour more and more money into subsidizing fossil fuels in order to keep projects alive. I mean, my own government, Prime Minister Trudeau, a climate leader in a lot of ways, nationwide carbon tax, zero emission vehicle commitments, just bought a $20 billion tar sands pipeline, which was a lifeline for that industry. The investors have moved out because the fact is that renewables in almost every country now are cheaper than fossil fuels. But if you look at COVID spending, it was horrific. $230 billion in COVID recovery funds from the G20 nations to fossil fuels. So our governments are propping up this industry when it should be in decline in order to allow cleaner and safer renewable choices. And here at COP, quite frankly, the net zero pledges are a cover-up for that. It's a fraud, because our countries and all of these big companies are saying that they can continue to expand fossil fuel production and emissions. And they can just work on intensity emissions reductions and planting trees and carbon sequestration technologies. And I think we all know here, and likely most of your listeners do, that we need that carbon sequestration, but not to justify more fossil fuel expansion.
Haji, the speed at which fossil fuel investment has to decline and fossil fuel use has to decline, I mean, it's really extraordinary, isn't it? There was a paper in Nature published a couple of months ago which suggested that just to stand a 50% chance of staying within 1.5 degrees of global heating, we need to divest from 90% of coal and, 60-something% of oil and gas by 2030. Is this feasible? Is this possible?
Well, it is possible. We have technology, we have resources. So on one hand, developing countries have to be ready for that transition, and rich countries have to put money on the table. And if you look at what happened just a couple of days ago, rich countries failed to mobilize even $100 billion, which is supposed to be a seed money to attract those trillions that are required to make the transition, George, that we are referring to. And that is not happening. You know, as a developing country, if I don't see even $100 billion a year committed, how do I make a shift in my policy and investment? And we are talking about developing countries. On one hand, that's where the maximum potential is to make that transition, to move away from fossil fuels and make future investments. At the same time, they also have massive development deficit. We cannot ask them to use their own national budget to, shift it from education, health and infrastructure and turn everything green. So this is exactly the reason these climate conferences, which is a place for global justice, which is a place for cooperation, where rich countries have to support developing countries in making that transition. And money is extremely important to make that transition happen. So both developing countries and developed world has to come together. And the reality is, if I speak as a citizen, George, there is so much of awareness about how India as a country is also facing massive air pollution. So there are environmental degradation issues. There's a displacement happening of communities. Talk to indigenous people. There's pollution, there's health issue, there's also corruption, child labor. So we all want to move away from fossil fuel, and it's so urgent for so many reasons.
Yes, one figure I saw recently, I think it might have been in your materials, was that 1 in 5 of all global deaths are now being caused by pollution. Can that possibly be right? That's an extraordinary figure.
That's the Harvard study that came out last year, which was just really shocking. But I mean, if you live with it, you understand it, right? It's at every point along the fossil fuel chain, we're poisoning people, from the extraction and the poisons in the water. And people living downstream, to the refining, to the use of it, and people living near highways, and we have never really added it up like that all the way along to really look at that. And what's shocking, and one of the reasons we need to move so quickly now, is that now we know, and we have alternatives. But it's countries like the wealthy countries. In the case of India, it's Australia that's digging up that coal. It's Australia that has just committed to 4 new coal projects, while simultaneously saying they're committed to net zero just in the last couple of months. And that coal is being exported to countries like India and then poisoning people there. And so we really need the big wealthy countries, Norway, the UK, Canada, the US, Australia. They have to step up and stop hiding behind net zero and commit to stopping fossil fuel expansion.
So Justin, when countries like Australia are challenged on this, they say, well, it's jobs. We've got to preserve those mining jobs. How do you answer that?
Well, I think it's pretty tough to cling to the jobs of the past. I mean, you think back to other transitions we've seen, economic transitions, and it'd be pretty foolish to think of country governments defending Blockbuster in its desperate attempt to sell the last cassette tape. I think it's very difficult to imagine that as leadership, to imagine that as preparing your society for the future and ensuring that you're going to have employment as the global economy transitions. So it's something that they all say, but it's very difficult to take at face value given the transition we know that is inevitable, that's happening all around us.
Now, something very striking in all this is the role of public finance, because, Justin, if I can stay with you for a moment, you spelt out very clearly the role of private finance, but of course there's also government agencies, government-run banks, international intergovernmental banks. They still seem to be pouring money into fossil fuels. Why?
Yeah, so, if we go back to the Paris Agreement, was signed back in 2015, you fast forward to today, those very public institutions have poured billions of dollars into the expansion of coal, oil, and gas since the Paris Agreement was signed. And so it's as though nobody seemed to inform them that we signed this world-changing agreement and we need to radically change what we're doing. And I think it's back to what Zipporah has been saying, which is that everybody seems to be comfortable talking about net zero and climate in the abstract, but when the rubber hits the road, which is all about what we do about fossil fuels, nobody seems to be willing to take the hard decisions. That being said, I do think you do see some important signs of leadership. The UK government has stepped out and said we're going to stop providing export credit to coal, oil, and gas around the world. The United States government is starting to get into the same position. So it's starting to change. It's just far too slow for the time scale and the time frame that we're on.
There's two even more inspiring examples. I mean, you know, I'd hesitate to say what the UK and the US are doing are inspiring, but at least, as you say, it's in the right direction. But what Denmark and Costa Rica are doing, now that is quite exciting, Harjeet.
Well, absolutely. And we need such leaders to step up and move beyond geopolitics and move beyond, pointing fingers and blaming and saying, you first step up, otherwise it's going to impact my economy. The kind of leadership they have shown are really examples for other leaders to follow. And that's what we need. You know, when we keep saying that it's a global crisis, it's an emergency, you can't just remain stuck in geopolitics and your vested interest and looking inwards. That's exactly the reason we all come together on such a global platform.
And those two countries, Zipporah, they've set up this Beyond Oil and Gas Alliance, and they're calling on other countries to join them. Do you think there's much prospect that will happen?
I think there is. I think we're going to see a kind of coalition of the first movers, coalition of the willing form around Denmark and Costa Rica's commitment. We're going to hear more about the Beyond Oil and Gas Alliance this week here at COP26, and I expect there are a number of other countries and maybe even subnationals that will start to join, and that will create movement. You know, I think that this is the first step towards a more comprehensive fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty, and I'm really excited about what BOGA's doing. And there's a lot of, the fact is there is a lot of good news. I agree with Justin when he said that. Just last week, we saw the report that said that it was over 1,400 institutions in 10 years who have divested, and it's representing $39 trillion. We have over 2,500 scientists that have endorsed the fossil fuel treaty, 101 Nobel laureates, including the Dalai Lama, and now parliamentarians from around the world, over 100 of them from 24 countries, have endorsed the principles of a fossil fuel treaty. And it's their own initiative, encouraging other parliamentarians to sign on. So there is actually a lot of movement, and I think I feel like there's a shift now in a recognition of the ambition that we need to address stopping the expansion and production of fossil fuels.
So how do we make sure that shift starts to affect the real holdout countries like Canada and Australia, for example, which are behaving in such an antisocial way?
We don't stop. We hit the streets. We take lessons from the youth. Dust off those placards if you're not a youth and you haven't been out there in a while. Call your members of parliament, call your MLAs, and encourage your financial institutions to divest. Should move your money if they haven't. We need to all take individual action, but not just in our lifestyle. It's not what we buy. It's about how we're encouraging our decision makers to make better laws and better regulations. And with the fossil fuel treaty, we're really focusing on the campaign, getting cities to pass motions, getting individuals to join up, and really, encouraging groups around the world to take it and run with it, and join us at fossilfueltreaty.org, because countries are going to act if they know that they have support for making the hard choices, and if they know that there will be consequences for their inaction.
Justin, we're often told, well, we would love to act, but it's really expensive switching to renewables and other sources. Could you give us a rundown of the economics of this?
Yeah, I'm really glad you asked that question, George, because that is about as outdated of a view of the world as I could possibly imagine. But it's one that the coal industry in particular clings to because they don't want to expose their vulnerability. So if you look at basically every mainstream analyst's report or findings, right now it is cheaper to build new wind and solar plus storage than a new coal plant basically everywhere in the world. It's actually cheaper to build new wind and solar and storage than operate an existing coal plant that's depreciated, which should be the cheapest power on earth. So the question is, why are we still running these coal plants? Why are we still planning to build new coal plants today? And that's because they're propped up in regulated markets with subsidies from governments, with capacity payments, which are literally zombie payments. We pay these things to continue to zombie on and not shut down. And so what we're talking about here is if you look at the remaining value in, for instance, the United States coal fleet, it's $10 billion. If we could muster $10 billion, we could buy out and retire every single coal plant in the United States. For the measly sum of $150 to $200 billion, we could buy out and retire every single coal plant in the world and buy back our future. And so I think when we're talking about the use of money, we need to think about the wise use of money, because our entire theory of change is oriented around how the market will hasten this transition and how we will ensure market dynamics kick in. But the reality is the market has already shifted and these zombies continue to linger on. And so we're going to need governments to act, and we're going to need to use public money wisely to retire these assets once and for all and to take care of communities along the way, because it's not just about ensuring the investors who made these terrible and stupid decisions making sure that they are taken care of. It's about making sure that the communities that have been living with the toxic burden in their lives are taken care of. And so I think the thing we really need to open our eyes to, at least with the coal industry, is that it's an incredibly fleetingly small amount of money to get rid of this industry. And it's time that we did that because they've been hiding behind the illusion of power and scale for far too long. And the reality is they are just a very, very small hindrance on the way to a clean energy future. And we just need to push them out of the way.
So Harjeet, the three of you have made a very compelling case for this transition. Why isn't it happening? What's stopping governments from doing exactly what Justin has just laid out?
Well, I mean, one is there's massive inertia, and as you were, George, talking about the importance of public finance, not only in the investment sector, but also we have to make a massive economic shift, and the diversification that is required is of an unimaginable scale, let's face it. But governments have not even taken that step. The whole concept of just transition is only gaining momentum now. And for that, we have to do all kinds of things, starting from setting up a time frame. Each country has to do that. While we are talking of net zero, we know that a lot needs to happen in the near term. We have to involve communities, as Justin was saying. They are going to be affected. They have been dependent on it as their major source. We have to find alternative employment opportunities for them. And as I said, at the economic level, the diversification needs to happen. We need to build social and physical infrastructure. So the change that is required on ground is massive. So governments have to take that lead. Imagine if rich countries are saying that, because of jobs and because of that massive shift, they are unable to do that. Imagine what developing countries are going to face. So you need leaders in the rich world to set that example. Of course, each country has to develop its own plan for just transition. And then how do we support each other? So it's not rocket science. It's going to be complex. It's going to be massive, but we all need to come together to make that just transition. And one positive thing that, as you were referring to examples, Europe has set up a fund of 17 billion euros for just transition. Now, why can't we have a similar fund at the global level to support that transition? So there are those ideas which now need to be scaled up.
Thank you, Harjeet. Now, we're coming close to the end of the programme. Zipporah, could you spell out a vision of what the world will look like if and when this transition that you're pushing for takes place?
What a great question, George. We already see it in pieces all over the world. We're talking about cities that are more livable, where people can afford and have clear options to make public transportation easy and accessible and faster and fun. We're organizing our cities so that people can easily walk to where they need to go to get their groceries, to see their friends, that our houses and our buildings are passive solar, are hooked up to the grid, so that we're not using gas in our houses, which is actually one of the huge health implications that we're just starting to really understand. Fracked gas, cooking with it, heating our homes with it, it's poisoning us. And now we know that. And so we're going to see houses and cars hooked up to the grid, which means renewable energy, both being produced right on our homes, but also heat pumps at a district level and in our homes. So it's cleaner, it's safer. We actually use less energy because things are more efficient. And so our bills are lower overall. And we already see a lot of those solutions at play in different cities around the world. We have the technology to do this. We don't know what aviation is going to look like in the future, and we don't know what large-scale shipping is going to look like. But there's already a lot of interesting solutions that are looking at how we can decarbonize both of those sectors. And while people like to blame it on aviation, and certainly on an individual, one flight is probably equivalent to being vegetarian for 4 years. So we do need to think about our lifestyle choices. Aviation globally is about 2% of our fossil fuel use and emissions. So we can reduce fossil fuel use if we have the right systems in place for the majority of uses today. But one point I want to make, George, which I think is really critical, part of the reason we're not is because of the influence of the big oil, gas, and coal companies. And we haven't really talked about that here today, but I think it's important for people to realize that, you know, pro-fossil fuel ads from the industry, just in the US alone in the last year, 431 million times played on Facebook, just on Facebook alone. So we are being inundated every day with billions of dollars being spent to convince us that we can't make this change, that it's going to harm people and cost more, and it's not true. First, they told us that climate change wasn't true, and they denied the science for 30 years, and now we've proven that in US courts and courts around the world. And now they're flooding us with ads to tell us that it's going to be too hard, that it's going to hurt us. But it's not. It's going to be safer, and it's going to be cleaner, and it's going to protect our kids.
Zipporah, Haji, Justin, thank you so much for a great discussion. And please, everybody watching this, stay tuned to COP26.tv, which, as you've just heard, cuts to the heart of the matter.
Good evening everyone and welcome to No Music on a Dead Planet with me, Sam Lee, in association with Music Declares an Emergency. You are watching COP26.tv with all the cultural highlights for the next 30 minutes here in Glasgow. What's been going on behind the scenes from the climate talks, where all the artists have been giving their voice and their inspiration and their music. Today's show, we've got a very, very lucky interview with Peggy Seeger, the legend that is aged 80-something. She has been a voice of climate and ecological as well as social justice for several decades, hailing from the legendary family that is the Seegers. She's up in Glasgow at the moment to give her voice to the talks and the campaigning. So we managed to get an interview with her and a song, Wanton Man. So Peggy Seeger coming up very shortly in the show. We also have an interview with Corinne Polwart and Heather MacLeod, two exceptional voices from the Scottish folk movement who have been leading some of the music and campaigning going on in Scotland over the last months leading up to COP. We also have a song from them, an amazing video, Enough is Enough. Also, some highlights from the weekend's march that's been going on here in Glasgow, and music from Disraeli, an incredible rapper, as well as Chilean Ana Deju. So some of the amazing voices and thousands of people that gathered in Glasgow for that march over today and yesterday. That's it. Join us every evening at 8:30 p.m. for all the cultural highlights, and remember to follow No Music on a Dead Planet at Music Declares or at COP26 TV, and looking forward to seeing you tomorrow night and onwards throughout the 2 weeks of COP climate talks. Thanks for watching.
COP TV. So we're working for a channel which is just set up for COP26.
Wonderful.
And we're live transmitting every day, 12 hours from the COP, giving. And have you heard of George Monbiot?
I live 2 blocks from him. He's a friend.
Ah, okay. Maybe. Well, they say George is the front for the show.
Is he now?
Yeah. So he's.
Can I say hello to him?
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, definitely. Yeah. Go on, ring right now. Go on, say hello to George.
Hello, George. You're such a favourite person. I'll think of something to say. We call you our George where we live.
So what do you love about George?
He is intelligent, he's articulate, he looks forward, he's cheerful, he makes a great cup of tea, he walks the talk. That's what he does. He lives very sparsely. I don't even know if he has a car. He bicycles past my house. I mean, he's a supporter of the campaign that I'm in to save 2 green fields, ancient meadows, from housing. He's one of the supporters, along with Philip Pullman and Caroline Lucas, and so. And I run that part of that campaign.
Okay.
And he's been fabulous.
Great. Well, we love George, and George is the front of our channel, COP26.tv, and the show that me and Sam are making is called No Music on a Dead Planet.
Wonderful.
So, why are you here at COP26?
I'm very pleased to have been asked by Galgael to have a conversation tonight about music, activism, politics, because I've been an activist songwriter now for 70 years, something like that. And I want to talk about different ways of writing activist songs. Billy Bragg, for instance, he's right out there, and bang, he hits you between the eyes with a sledgehammer. I'm not that kind of singer. I'm not that kind of songwriter. We have ones who write about how beautiful the trees are, and there's a lot of different ways of attacking a problem. And when I say attack, it is time we were on the attack. We've been on the attack with nature for all of our time since agriculture came in. Nomads are not so bad for nature. Agriculture created private property. Private property created eventually the corporations. So we are attacking nature. And I think it's important for us to know that there's different ways of attack. You can attack with a sledgehammer, you can attack with a scalpel, you can attack with humor, you can attack with satire, you can attack with vitriol. Woody Guthrie wrote a piece which, if I was opening my computer, or it's called Woody's Rant, I think, it's absolutely full of incredible invective against the coal owners and the militia that the coal owners hired in the southern mountains and right throughout a lot of America. And that's what I call sledgehammer. Mine are scalpel songs. I have written some that just hit you between the eyes, 2 or 3. One about abortion, one about rape, one about 9/11. And I've also written songs that are just delicate. And I think there's also, you write for what you want to do. You also write for the people that you hope need to be hit by the message. Now, Billy Bragg, if he was to go to a lot of the fence sitters, they might find him bumptious and abrupt, and they'd be offended by him. People are at their own level, they're at your own pace. One of the songs that I wrote is called Time to Be Moving On. It's a wedge song. It wedges you in. It starts, and you don't even know what it's about until the 3rd verse, and by that time you're singing the chorus of an ecological song that you would not, but one of the verses says, choose your issue and choose your place, choose your level and choose your pace. The ship's in trouble needs a brand new crew, old Mother Earth needs me and you, she'll welcome every little thing we do, time to be moving on, time to be moving on. And then the next verse says, the ozone layer's getting mighty thin, the ocean's rising and the wells run dry. Some folks say that it's all a lie. When you're on the team and you refuse to play, there's bound to be a judgment day. The world may sue the USA. And that is verse 5 of a song that began with Pretty Little Baby, Just Been Born, Time. And you don't, so that's a wedge song. So I'm in a way becoming a wedge singer, but if I'm in any way unique, it's that I've had a fantastic, now I'm a Proustian interviewee. I just keep talking.
You're good. I'm loving every word you're saying.
If I'm in any way unique, it's that I've lived this long and that I had an excellent classical musical education. I had an excellent folk music education. Leadbelly Woody Guthrie visited our house, for Christ's sake, when I was 6. And so I have these 2 parameters of the musical scene, one the elite and the other really working class, because that's where folk music comes from. And so I've written songs that sound for all the world like an Elizabethan song. I've written songs that sound for all the world that people have taken for a folk song. So what I try to do is write songs that aim at a particular group of people. Nuclear power, which I don't approve of, which I think is deadly. I've read up on it. Used to be a lecturer in what it actually does, but a basic one. And I've written 5 songs about nuclear power, depending on who I'm singing to. But you don't sing sledgehammer songs to a scalpel audience. You don't do that. At present, I'm middle class, I'm white, I'm privileged. I have once been so poor that I wasn't too sure if money was going to be coming in for the family at all. And then a song that was written for me, First Time Ever I Saw Your Face, boosted our income amazingly. And so I'm comfortable in my old age. And a lot of the people I sing for are my own audience. I say that, it sounds immodest, but my own audience is quite small, except they're getting bigger because older people just love what I do, and they are amazed that I'm still vertical. But anyway, what I feel is important to do now, there are other people who sing really well for the converted. And the converted need people like that. They need them to make us feel together, marching together, because the togetherness is what a lot of middle class don't have. Working class people have it in poverty and in their work and their communities. The rich don't give a damn.
Yeah.
So who to write for? I don't write for the Trumpists because I have tried for years to talk religion I've tried for years to talk with religious people because I'm not religious and they want to argue God. And I don't want to argue God because you don't argue something that you don't believe exists. So I don't argue religion. So I don't argue Trumpism with people who are... So who do I sing for? Who do I think is the most important right now? And I think it's the fence sitters. The ones who say, oh, what can I do, poor little me? And the ones who say, well, I'm not sure that it's really happening. I'm not going to come down on the side of denial, and I'm not going to come down on that. So they're sitting on the fence. And it's a very good term, unless one of their legs is stronger than the other and they're gripping in a way that I don't know about. But I believe that a lot of fence sitters are waiting to be convinced, and there's a huge part of them that wants to be part of something. It's very hard to be part of the Trump thing without the Trump side, without developing all kinds of sections of your personality that you might not like. And it's very hard to say, oh, XR Rebellion glues themselves to the highways. I'm not going to do that. So a fence sitter needs suggestions. We need ways to think about climate change and to act on climate change that are within, I won't say within our comfort zone, but that start at our comfort zone and move ahead. And I understand this very, very well. I was talking to somebody on the train yesterday about climate change, and I said, well, what are you doing about it? And she believes climate change is something. She says, well, there's nothing I can do. I said, there are things you can do. She says, people have tried to tell me that, but if you tell them in a song, it's very different, because people like music. Music is a wedge on its own. It really is. Like my song that starts out lovely, you know, and very quickly you're being given something to do. So how do you deal with fence sitters? Well, they're on the fence for a number of reasons, but I think a very big one now, which is something that I'm thinking about, is that we don't connect with nature. We say, oh, that pretty tree, those out there, those lovely leaves, and there's red on one side and there's yellow on the other, and I love it when the sun shines. Oh, that's great for you, isn't it? You know. But read up and understand nature. There's so many books now that are, and if you don't like books, you can go on Audible and you can listen to it. Books like The Hidden Life of Trees, which tells you that trees actually communicate with each other above ground. They communicate by sending perfumes out to each other when there's an insect attack. They do amazing things. And even how they get water up through they are communities of trees. When one tree is growing too much over to another tree, that other tree starts to lean away, or it starts to push back, depending. It's a fence sitter, you know. Learn about nature. So there's the life above ground. There's all of the trees and the plants, and they do astounding things. We talk about ourselves and all the wonderful things that human beings do. Look at trees that we think are just there. We can solve them down when we want. Then read The Entangled Life, which talks about the fungi underground. You know, the biggest fungi is several kilometers square somewhere in Canada, and the funguses and the mushrooms, they communicate underground. So when I read these two books, I began feeling like a thin slice of ham between two big slices of bread. I'm this little creature, two-legged runt, as I think a Novel Harari talks about. We're a two-legged runt who took over the world. And here's this enormous communication family above the earth, and this enormous communication family below the earth, and we're just trashing both.
This morning I listened to your song 1+1, and I watched the video that Zoe had done.
Yeah, that's a wedge song.
Could you talk a little bit about that song and how that touches people's hearts?
Well, I sometimes songs just appear and they land on your shoulder gently. Sometimes songs appear like a razor edge on the other shoulder. But that one, I wanted to make a song for children, and it turned out to be one that adults love. In America, adults sing children's songs, and children absolutely love murder ballads. I don't know if that's true here. I don't sing to a lot of children. My children loved murder ballads. They did.
Okay, well that's beautiful. Thank you for all that. Would you like to sing a song for us?
Okay.
So you're ready when you are.
This song had 5 texts, one by one. I loved the tune, but each time I put a text to it, it didn't work. It just wasn't right. It began with a text about Patrice Lumumba, who was murdered. Patrice Lumumba, what African nation? He was elected leader, and they assassinated him, they murdered him. That didn't work. The tune is too gentle. And I had other ones, and they didn't work. One day I'm coming out from the West Wickham Baths, and bang, this song lands on my shoulders. And I think, if I may take a moment here, it's important that people realize how beautiful the earth is, how we are vandals on the earth, and you have to love your own home, because you have to realize what it is we are all, as a species, going to lose. The planet will not die. She'll be a wounded animal, and she'll go on. We will be in complete chaos, our civilizations, etc. Wanton man, this song ends. It's a wedge song. Okay. Slowly, slowly, she turns over through the night, turns her lovely face toward the morning light, always turning, 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 on her long and endless journey through the sky. Slowly, slowly, she turns over through the day. Flowers bloom and seed and die and fade away. Seasons turning, 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 till tomorrow's just a memory of today. Virgin waters tumbling, tumbling downhill. First the storm, and then the time when all is still. All will follow, follow, follow. All in balance when the earth does as she will. The sky to bring the goddess down, who's laid poison in her body, in her bones. The earth is trembling, trembling, trembling. Is she waiting for the deadly final wound? Wanton man, beware the power of the tide. Learn to answer to the mother's warning cry. Learn to follow, follow, follow. Live with all that live on earth, or die. She really is an amazing creature, wandering through infinity. She really is. She runs her life. She knows what to do. And one of the things she's doing, if we don't watch out, is like we want to get rid of something that's on our skin that's bothering us. We kill it. We're bothering her. We're making it impossible for her to keep going with her systems.
Beautiful.
Okay.
That's a take.
God, this guitar is punishing.
So here we are, No Music on a Dead Planet in George Square in Glasgow, and I'm really pleased I'm here with two of my absolute favourite folk singers who happen to sing folk songs, Heather McLeod and Corinne Polwart. We've just come off the back of Sing the Changes, What a Wonderful World, but I've grabbed you both to talk a little bit about your relationship to what's going on here at COP26 and how music is for you, a force of change. You both sing very much from the heart. I wondered, what is music and activism? How do they connect with each other? Heather, I'm going to ask you first.
Well, it hits the heart, doesn't it? It just hits the heart in an amazing way that I think just spoken words might not. Music just transcends, and frequency just does the job in another way altogether, which has worked and continues to work, and we keep making it work. Yeah.
Corinne, your music very much touches on the beauty, the fragility of nature, your relationship. Why is that such an important thing for you to sing about and write about?
I think, I come from a folk tradition, as you do as well, and so many of the songs that we have, that are gifted to us from before are about everything else around us. They're about the environment that we live in, the land that we occupy, and I feel like now as a writer and as a singer, I've got a responsibility and to kind of talk about how things are now. Heather and I have both been involved in a project which combines new writing and massed singing and massed participation, called Enough is Enough. It was a commission specifically for COP26, conceived of by a community project in Edinburgh called Oi Musica, and they do kind of street-based work with brass and percussion. And Heather runs a choir in Edinburgh called Soundhouse Choir, and I was asked to write a piece about COP26 being in Glasgow, and it was really important to me not only to talk about the kind of universal theme of climate crisis, but to write something that's embedded in this city and the history of this city. We're in George Square. This is a really symbolic place in terms of civic activism in the history of Glasgow and the history of Scotland. This is where all the great labour rallies were. All the great anti-war rallies have been focused in this place, in this city. That's the city chambers that's behind us. Yeah. And the coat of arms for the city of Glasgow is based on the myth of Glasgow's patron saint, St Mungo, and it's the tree and the bird and the fish and the bell. It's the story of his journey to Glasgow with his mother as asylum seekers and refugees. So this whole city's heritage is founded in the story of persecution and exile and asylum, and I think it's really important to speak to that heritage and make it relevant to the issues that face the city now. So many of the people who come to this city from other parts of the world as asylum seekers have come as a result of the impacts of climate crisis. So the piece that we put together called Enough is Enough draws on that story. Wherever there's a tree that never grew, let it grow. Wherever there's a bird that never flew, let it go. Wherever there's a fish that never swam, let it swim on up the river. And wherever there's a bell that never rang, we can ring it. So it's about kind of collective action.
And it was also drawing from the well-being economy, wasn't it? And that your chorus was enough is enough. So we've got that lovely double meaning with enough is enough of this situation. It's got to change, but enough is enough, and we don't need so much. And that balance really needs to change. It's a really beautiful song.
Are you finding that with your singers, your choirs, your audience, that there is change happening within them, that they are being swung in different directions, becoming more conscious of the world and what's going on?
Well, definitely, and I think, you know, that they've had this song originally. It was intended to be a live piece at last year's COP26, which of course was delayed until now. So what was originally a live piece then became an online piece, but that then went viral and got over 300,000 views, and so really, ironically, in the end, we reached so many more people than we would have ever done with one live performance, you know. And so the piece has been sort of gestating for a year, waiting to come to life, you know. So we have a wonderful opportunity to sing it on the 10th of November in Glasgow. In Govan,
which is really important because that's, you know, the city's
are.
industrial heritage is based in Govan. That's where all the big dockyards
the
were.
the most multicultural area of Glasgow. There's 73 languages spoken in Govan.
And it's also a place where, you know, there's fantastic community embedded projects there like Gale, which is kind of developing community development based on the heritage of boat building, and also the Centre for Human Ecology is based in Govan. So there's a tremendous amount of activism happening in that part of the city, and I think that was really important for us in finding a home for that piece at COP26, was that it was public and it was in the street and it was accessible rather than tucked away in the kind of, you know, back rooms of the actual conference proceedings themselves.
So what does it mean, lastly, to have COP here, to have the world on your doorstep making such major decisions?
I mean, it feels like quite a responsibility, I think, to have it. It's quite humbling, I think, to know that people have come from around the world, and there are people, you know, in the city now who've come from parts of the world that are under threat right now, you know, from oceans rising and erosion and, you know, drought and flooding, and they're in our city. So to be welcoming of those people and to listen to what's happening to people in other parts of the world, and to connect the dots here as well, you know, shortage of food and the fuel crisis that's currently, these are all connected to the way that we run our economy and the way that we, you know, the way that we get the essentials of life here in this country. And I think there's a need to just connect those things up and realise that it's a pressing issue for people in this city, in this country now.
Yeah. Join the dots. Time to join the dots.
Can you tell me a little bit about some dates in the calendar coming up over November that we need to be aware of and to tune into and turn up to?
Well, this piece is enough. And it goes out in Edinburgh under Gaia, the sculpture of planet Earth. We sing it underneath there on November the 6th, which is Global Climate Action Day.
And that's in Dynamic Earth, which is the kind of science centre right opposite the Scottish Parliament in the centre of Edinburgh.
Yeah, so that's Saturday the 6th, and then we come to Glasgow on Wednesday the 10th to Govan, but with Storm, the 10-metre puppet that is the goddess of the seas and the waterways. So there's another little secret we can't tell you yet.
Yes.
So, but yeah, that would be great. And but also, it's not just us wheeling in a performance to Glasgow from Edinburgh. It's we've got community singers from Govan joining us. We've got the Joyous Choir, who are the refugee choir, and we have kids from Riverside Primary as well. So it's a massive brass eye and samba yabamba, the street bands. It's all coming together.
And just
for
to
the
say
first
as well
time.
that over and above the live performances, the Enough is Enough piece has spawned a project called Let It Grow, so letitgrow.org, and that piece has travelled in really moving ways. It's gone to youth street bands and community music projects in Durham, Manchester, Edinburgh, down to the South Bank in London, an incredible carnival performance of that by young people down there. It's gone to Brussels, to asylum seekers in Brussels. It's gone to the Ghana Police Band in Accra,
Cuba,
and it's just so, it's had a life, I think, because of its, to some extent, because of the constraints and its digital presence.
That's right.
So it's there for people to enjoy, and there are free resources for choirs to pick up and for bands to pick up if they want to do that.
It's very like today in a way, except it's a wider palette because there's brass and drums, and you know, and it's worldwide. It's been really encouraged to be shared.
Incredible. Well, Heather McLeod,
wave.
you are doing amazing stuff Corinne, thank you so much for all your energy and commitment.
And enjoy your stay.
Will do. Thanks for coming and chatting to us.
Cheers.
It's been so long since your first breath. I hold you in my heart. It's been so long since your first breath. I hold you in my heart. You needed water. I gave you the sea. You needed shelter. I gave you the tree. You needed fire. I showed you the sun. You needed air to breathe. To breathe, to breathe. I give you all I have, but you always want more. I give it freely to you, but you always want more. I give you all I have, but you always want more. I give it freely to you. Enough is enough, but it's never enough. Enough is enough, it's all that you need. Enough is enough, but it's never enough. Enough is enough, it's all that you need. Didn't I give you everything? Didn't I give you everything? Didn't I give you everything you need? Didn't I give you everything? Didn't I give you everything? Didn't I give you everything you need? Didn't I give you everything? Didn't I give you everything? Didn't I give you everything you need? The tree and the bird and the fish and the bell. The tree and the bird and the fish and the bell. The tree and the bird and the fish and the bell. The tree and the bird and the fish and the bell. The tree and the bird and the fish and the bell. The tree and the bird and the fish and the bell. Wherever there's a tree that never grew. Wherever there's a bird that never flew.
yourselves. Guys, hip-hop has always been about social change, and our next performer is one of the best ambassadors of that kind of message. A big welcome, please, for Bristol-born rapper, Disraeli.
How are we doing, lovelies? How are you feeling out there in the gorgeous weather? Man, there's so much to be freaking angry about right now, isn't there? Make some noise if you're angry. Friends of the Earth released a report last week to say it's not just Cambo that's in the pipeline, the picture for new fossil fuel projects that are in the pipeline. There are 40 new fossil fuel projects in the pipeline in the UK alone. There is plenty to be angry about, but I think that what actually brought us here today, more than anything else, is love. It's the people that we love. I know what brought me here today is my two sons. I got twin sons. They're 11 months old. They're called Idris and Paco. And they're the reason I'm standing on this stage today. So let's just all reconnect with that for just a second. On the count of 3, I want you all to shout out the name of someone that you're here for today. Someone that you love, that you're here for, their future, their present. 1, 2, 3. Oi! I'm going to ask you to do a little bit more audience participation as well. This one's really simple. It goes, rise, keep the moon ship rising, must rise. Something has died in your eyes, so come on, rise. Kiddies and creatures alike, the sun rises, fucking godly wonder. These are your times. I say rise, you say rise, rise, rise. With all your heart and energy as if it could warm you from the inside, rise. Keep the moon ship rising, must rise. Something has died in your eyes, so come on, rise. Kiddies and creatures alike, the sun rises, fucking godly wonder. These are your times. Let's run the beats. Can you hear me back there? Hey, there we go. Get loosened, get loosened. Bouncing is the best cure for rain. 1. Little balloon to tick you save a mouth dog. Claiming now you're pacing round, taking out blocks. What about encapsulating human waste you're proud of? Shine like the bonnets down at Avonmouth docks. It's a short existence, man, think a minute on it. Some of us sweating, others of us chasing wicked profits. Summer of recession, got a case of shitty fosters. Case of bollock cake and drug-related willy problems. But we're taking little losses, constant living godless. Some of us rot in civil offices and little boxes. Others of us nibble after dinner lobster, sipping frosted vodkas, clinking crystal goblets for the things accomplished. If you're in, I'm on it. I'm feeling big today. Let's spray our faith across the city for the kids to clock it. It's not a product, it's a little bit of something honest. It's not a product, it's a little bit of something honest. And that is rarer than you ever would believe, bruh. We're sheeped up, so very many shepherds have deceived us. I'm sick of sheep dip. Please listen, these kids have written so much deep shit. You'll drown if you don't perceive it. They're getting close to Jesus. That's the power of proclaiming. The one power that's ours for the taking. But have 1,000 ounces of uranium contained within the boundaries of the cranium. Spray it from the mountains or from stadium stages. Stay it in a blaze of 50 kilowatt lasers. Spin it in the cosmos till the gods taste it. You phosphorescent volcanic blow the roof. Give me anecdotes so potent, mathematics don't confuse the god particles. They bind to form compounds with life forms of electrified water. What now? Fuck it. Let's push it to the outskirts of possible galactic anarchy. Everybody move your molecules right. Keep the moon ship rising, come on right. Something has died in your eyes, so come on right. Kiddies and creatures alike, the sun rises, fucking godly wonder. These are your times, so right. Keep the moon ship rising, come on right. Come on right. Kiddies and creatures alike, the sun rises, fucking godly wonder. These are your times, so right. Lifting off the surface of planet Earth, spiraling upwards. It's too much, it's too much. It's all love, it's all love. Your face is traces of a truth you carry that I love to know. And I wish you'd tell me, but I have a hunch you won't. Cause it's safer, innit? Hid behind your puppet show. Hunch with your two fists talking in your knuckles probe. Love don't protect you, but I bet 100 notes punch doesn't get Judy. He gets a bloody nose. So maybe just for once, sonny, give the sun a go. Are you a shooting star or a running joke? Dickhead with your swagger and your banner saying drugs are so wicked. With your mash up bladder flaccid as a punch at home. In your grubby coat of shivers like a swan below. Singing where's the money, mother, where'd the money go? I'm on a hillock with a gullet full of ones and O's. Trying to conjure something dope for my country folk. Yelling fuck the front page, check your frontal lobe. Check the substances in which they cut your clothes. Blood and injustice. And on another note, son, it's summer street, the streets and all your underclothes. Stuff your stomach, speak your piece before the summer goes. Speak your secret briefs in psychedelic colour codes. Speak the lions that are lying in your undergrowth. They will keep you flying long after the clubs are closed. Cause you were giant similar to when the sun implodes. Truth has a sledgehammer for your funny bones, right? Keep the moon shit rising, come on, right? Biddies and creatures that lie, come on, right? Biddies and creatures that lie, the sunrise is fucking godly wonder. These are your times, come on, right? Keep the moon shit rising, come on, right? Biddies and creatures that lie, come on, right? Something has died in your eyes, the sunrise is godly wonder. These are your times, come on. We are getting off our knees now. We are getting off our knees. It's too much, it's too much love. We're getting off our knees now, right? Kiddies and creatures that like the sunrise. It's fucking godly wonder. These are your times to come on, right? Keep the moon shit rising, come on, right? Kiddies and creatures that like, come on, right? Something has died in your eyes. The sunrise is fucking godly wonder. These are your times, so come on, rise.
Are y'all ready to rise? We have to remember that the fight for climate justice has to be anti-colonialist, anti-imperialist, and anti-fascist. And so our next performer is someone who's coming all the way from Chile, Ana Teju.
Hello, thank you so much, and I'm deeply grateful to be here today on the stage and sharing with people from everywhere. I've seen so many flags that make so many sense, like I see the Palestinian flag, and to understand that for us in Latin America, like, we want Palestine free, because your fight is our fight, because we understand that this battle is an international battle. And to understand that this amazing committee that invited me today, that is La Minga, that came from all America, from Alaska to Patagonia, people all over America, and people from Ecuador, Chile, Bolivia, Argentina, and represent the indigenous people that are learning and teaching to us what is about humanity and life. We are here for love and life. That is the goal. And to understand that we got one enemy. We can have so many differences between all of us, but we got one enemy, that is death. And this problem is against death and for life. So thank you so much to invite me and to be part, to learn. And we got to learn to be, like, to listen to each other. This is about commitment, we say, la puta madre. This is about, like, to listen to us and to have another way to make a world, another world without racism, without colonialism, and antifascistas siempre. And because without that, we can't have that fight. So that song that I will perform, and then I will give this mic to other people to share the stage with other friends and colleagues, hermano y hermana, is about that. This song is called Antifa, Antifascism. So you can put the track, baby.
Solo los flaques, los caras de nana, los caras de nada. Somos los patis pelados, los kumas, los cholos y que más. Somos los cholos, los flaques, los caras de nana, nada. Somos los cholos, los flaques, los caras de nana, los caras de nada. Pa' mí que tu carta siempre fue derecha, me da la sospecha que tú te aprovechas, tú nada cosechas, ni prende la vela, ni ahí con tu escuela no te prendo vela. Ando y escucha la lucha del cafeinado, tremenda truta. Ya no hay excusa para hacer blanducha, no se me confunda. Buena capucha, upacay, ¿cómo estáis? No necesito estar high, este sistema se cae si tú no compras. Upacay, ¿cómo estáis? No necesito estar high, este sistema se cae si tú no compras. se va que todo esto se acabe, todo se sabe, todo se irá a Haití. Chile combate a liberar este mundo completo. Si tocan a uno, tocan el pueblo. Internacionalista, anticolonialista, contra dominación, antifascista. Internacionalista, anticolonialista, contra dominación, antifascista. Upacay, ¿cómo estáis? No necesito estar high. Este sistema se cae si tú no compras. Upacay, ¿cómo estáis? No necesito estar high. Este sistema se cae si tú no compras. ¡Gualmapu libre! ¡Fuera Piñera! ¡Make some noise, Glasgow! Dance, 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 papi chulo, somos los flightes, los cara de nada, somos los cholos y que más, somos los cholos, los cara de nada, somos los chulos, fuera Piñera. Thank you so much, thank you, gracias, and freedom to Palestina en Gualmapu libre, thank you.
Well, that's the end of No Music on a Dead Planet with me, Sam Lee, in association with Music Declares Emergency. Thank you to our producer, Duncan Bridgman, and to all the artists contributing to this show. If you're an artist and you have things that are going on in Glasgow at the moment and want to be featured on this show, drop us a line, let us know, tweet us, Instagram us, WhatsApp us, whatever, and we will come and find you. So until tomorrow night, when we have more of the amazing amount of arts going on across the city, have a great evening and see you tomorrow night. Many thanks.
First of all, let me start with water. Water is life, therefore it touches everything.
सबैको अब पँधेरो त्यहीँ भएपछि त आफूले सके भन्दा नि व्रत के सकि नसकि लैजान पाएदेखि अर्को छाकलाई नि अलिकति आड रहन्छ भन्ने भयो कि आफ्नो ज्यानले सके भन्दा
लगायतका खेलहरूलाई चाहिँ जुन मेरो पालामा मैले दुःख पाएको थिएँ अब भोलिको भाइहरूलाई चाहिँ त्यसरी दुःख नहोस् अब लगातार हाम्रो पोहोर परारको बाढीले 2 वर्ष रेगुलर बाढी आयो त्यो बाढीले गरेर चाहिँ हाम्रो लगभग हाम्रो खेतलाई हाम्रो ग्राउन्डलाई चाहिँ एउटा बगर जस्तै बनाइदियो
बाटो भएर बग्ने खोला थियो त्यो खोलाको बाटो क्रस गरेर आउनु पर्ने थियो डरेर आउनु पर्ने थियो अरु कुनै उपाय थिएन
गएको बेला आफैले देखेको थियौँ
Climate change was caused by the energy sector, burning of more fossil fuel and things like that. But the impact is being felt by the water sector. With too much water, too little water, too much humidity, too little soil moisture. So, climate change through water is affecting society, okay? Which means it's affecting just about everything. It's not just floods and droughts, you know? It's horticulture. It's livestock, it's human health, you keep naming it, just about everything, okay? What climate change is basically saying is the future is not going to be like the past.
आज पालो आउँछ भने मलाई थाहा छैन
मलाई थाहा छैन आउँदैन आउँदैन यसै टन्न मन्न थाहा चाहिँ अनि कहाँ आउँछ
यस्तो भुरा
ल
बाल्टी त ल्याए
सानो चाहिँ मान्छे हैन र दुईटा छैन दुईजना छैन
हाम्रो पानी भने
ए सक्यो तपाईँ पानी अब सबैको पानी हो आइराछ आउँछ बुहारी र अन्त ल्याएर हरे शिव पापी कता ठुलो र सानो उसो जानु हतार र बाल्टिनी बनाएर लिएर गइरह
मेरो नाम कमला देवी पाठक हो म त्रिपुर सुन्दरी सलेन्टार 1 मा बस्छु मेरो बिहे भएको 17 वर्षको उमेरमा हो दोस्रो बच्चा पहिलो बच्चा अब वर्ष दिन भनौँ न भित्रैमा जस्तै भयो भन्नु पर्यो उमेर मेरो 42 भयो उमेर म 42 वर्ष भयो मेरो बच्चा 3टा छ अब त्यही त नि पानी बोक्नु पर्ने घाँस काट्ने अब घर घराँसी काम अब भात तिउन अब यताउता खानापिना यताउता गर्नलाई अब सबै थोक आफैले भ्याउनु पर्ने दुःख हुने त्यही दुःखको कारणले गर्दाखेरि अनि यस्तो भएको हो
यो हाम्रो फुटबल ग्राउन्ड हेटौँडा पिप्ले 5 मा अवस्थित छ क्याम्पडाँडा भन्ने ठाउँमा यो खेल मैदान हाम्रो एउटा नियमित रूपमा प्रशिक्षण लिने ठाउँ हो त्यही भएर त्यो ग्राउन्डको कारणले गर्दा हामीले एक अर्कामा साथीभाइहरूले परिचय बनाउने भातृत्व साटासाट गर्ने र साथीहरूसँग नजिक हुने मौका पाएका छौँ त्यो ग्राउन्डमा खेलेर सबै भाइहरूलाई एउटा आफ्नो गार्जियन जस्तो हुने खालको चाहिँ हामीले वातावरण बनाएको छौँ आफूमा अब माया भएपछि उनीहरूले हामीलाई गार्जियनको रूपमा हेर्ने र सधैँभरि एउटा माया साटासाट र एउटा आफ्नोपनको चाहिँ आभास दिलाउने ठाउँ भएको छ पहिला त्यहाँ खेल मैदान भन्ने नै थिएन त्यहाँ एउटा गाई चराउने ठाउँ थियो क्याटल ग्रेजिङ गर्ने ठाउँ थियो त्यसमा चाहिँ हामी जाँदा ठुलो ठुलो रुखहरू थियो रुखहरू ढलेको थियो ठुलो ठुलो जराहरू थियो त्यहाँ चाहिँ हामी अब गोठालो जाने र सबैजना गोठालो जाँदा साथीहरू चाहिँ कुटो कोदालो बोकेर जाने र एक दिन दुई दिन गरेर हाम्रो त्यो चौरभरिको ठुटोहरू झिक्यौँ अब हाम्रो खेल मैदान चाहिँ हामीले धेरै मेहनत गरेर एउटा स्ट्यान्डर्ड साइजमा बनाइसकेका थियौँ स्तरीकरण गर्नको लागि चाहिँ हामी लागिरहेछौँ 30 वर्षदेखि चाहिँ हामीले त्यहाँ खेलि पनि रहेछौँ
मलाई खेल्न मन छ मलाई डाक्टर बन्न मन छ म ठुलो भएपछि घुम्न जान मन छ काठमाडौँ
पहिले त सानोमा त दुःख पाउँथ्यो कति भने जस्तो हुन्थेन त्यही त हो नि खेतीपाती गर्ने त्यही खेतीबाट उब्जनी भयो भने खाएन पायो नत्र जागिर छैन व्यापार छैन त्यस्तै त हो नि अब आफ्नै अब यहीँ छ फेरि थलो जम्मै अब यहीँ नै छ आफ्नो जग्गा जिम्नी छ
जान अब आउन गर्दाखेरि लगभग 3 घण्टा लाग्छ लाग्छ 2 घण्टा अनि पुग्नलाई चाहिँ त खासै आधा घण्टा जतिमा पुगिन्छ अब आउन थाप्न पर्यो अब एकछिन कुरेर बस्न पर्यो त्यहाँ पनि प्याक हुन्छ नि अब यता नजिक नपाएपछि त पनि सबैको अब पँधेरो त्यहीँ भएपछि त काठसाट त नबोकेको कुरो बोकिनँ हजुर मैले त्यही पानी बोक्यो अब ठुल्ठुलो गाडी पानी बोक्यो अब अलिक धेरै लानु पायो अलिक धेर छाक टर्थ्यो भन्ने भयो आफैले गर्नु पर्यो परेको गिरिस्तीमा बसेपछि मेसै साँझे पनि गर्न परिहाल्यो एउटा कोदालो खन्न पर्यो नि सक्दिनँ भन्न पाइएन लाग्छ 2 घन्टा अनि पुग्नलाई चाहिँ त खासै गरेर अनि 2-4 खेप पानी 4 खेप 5 खेप अब कोही बेला 6 खेप 7 खेप पनि हुनसक्छ त्यही कारणले गर्दाखेरि मलाई त्यो रोगबाट बढी हुँदै गयो मैले अपरेसन गर्नै पर्ने भयो त्यो बीचको चाहिँ बाबु पेटमा हुँदाखेरि अनि मलाई यस्तो रोग देखा पर्यो हो मलाई यो पाठेघरको समस्याको देखा पर्यो हो सजिलो के सजिलो खै अब त्यही नै काम हो अलिकति अब गर्नलाई एउटा आइमी मान्छेको साथी आफ्नो भएन साथमा छोर मान्छे मात्रै भएपछि यसो सघाउनी पगाउनी नभएपछि त अलि त्यही काम नि दुःखै हुँदो रहेछ
सलेन्डरमा पानीको स्रोतहरू वरिपरि भए पनि पानीको सतह प्राकृतिक स्रोतमा रहेको नजिकका कुवा धाराहरूबाट चाहिँ खानेपानी चाहिँ त्यसरी पनि बोकेर ल्याएर ड्रिङ्किङ वाटर चाहिँ घरियासी प्रयोग गर्न थालेको छ र जुन पाइपलाइनबाट आएका पानीहरू नुहाउन वस्तुलाई खुवाउन खाना पकाउन आदिमा प्रयोग विक्रम सम्वत 2032 सालबाट यो पानीको व्यवस्थापन नेपाल सरकारले गर्दै आइरहे तापनि पानीका समस्याहरू धेरै छन्
There are places in Nepal where entire villages on the hills are being abandoned because the springs have dried. And there's no way you can get the water there. There's just no way because the next water source may be 500 meters down below. Now you can carry water to 20-50 meters. You can't carry 500 meters everyday water and still hope to survive. Himalayan springs are not on anybody's radar right now. It's springs that people use for drinking water in the hills. People don't use streams. And unless we properly understand that and do something about it, hill life is going to be untenable, all across the Himalaya.
Yeah, this. Yeah, this. Yeah, this kind of this. त्यसैले बक्सिङ खेलाडी स्वर्ण पदक जितेको छु त्यसैगरी 10-12 वटा जति अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय पदकमा मैले भाग लिएको छु त्यसमध्ये मैले 4 वटा चाहिँ अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय मेडल जितेको छु अनि खेल्ने ग्राउन्ड हल राम्रो थिएन आफैले झाडीहरू फाडेर त्यसमा खेल्न पर्थ्यो ग्राउन्ड बनाएर खेल्न पर्थ्यो किकब्यागहरू थिएन अनि ट्रेनिङ पनि अब बर्खायाममा छोड्नु पर्ने हुन्थ्यो त्यो खेल्ने ठाउँ अभावको कारणले त्यसले गर्दा चाहिँ हाम्रो खेल्ने ट्रेनिङ सिजन चाहिँ एकदम दिवस कष्टकरै हुन्थ्यो कति महिना ग्याप गर्नु पर्थ्यो त्यही भएर पनि खेलको अलिकति धेरै मेहनत गर्नु पर्थ्यो अगाडि बढ्नको लागि त्यही मार्फत नै एउटा हाम्रो यो पिपलिवा क्लब भन्ने स्थापना गरेर अनि त्यस अन्तर्गत रहेर हामीले फुटबल मात्र नभएर फुटबल भलिबल बक्सिङ हामीले सिकाएका भाइहरू आज राष्ट्रिय तथा अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय खेलाडीहरू पनि भएका छन्। अनि हामीले हाम्रो क्लबको खास उद्देश्य भनेको चाहिँ अब सोसियल वर्कहरू गर्ने, समाजमा रहेका अब यो विकृति विसङ्गति त्यस्तो भएर चाहिँ यो युथहरू चाहिँ अब यो दूरदर्शनमा लाग्नबाट चाहिँ वञ्चित भएर चाहिँ हाम्रो खेलकुदमा चाहिँ लागेर चाहिँ अगाडि बढ्ने मौका चाहिँ केटाहरूले पाइरहेछ। अब लगातार हाम्रो पोहोर परारको बाढीले 2 वर्ष रेगुलर त्यही बनाइदियो। त्यहाँ चाहिँ भएका अब हाम्रो सब बनाएका कुराहरू घाँसहरूदेखि लिएर सबै हाम्रो कुराहरूलाई चाहिँ सबै बगाइदियो। त्यो बगाएर चाहिँ अहिले त्यसलाई चाहिँ खेल्न लायक छोडेन, त्यो अहिले एकदमै बिग्रिएको अवस्थामा छ। त्यसले गर्दा चाहिँ हामी धेरै दुखी भएका छौँ।
सञ्चना मेरो दिदी पर्छ। सञ्चनाले मलाई होमवर्क सिकाउँथ्यो। सञ्चना र मेरो झगडा धेरै नै हुन्थ्यो होमवर्क गरेन भने।
सबैजनालाई माया गर्थ्यो उसले। बहिनीलाई होमवर्क सिकाउँथ्यो।
उसलाई सबभन्दा पहिला सुरुमा पढाइ नै राम्रो पढ्न मन पराउँथ्यो। स्याहार सुसार गरेर बस्थ्यो।
मिनेट चाहिँ जेमा पनि मिनेटै थियो। त्यो चाहिँ अब अलि पैसाको चाहिँ अलि दुःख थियो हाम्रो यो ठाउँमा। अलि उ थियो, आफूले भनेर त पुर्याउनु सकिन्थेन। बोरिङ नै तल पहिला बोरिङ पराएको, अनि बोरिङबाट अब धेरैजना भयो, पढाउन नसक्ने भयो। दुईटालाई चाहिँ अब सरकारी स्कुलमा हाल्ने भनेर सरकारी स्कुलमा हालेको थियो। स्कुल हालिदिए। स्कुल हालेपछि 1 घन्टा 2 घन्टा आउने जाने 2 घन्टा लाग्थ्यो। त्यो स्कुलमा पढाइ पनि राम्रो थियो। अब म पढ्छु, यस्तो गर्छु, म ठुलो मान्छे बन्छु भन्ने चाहिँ थियो।
मेरो छोरीको नाम सञ्चना बलामी थियो। खरेले बगायो।
Very regularly we hear the sentence, water is life. What is necessary for all aspects of life. Climate change is not just about temperature change, right? Warming. It's more than that. It's also about changes in the precipitation, rainfall. Nepal is one of the countries facing very high amount of climate change. The warming is quite intense in Nepal. It is around 0.06 degrees Celsius per year, which is quite intensive by global standards. The onset and retreat of monsoon seems to be changing. But the precipitation, the rainfall is also changing in this part of the world. It's not only about too much water, it's also about too little water.
त्यो बाल्टीको 2 बाल्टी त्यो बाल्टी ठुलो बाल्टी भर्दिँदो रहेछ 2 बाल्टीले यो यस्तो दुईटा भर्ने त्यो नभर्ने भन्न खोजे हेबी यो भर अनि यो गाई भर्दौ सक्छु अनि कुलले यो यो यति भरे हुन्छ कसरी हुन्छ अनि त्यो ठुलो बाल्टी चाहिँ काको बाल्टी छापे गरे हाम्रो हैन नि मैले छाप्ने ए ठुलो बाल्टी दुईटा बाल्टी भर्ने अनि के भने त मजबुरी के भने त के गन भने पानी धेर खानु भने
त्यही भएर अब दुख्नी पनि अब भित्रभित्रै अब के चिलाउने फुलिने त्यस्तै समस्या आइपर्यो चौटा धेरै झर्ने अनि जाने अनि त्यहाँबाट मलाई त अब झन् धेरै दुख्ने के त्यो आफ्नो शरीरबाट जाने पर्ने भन्दा पनि ज्यादा जाने के मलाई आङ खस्ने रोग आइपरेको त भयो त नि 20 वर्ष लाग्यो
हाम्रो यो सरेन्टारमा लगभग 2 वर्ष अगाडि चाहिँ पाठीघर खस्ने समस्याहरू धेरै नै थियो महिलाहरूले अब पहिला समय अगावै सानो उमेरमा विवाह गर्ने अनि ग्याप पनि थोरै हुने बर्थ स्पेस छोटो हुन्छ वर्षैपछि पाउने
Coming to Nepal, there's one study done in 2015. They have estimated 600,000 people are suffering from this disease. When a woman gives birth to a child, their organs gradually involve. That means they come to their original anatomical shape and size. So during that period, if she is bound to work hard, especially when the abdominal pressure, intra-abdominal pressure is increased. So in that situation, that process is little hampered. So they're gradually coming back to normal process is hampered.
पानीको समस्याले गर्दा पनि पाठीघर खस्ने समस्यामा ठुलो हात छ किनकि अब महिलाहरूलाई चाहिँ घरको काम सबै गर्नुपर्छ एक खेप पानी ल्याउने ठाउँमा अलिकति एक गेलिन बढाएर ल्याउनु पाएदेखि एक भाँडा बढाएर ल्याउनु पाए अर्कोपल्ट चाहिँ घरमा अर्को काम गर्न पाइन्थ्यो कि भन्ने हिसाबले गर्दाखेरि उनीहरूले घरु पनि बोकिरहेको हुन्छ त्यहाँमाथि टाढा जाँदा उकालो बाटोमा अलि हिँड्दा जसरी पनि समस्या त भएकै हुन्छ नि त्यसकै कारणले गर्दाखेरि पानीको समस्या यो टाढा पानी हुँदाखेरि पनि युट्रस प्रोल्याप्स धेरै सघाउ दुखी पनि आफूले काम गर्नुपर्ने हुन्छ
र पानीको जब बाढी आएपछि चाहिँ हामी पुलमा एउटा आँखाले हेरेर अन्दाज गर्यौं र त्यसको चाहिँ 1 घण्टापछि कति बढ्यो र 1 घण्टापछि कति घट्यो भन्ने कुरा मापन चाहिँ हामी यो बाढी प्रभावित क्षेत्रमा गइसकेपछि त्यहाँ र बेलुकाको समयमा त अब लाइट पनि थिएन र त्यो बेलामा चाहिँ हामी टर्च लाइटको माध्यमबाट पनि माथि पुलमा गएर हेरेर मापन गर्थ्यौं र 2076 असार 27 गतेको दिन मुसलधारी बिहानबाट यति धेरै मुसलधारी पानी पर्यो। यति धेरै आयो कि बस्तीको बिचबाट जुन कर्रा हाम्रो कर्रा खोला छ त्यो चाहिँ यति धेरै उर्लेर आयो कि त्यो बस्तीको बिचबाट गएर लगभग 800 घरधुरी जब बाढी आयो, बाढी आइसकेपछि हामी चाहिँ उद्धारको लागि प्रवेश गरिसकेको अवस्था थियो र त्यसपछि हामीले चाहिँ घर घरमा गएर मान्छेलाई सजग गराएर निस्किनुस् त्यहाँबाट। सबैलाई सूचना मौखिक रूपमा चाहिँ हामीले डोर टु डोर गएर चाहिँ हामीले जानकारी गरायौँ। मलाई लाग्छ 200-300 भन्दा माथि थियो होला मान्छे उद्धार गर्ने मान्छे त्यति थियो होला।
ठिक छ।
मेरो अन्डरमा चाहिँ हामी 4-5 जना साथीहरू चाहिँ टिम बनेर चाहिँ कहिले हामी खोलाको छेउ जाने, हामी त्यो घरमा हेर्ने के छ स्थिति, गाह्रो साङ्ग्रो के छ स्थिति। हाम्रो टिमले चाहिँ त्यतिखेर हामीलाई त्यति खासै हामीलाई रेस्क्यु त गर्ने, तर कसरी रेस्क्यु गर्ने भन्ने हामीलाई एउटा जुन डाउट थियो र हामीलाई चुनौती पनि थियो। र त्यही अनुरूपमा हामीले चाहिँ एउटा ट्युब जुन गाडीको ट्युब छ त्यसलाई चाहिँ हामीले प्रयोगमा लिएर आयौँ र त्यसमाथि हामीले चढाएर हामीले स्थानीयहरूलाई चाहिँ झनै हामीले त्यतिखेर हाम्रो स्थानीय झनै हाम्रो सहायता हाम्रो क्लबको मेम्बरले चाहिँ झनै 40-50 जना हामीले रेस्क्यु गर्यौँ। म लगभग 7-8 वर्षको हुँदाखेरि म क्याम्पडाँडा दाइहरू आउनुहुन्थ्यो, जस्तै सुशील दाई आउनुहुन्थ्यो, सुबिन दाइहरू आउनुहुन्थ्यो। त्यतिखेर त्यहाँ सामान्य फुटबल नै हुन्थ्यो। त्यतिखेर हेर्न जान्थेँ, सुरुमा त म हेर्ने नै जान्थेँ, बल टिप्ने हिसाबमा बल बोयको रूपमा कहिलेकाहीँ गर्थेँ। त्यसै क्रममा दाइहरूले खेलेको देख्दाखेरि आफूलाई पनि खेल्न मन लाग्ने, रहर लाग्थ्यो, बल छुन म रहर लाग्थ्यो। र सानो मोजाको बलले स्टार्ट गऱ्यो हामीले र टेनिस बल पनि युज गऱ्यौँ हामीले स्कुलमा। अब बुट थिएन, स्कुलको बुट जुत्ता लगाएर कालो जुत्ता लगाएर खेलिन्थ्यो, मजा पनि आउँथ्यो दाइले खेल्नु भएको देख्दाखेरि। पछि चाहिँ सुशील घिमिरे दाइ गोलकिपर खेल्नुहुन्थ्यो, उहाँले डाइभ दिएको देख्दा, बल समातेको देख्दा सबैले ताली बजाउनुहुन्थ्यो उहाँलाई। मलाई कता कता ताली खान मन लाग्ने र त्यसैले गर्दा म पनि गोलकिपरतिर लागेँ।
धेरै नजिक थियो, ऊ एउटा बेस्ट मेरो स्टुडेन्ट पनि हो। हामी कहाँ फुटबल प्रशिक्षण लिन आउने भाइहरू धेरै थिए। त्यसमध्येमा किरण सबैभन्दा मेहनती, लगनशील र एउटा इन्ट्रेस्ट। हिजोको दिनमा जसरी मैले उसलाई सपोर्ट गरेका थिएँ सानो बेला छँदाखेरि, आज उसले साना भाइहरूलाई त्यसै गरी चाहिँ खेल खेल्नको लागि चाहिँ एउटा हौसला दिने र म भाटामा ल्याएर भेटाउने, सँगै हामी मिलेर प्रशिक्षण गराउने कामहरू चाहिँ हामीले गरिरहेछौँ।
र चाहिँ पहिला जोडेर आउँदा मलाई एउटा याद के छ भने खोला चाहिँ 10-10 वर्षमा आउँथ्यो। यता विगत 5-7 वर्षदेखि यता चाहिँ बाढी 1 वर्ष बिराएर आइरहेछ। अहिले चाहिँ अब यो बस्ती विकास भयो, बस्ती विकास हुने बित्तिकै भनौँ न चाहिँ त्यहाँनिर चाहिँ अब पानी जाने ठाउँ भनेको खोला मात्रै रह्यो र त्यस कारणले गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ अहिलेको चाहिँ समग्र र पहिलाको बाढी र अहिलेको बाढीमा चाहिँ फरक के छ भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ पहिलाको चाहिँ अलिकति खोला पनि गहिरिएर चाहिँ के अरे गहिरो थियो र गहिरिएर पानी जान्थ्यो। अब अहिले चाहिँ के भयो भने त्यो खोलाहरू चाहिँ अब यो माथिको यो चुरे भागबाट चाहिँ जुन ग्राभलहरू आउँछ त्यो ग्राभलहरू आएर त्यो खोलामा डम्प हुन्छ। डम्प भइसकेपछि त्यो खोलाको सतह माथि आयो। माथि आएपछि अनि खोलाको त्यो जुन बाढीको बेलामा आउने चाहिँ माथि त्यो माथि आयो।
Deforestation is increasing at a rapid rate in the Chure region. Similarly, there's also a lot of agricultural practices and there's an encroachment in the forest, which means that it's also leading to siltations and soil erosions because of the agricultural practices in the downstreams. And this is also leading to a lot of flash floods and debris flowing into the plain areas. These rivers that pass through the Chure region are always flooded. And without the proper management of Chure region, these problems are going to be aggravated in the future as well.
What the increased greenhouse gas actually causes is, of course, increase in the precipitation amount in this part of the world, in South Asia, but also the variability of monsoon precipitation year by year and within a season also increases.
त्यो दिन चाहिँ म घरमै थियो, घरमै केही नि गरे हैन, त्यही घरमै म ज्वरो आएर सुतिरहेको थिएँ। स्कुल चाहिँ नजाँदो पानी आइरहेछ नगए पनि हुन्थ्यो भन्दाखेरि
स्कुल गएछ अनि त्यो दिन चाहिँ हामी जम्मैजना घरमै थियौँ। सञ्चालन स्कुल गएछ घरमै थियौँ अनि पानी परेर हेरेर सञ्चारको बारेमा एकदम सबैजनाले टेन्सन लिइरहेको थियो। हिँडेर आउने जाने क्रममा खोलाको बाटो भएर आउनु पर्ने अनि बसमा चढेर एकछिन अगाडि मात्र गएको थिएँ, सञ्चालन हिँडेर आइरहेको रहेछ।
हिँड चाहिँ बसमा जानुभएको थियो, बोर्डिङकै बस फर्केर अनि त्यही बसमा सरलाई फर्काउनु भने सक्दैन, ब्रेक लाग्दैन भन्नु बसमा।
खोलाको बाटो क्रस गरेर आउनुपर्ने थियो। त्यो खोला चाहिँ एकदम ठुलो बगिरहेको थियो, सडककै बाटो भएर बग्ने खोला थियो त्यो। अनि त्यस पछाडि सञ्चना, म अनि दुईजना केटा, अर्को दुईजना साथीहरू खोला तर्ने प्रयास गरौँ। खोला तर्ने क्रममा हामी लहरै छजना सँगसँगै तर्नेतिर लाग्यौँ। सञ्चनालाई मैले समातेको थिएँ, अर्को दुईजना उसको साथीहरूलाई अरू दुईजना केटाहरूले समाएर खोला तर्ने 3-4 पाइला अगाडि सर्यौँ। अनि म चाहिँ सञ्चनाको ध्यानमा थिएँ, अरू केटाहरू पनि। सञ्चना चिप्लेर लड्यो सञ्चना चिप्लेर लडेपछि मैले यसरी अँगालो हालेकोमा उसलाई हातमा यसरी समाउनु पुगेँ, समाएँ। ऊ लड्या भएर उसलाई उठाउने प्रयास गरेँ। त्यहाँबाट सञ्चालनसँग दुवैजनालाई बगायो। सञ्चालनलाई मैले समाइरहेको थिएँ।
आफैले देखेको थिएँ गएको बेला हेर्दै मेरो छोरी र ज्वाइँ पनि बगायो। अनि म बोल्न सकिनँ अनि तल गएर यसो हेर्दाखेरि कोही पनि देखेन
त्यो यस्तो थियो कि स्टेप थियो कि ढुङ्गाहरू ठुल्ठुला थियो एकदम ठुल्ठुलो ढुङ्गाहरू थियो अनि त्यतिखेर झर्ने क्रममा ढुङ्गामा दायाँ बायाँ ठोक्यो मलाई दायाँ बायाँ ठोकेपछि सञ्चालन मैले छोडेछु कतिखेर छोडेँ त्यो पनि थाहा भएन छोडेछु सञ्चालनलाई अलि बेरसम्म समाएको चाहिँ याद छ त्यसपछि सञ्चालन छोडेछु मैले दायाँ बायाँ ठोक्यो 3-4 चोटि ठोक्या थाहा छ त्यसपछि मलाई केही पनि थाहा भएन बाहिर आउने बित्तिकै मैले सञ्चालनलाई तलमाथि हेरेँ सञ्चालन थिएन त्यसपछि सञ्चालन नभएपछि त्यहाँ जाँदाखेरि भाउजू सबैजना रोइरहनु भएको थियो अनि सञ्चालन भेटौँ भनेर सोधेर छैन भने त्यसपछि म तलतिर रुँदै कराउँदै खोज्दै जाँदाखेरि तल
सुतिरहेको थिएँ अनि ज्वाइँले फोन गरेर बोलाउनु भएको थियो अनि म गएपछि खोलाले ज्वाइँ र अनि सञ्चनालाई बोगाइसकेको थियो अनि एकछिनपछि सञ्चना ज्वाइँ अनि आएको थियो अनि सञ्चना नि अरूले मान्छेले तल फेल पारेर ल्याएको थियो अनि हेल्पोस नि लगेर अनि बितिसकेको थियो
People here live in close proximity with nature, and we mostly live in areas that is exposed to socio-environmental hazards like floodplains, steep slopes, and we also lack the necessary infrastructure needed to mitigate the changing impacts of climate. So therefore also we are so much vulnerable to it. No one is resilient enough to fight this emergency alone. We are together in it and we must act together against it. Only the difference is that we, the young people, women, citizens of poor countries, lies in the forefront to bear its gravest consequences. And the sad part is that many of the victims, they don't know what is happening and why they are suffering.
Climate justice is a very key component in the fight against climate change. And this is particularly very relevant for a country like Nepal, basically because this is an issue that has emerged from the, let's say, the bad development that the Western world did and the consequences that we are having to face now. When the UNFCCC Convention was negotiated, the focus was very much in the reducing greenhouse gas emission. 20 years later, if you see the present context, the whole climate change impacts dimension has changed. There's been a higher realization that just reducing greenhouse gas emission is not going to solve the problem. Even if we stop the emission right away now into the 0%, the impacts are already happening.
There are two aspects to solve this issue, let's say. One is reducing the emission. But then we know that even if we reduce the emission today, the impact is going to happen for many decades, so it will not stop. So the other way is to take actions to adapt to the changes. So that's the adaptation and resilience building. So local actions to adapt to the changes and build resilience of the people and society, I think that's very important.
So just reducing greenhouse gases emissions are not going to solve the problems, and this is a problem of the global world now. It's just not happening in any country. But the only question is, where's the resources? This is, of course, also under the Paris Agreement and the UNFCCC Convention, that is the duties of these countries to support countries like ours. But if you also look at the Green Climate Fund or the other funds that are set up, it is extremely difficult the way the process and mechanisms have been established, in a way that it takes sometimes several years to reserve resources from the Green Climate Fund. For instance, even the Chure project that Nepal just received, it nearly took Nepal over 2 years to access these resources.
भने नि अब भन्दाखेरि अब फेमसमा जान्छ आफ्नो मनको पीडाहरू भन्न पर्दाखेरि फेमसमा जान्छ यही कुरा चर्किँदै जान्छ नराम्रो हुँदै जान्छ यो कोही कसैले सुन्नु पनि हुन्छ होला दुखाइ हुन थालेपछि अब बेसीगरी नै दुख्ने खानापिना नि नगर्ने सुतिरहने अब बसिरहने बेसीगरी दुखेको कारण भए बेलामा म बसिरहने खाना नपिउनुसँग बसिरहने के नखाने नपिउने अब के अरे म त अनि बुढाले नि अब त्यति लान आतुरी गर्नु भएको थिएन अनि म जान्छु मलाई रोगले म बेसीगरी पीडित हुँदै आएँ जान्छु भनेर म आफ्नो सुरले उठेर हिँडेको हो दबाई गर्न जाँदाखेरि मलाई त्यही त नि हस्पिटलबाट यहीँको हस्पिटलबाट अनि तपाईँ काठमाडौँ जानुपर्छ अब अप्रेसन गर्नुपर्छ अब तपाईँ झोक्राएर नबस्नु यहाँबाट काठमाडौँसम्म चाहिँ म एक्लै गएको गाडीमा अनि अब त्यो जाँचबुझ गर्दाखेरि अब त्यो भित्र अब अप्रेसन गर्नु भनेर गएको बेलामा गिर्खाहरू रहेछ अरे के 2-4 दिन तपाईँ ढिलो आउनु भएको भए तपाईँलाई क्यान्सरले छोइसकेको रहेछ भन्ने कुरो भएको थियो भनौँ लाग्नुभन्दा पहिल्यै गर्न पाए हुन्थ्यो भन्ने जस्तो लाग्यो अनि अब भइसकेपछि त बच्चा सानसानै छन् त्यति हुर्किसकेका छैनन् अब उनका अब बिहा यताउता गर्न पाए पनि छैन हुर्काएर अब पाइदिएर मात्रै भएन तीलाई पनि केही गर्न पर्यो भन्ने भयो अपरेसन भएको पोर यही असोजमा भयो यही दसैँ ताका अहिले अवस्था राम्रो छ ठीक छ
Nepali women, mostly in the rural areas, they take care of most of their household works. They need to bring the water, they need to grow the crops, they need to look after the children. I feel Nepali youth and women people are uniquely impacted by climate change because of the intersecting vulnerabilities such as the dependence on the agriculture and the lack of employment, the increase in the poverty rate and decrease in opportunities. Climate change only intensifies this impact in coming years.
One major impact is that, of course, they do not have as much amount of water, or they have to spend much more time fetching water from distant spring sources because the nearby spring sources have dried out. They spend, in some cases, hours to get water, which means the time they are, they have for other kind of more productive, more creative, work is reduced.
And the worst part is that the few countries who are mainly responsible in creating this mess, denying this existential threat with ineffective policies and also denying climate finance to the poor countries. The developed countries should support the developing countries by providing the climate finance and helping them to move towards the climate resilient development, parallelly cutting their own emissions, and the developing nations should also prioritize sustainable development and put nature in the heart of its development.
If you look at from the justice perspective, we are the ones who are really poor at the moment. Nepal has to feed lots of hungry people. It has to provide education, health, basic facilities. All these problems are yet to be addressed by our government. But if you look from the other side, the climate-induced problems are creating more problem for a country like ours. Should Nepal continue to suffer? Should Nepali farmers continue to suffer? Should Nepali poor people continue to suffer from these impacts of climate change?
सजिलो कुरो गरिदिएछु झन् अलिकति भयो नि नाफा हुन्छ भने हो त बाली खाम्रो हुँदैन भनेको
केही सुविधा छ त्यति बेला त अब वस्तुलाई नि भन्यो मान्छेलाई नि भन्यो 2-3 गाडी अथवा 5-7 गाडी पानी नलिएर पुग्दैन थियो पानीको समस्या अहिले सुविधा छ पानीको अहिले अब यही एक गाउरी पानी बल्ल बल्ल 2-3 दिनमा गएर खाने पानी ल्याइन्छ अहिले त्यतिखेर हेरी अहिले धेरै सुविधा छ घरतिर अब वस्तु भाउलाई यताउता खानापिना बनाउनको लागि पानी पुग्छ छैन घरभित्र छैन बाहिर त्यो 5-7 घर मिलेर हामी खाने चलन छ धाराको पानी लाइनको पानी अब कतिन्जेल हो अब त्यो त थाहा छैन अहिलेसम्मको लागिमा चाहिँ आनन्द छ पहिला हेरी अहिले धेरै सुविधा छ
There are drivers, here and now drivers, of which we are guilty here and now today, of overpumping, of filling up recharge ponds, letting them silt and waste away, or just filling them up so that you build a bus park on it, or God knows what else, okay? And preventing this infiltration. This is within our ability to do something about it with good policy, okay? If we don't do this, then with climate change, as things get worse, then this bad situation is going to get much worse.
अब हाम्रो खेल मैदानमा चाहिँ अहिले खेल्ने अवस्था छैन जसरी तसरी हामी चलिराखेका छौं अब त्यहाँ नभएर चाहिँ अहिले हामी स्कुलको खेल मैदानमा चाहिँ स्कुलको खेल मैदान पनि खासै राम्रो छैन अब त्यहाँको भन्दा चाहिँ अलिकति हुनी भएर चाहिँ हामी त्यही गइरहेका छौं तर त्यहाँ अब ठुलो एरिया छैन सानो एरियामा चाहिँ खेल्न पर्ने भएको भएर अब त्यहाँ ठाउँ सानो छ त्यही भए पनि काम चलाइरहेका छौं
त्यो चाहिँ अब त्यसको दीर्घकालीन समाधान भनेको चाहिँ जुन कर्रा खोलाको पुल छ क्याम्पा चौरबाट गएको पुल छ त्यो पुलबाट चेक ड्याम बाँधेर लगभग 700 मिटर तलसम्म लगेर चेक ड्याम बाँध्यो भने यसको दीर्घकालीन उपाय हो र यो चाहिँ जुन हाम्रो त्यो क्याम्पाको चौर छ त्यो चौरबाट चाहिँ 3 मिटर भन्दा माथि हाइट लानै पर्छ त्यसपछि बल्ल त्यो बस्ती सुरक्षित छ
अब फेरि बाढी आउँदैछ हामीलाई चाहिँ एकदम दुःख लागेको छ त्यहाँ अब बनाउनु पर्ने बाँधहरु बाँधिराखेको छैन त्यसले हामीलाई चाहिँ खेल मैदान फेरि बगौला भन्ने कुरोमा चाहिँ हामी फेरि चिन्तित छौं
सबै खण्डहर हुन्छ त्यहाँ बस्ती नै हुँदैन र सबै अब जस्तो मरुभूमि जस्तो हुन्छ अब न मान्छे हुन्छ न मानव हुन्छ न जनावर हुन्छ न माटो हुन्छ केही हुँदैन त्यहाँ के खण्डहर हुन्छ त्यो
अब सुशील घिमिरेको बारेमा भन्नुपर्दा त धेरै कुराहरू छन्। कसैलाई घरमा कुनै अप्ठ्यारो पऱ्यो भने सुशील घिमिरेबाट गयो भने हेल्प पाइन्छ है भन्ने जानेबित्तिकै हेल्प पनि पाइने र उहाँले होइन अब चाहिँ हामी यो केही काम गरौँ समाजमा केही काम गरौँ जस्तै अब अस्ति भर्खर हामीले चाहिँ क्लिनिङ क्याम्पेन गऱ्यौँ हामीले उहाँले नै सुरुमा कुरो उठाउनु भएको र हामीले त्यो पनि सफल पनि गऱ्यौँ। बाटो बनाउनुदेखि लिएर उहाँ अब कुनै ठाउँ खाल्डो देखिरहनु भएको छ उहाँलाई त्यो देख्नु आफूले आँखाले बन्द गरेर हिँड्न नसक्ने कोदालोमा आउने खाल्डो खन्ने हिँडिहाल्ने पुरिहाल्ने उहाँको त्यो छवि। अब अहिले हेर्नु अब सुशील घिमिरे अब फलानु चिज गरौँ भन्ने बित्तिकै यहाँ गाउँ नै उल्टिन्छ उहाँको लागि। होइन अब सुशील घिमिरेले बोलेपछि त्यो काम चाहिँ पक्का हुन्छ है।
दोस्रो 7 दिनमा एक्सनको तर्फबाट सेकेन्ड सिल्भर मेडलिस्ट पनि हुनुहुन्छ।
अब हाम्रो क्लबले जति पनि ठाउँमा गएर जितेको छ आफ्नो एचिभमेन्ट गरेको छ त्यो सबै श्रेय भनेको खेल मैदानले हो। खेल मैदान बिना हामी अगाडि बढ्न पनि सक्दैनौँ। त्यही भएर त्यो खेल मैदान हाम्रो लागि अपरिहार्य छ, एकदमै महत्त्वपूर्ण छ।
When it comes to flood, the only solution our great irrigation flood control departments seem to think is just building embankments. Now that doesn't solve the problem because you build embankment in one area, the opposite side is going to get flooded. Okay. You build on both, then what happens is like with the Kosi River, you jacket the river. That's the term we use, and put a jacket on the river. So instead of allowing the river to flood and deposit its silt all over, you jacket the river, the entire silt gets deposited within that narrow thing. The riverbed keeps rising until your embankment just can't hold because these are earthen embankments, okay? And then it breaches the embankment and causes massive flooding. And this is purely because of stupid water management.
Papiti poopy.
Babati poopy.
बाटै त्यही हो मेन त होइन बाटो त्यो नहिँड्ने त कुरै भएन यस्तो अब बिस्तारै भुलिँदै गइया छ भनौँ होइन अनि तपाईँको त्यहाँ गएपछि चाहिँ जो सम्झना बिर्सेको पनि आइहाल्छ होला त्यहाँ पुग्नलाई चाहिँ सम्झना चाहिँ आइरहन्छ बाटो काट्ने भन्दा नि तपाईँको अहिले घरबाट निकाल्न पनि डर लाग्दो भइरहेको छ होइन अलिकति पानी पऱ्यो नि अहिले त डरले पनि तपाईँको स्कुल पठाउनलाई बाटो बनेको चाहिँ तपाईँको हामी सानो बच्चा हुँदाखेरिको सानो बेलामा दौडेर जाँदाखेरि अलिअलि मर्मत गर्न नि गएको थियौँ हामी होइन बाटोमा सानो हुँदाखेरि सर्वप्रथम त तपाईँको मान्छे हिँड्ने पुल राख्ने भनेर गाउँमा पैसा पनि उठाएको थियो होइन पहिला गाउँ पुल पनि ल्याएको थियो होइन यहाँको अब जे होस् गर्छु भन्दै नगर्नाले एउटा घटना घट्यो
Road engineering is textbook engineering. It's not rocket science. But even the basics of road engineering is not followed. That's where the problem is, okay? So they went for the cheapest, well, let's just build a cement causeway. Yeah, of course, in the dry season, it's nothing. It's a small little stream. But that's fine. But during floods, you get a massive, increase in violence of that flood. And that is criminal, frankly.
त्यस्तो कुरा गरे सुनिँदैन अब यस्तो अब जसको भयो भने जस्तो छ त्यस्तै नर अन्त त भइरहेको समाचारमा सुनिन्छ देखिन्छ यो ठाउँमा चाहिँ भारिएन अब आफ्नै पर्यो के भन्नु मलाई त अब त्यही पुल बनाइदिए भए चाहिँ त्यति घटना हुन्थेन कि भन्ने चाहिँ त्यही मनमा चाहिँ त्यही भइरहेको अब हुनु भइसक्यो अब अरू के हुनु अब त्यो बाटो पहिले त्यति पैसा उठाएर लगेर त्यति मान्छे हिँड्ने डोटेटो मात्रै पुल राखिदिए भए न आफ्नो चाहिँ त्यस्तो खोलामा पर्ने थिएन कि भन्ने चाहिँ लाग्छ
मैले म सँगै आइटी गएको बेलामा सँगै लिएर गएको याद आइरहन्छ मामा घर गएर सबैजनालाई यस्तो गर्नुहुन्न भनेर नि सम्झाउँथ्यो
लाग्छ होला अब कोही बेला चाहिँ सन्चो भएन नखाने चाहिँ भन्छ कोही बेला चाहिँ खान्छ अब हामीले चाहिँ भन्छौँ कि अब नआउने बाटो गइस्यो त्यही दुईटा बच्चाको मुख हेर्नुपर्छ भन्ने चाहिँ त्यही छ अब त्यो चाहिँ त्यो सम्झेर फर्केर आउँदैन अब यही भुनीको चाहिँ
उसलाई सम्झिरहेर चाहिँ याद आएर रोन मन चाहिँ लागिरहन्छ उसको नाम देख्ने बित्तिकै उसको फोटो देख्ने बित्तिकै नि यसो झसँग जस्तो लागेर सम्झिन्छ अब पराईको घर गएपछि त अब भने चाहिँ सुविधा काट्न पाइँदैन बाध्यता पर्ने हुन्छ त्यही कारणले मैले चाहिँ काममा धेरै लोड पार्दिनँ नानीलाई चाहिँ अब मम्मीलाई यति दुःख कष्टले गर्दाखेरि मम्मीलाई यस्तो रोग लाग्यो म नि अब के जोगिने होला त्यो पनि नानी उनले नि उसले पनि भन्नु पर्यो अनि आफूले पनि अब ल है यस्तो मैले यति गर्दाखेरि मलाई यस्तो रोग लाएर म यस्तो घर बस्नु परेछ मैला जस्तो पीडा लिएर बस्नु नपरोस् अब हाँसी खुसी बाँचोस् जस्तो लाग्छ मलाई
अब हामीले चाहिँ लगत्तै त्यसलाई चाहिँ फिल्डलाई माटो भर्ने ग्रेडरहरू लगाउने र वरिपरि वृक्षारोपण गर्ने र तार जालीले चाहिँ घेर्ने चाहिँ काम अब हामी छिट्टै नै सुरु गर्दैछौँ अब यो उसको लागि सबै आर्थिक स्रोत नै चाहिन्छ त्यसको लागि हामीले स्थानीय सरकारसँग पनि सहयोग मागेका छौँ अब हामीले लगभग सबै कुराहरू चाहिँ फेरि पुनः निर्माण गर्नको लागि चाहिँ तयारी गरिसकेका छौँ यो सबै गर्नको लागि चाहिँ मेन महत्त्वपूर्ण भूमिका भनेको त्यो बाँधले गर्छ त्यो बाँध भयो भने हामी दीर्घकालीन रूपमा चाहिँ सुरक्षित हुन्छौँ
के गोलरक्षक अरुण ब्लनले यो बचाउन सक्छन् र गोल पिप्ले हेटौडा पाँचौं राजर्षि जनक कपको विजेता बन्न सफल भएको छ हार्दिक बधाई छ पिप्ले हेटौडा आयोजक बागमती नगरपालिकालाई सडन डेथमा पराजित गर्दै
महत्त्वपूर्ण घोषणा हुन गइरहेको छ दर्शकबिन राइजिङ प्लेयर अफ सर्लाही प्राप्त गर्नेछन् एक थान मोटरसाइकल यस पाँचौं राजर्षि जनक फुटबल प्रतियोगिता 2077 को राइजिङ प्लेयर अफ सर्लाही हुन सफल हुनु भएको छ
I have a lot of hopes from the young generation because what I've seen is that they are capable and they are also very interested in this. I think they could lead. I think only young generation can do that. Old folks are gone, right? They cannot do it.
Millions of young people united globally gives me hope and gives me the courage to fight and to act for the climate. And vision of future where all of the peoples get equal opportunity, equal rights. They all get that right to live in a peaceful and fair society. No one in the future should be forced to give away their dreams, to give away their thoughts, to give away their anything due to the changing climate. And vision of future where no one is talking about climate change, no one is talking about climate justice because there is no need of it.
Well, what a very powerful and amazing film we have all just been privileged to see. And now we're very honored to have the actual cinematographer and filmmaker, Deej Phillips, with us. He's actually co-directed and produced this film, as well as Brendan Khan, the editor of the film. So welcome. Hello.
Thank you very much, Sasha. Thank you for having us. How are you doing?
Absolutely wonderful that you can be with us. I mean, sort of tears and happy smiles, but very heart-wrenching and heartbreaking viewing, basically, but very eye-opening at the same time. If we just want to sort of get right into it and start, I'm sort of fascinated with such a beautifully shot film. What's your background, or maybe you could tell us a little bit more about your personal background and what inspired you to sort of make this film?
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, thank you for having us. So I've been caring about climate change for a long time. I would say probably about for the last 10 years, but I just didn't really know how to, I guess, use my skills to do something about it and how to, contribute to make the situation better. And to be completely honest with you, for a very long time, it was very easy just to ignore it and go back to my, normal life, which was, as a student, drinking a lot, studying music production, and, doing whatever else you do as a person of that age. Like, it was very easy to ignore, even though it was something that I deeply cared about. There just wasn't enough awareness at that time. Then 3 years ago, after
childhood, like my into your background childhood sort of experiences.
Yeah, absolutely. So as a child, like, I loved to be outdoors. I was always outdoors. That was something that was really important to me. I was lucky that my dad encouraged me to go outside with that little bug exploration kit. I don't know if you remember that, where you have like a little magnifying glass in a jar on top of a jar, and you can look at spiders or whatever else you can find. So for me, I think that's probably what seeded my interest in like the natural world. Like, for me, I haven't really come from, I don't know, a traditional filmmaking background, if there is like such a thing anymore. I just got interested in it because I just got friendly with a bunch of guys that were in a reggae band, basically, while I was at university. And then I started filming them play live and stuff like that. But yeah, I've always had such a keen interest in the natural world. So loved animals from a young age, and always wanted to do something related to that. And the climate crisis just kept it kept calling me to do something about it. And then fast forward until a few years ago, where I got in contact with Nalima Valangi, who is my co-director, co-producer on this project. Unfortunately, she's not able to join us today. She is in Nepal at the moment. She's originally from India, but over the last few years, she's been basing herself in Nepal, which is obviously where the film was filmed. So it's, what time is it there now? It's probably about 3 a.m. So I did ask her if she would be up for it, but it's also Diwali over there in Nepal. So I think she's out partying right now.
She's got good things going on there.
Yeah, absolutely. So
how did you get together with Brandon on the idea, and how did it come about?
Yeah, so we wrote Brandon in early on. So I got in contact with Nalima a few years ago. It started a conversation. We were like, okay, we both care about climate change. She's a journalist. Before she was into travel writing. I was a filmmaker who was into more commercial stuff. We were like, we have skills. You know, we have an audience. How can we do something related to climate change? So that's when we decided that Nepal would be a great case study because of how, you know, severely they're already experiencing the impacts of climate change. So we started chatting about that. Before I knew it, I was on a flight to Kathmandu, met Nalima for the first time, and then we went out and just tried to understand the issue better. So we had meetings with all kinds of NGOs, all kinds of climate activists over there, artists, and everyone in between. We were just meeting people and getting an understanding for the situation over there. That's when we decided to make, at the time, it was a documentary series, comprising of probably 10-minute episodes, individual stories. And so we started filming that. Fast forward, after capturing the first 3 stories, which feature in this film, we then, Brandon actually got in contact with us. Brandon is a good friend of mine. We've worked together on various projects. And he saw what we were doing. He's like, oh, this is cool and interesting, and it's something that I'd like to get involved in.
So you knew how he worked, and you could work together.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
like he's the perfect editor because he really cares. I think that's the main thing, you know, like somebody who really cares about the subject matter and telling the story in an authentic way, which is what we were really trying to do.
Brandon, would you concur with that? Would you agree?
I did care. Yeah, I actually can't remember how I got in touch with Deej about this. I think I do remember that he's right, that I got in touch with him. I don't know. Did you put something on Twitter or something? I don't remember how I found out you were doing this.
Yeah, I imagine it was like a clip on Facebook or maybe Twitter, and you saw it and you're like, oh, yeah, this is great.
I wasn't going to let him make a public mess. So I emailed him and I said, you got to let me edit this, Deej, so it ends up being good instead of bad. And that's how that started, I think. We met
absolutely
prior.
Okay.
And what was that? Was that the drone racing thing? Deej?
We had, so there was some commercial project where we had worked on previously, and we got on pretty well there. There was a bunch of camera operators, there was a couple of editors, but I think Brandon was the head editor, but we just kind of hit it off.
Okay, so who hit onto the idea of taking, I mean, I think it's kind of very unusual in a way, taking 3 stories and weaving them in this web of same area, but completely different views of life. Who hit onto that idea? Where did that come from?
Yeah, so as I said previously, like we did set out to make individual stories in a series, but then quite quickly we realized that, you know, making a feature-length documentary would make maybe a bit more sense. I'm not going to lie, it was a very long and complicated process intertwining these stories and bringing them together into one film. To be honest, I'm going to pass it over to Brandon because he's going to be the best person to speak about this, because it was a kind of pulling your hair out a couple of months.
Yeah, you could do that. Right. When I first contacted Deej and met Nalima, as he says, it was 3 separate pieces or potentially an ongoing series of similar stories. And I thought, well, that sounds simple and clean and straightforward. That makes sense. We can do that. And early on, I was already editing the material. I'd already gotten it. And I think Deej said, maybe, I don't know if Deej and Nalima had spoken about it amongst themselves, but it said, maybe we should try and make one big movie. And I said, that's a terrible idea. That's never going to work. These 3 stories aren't intertwined at all. The characters never meet. It's too complicated. The audience is never going to understand what's going on, all that kind of thing. So at first I told them we shouldn't do that, but they were persistent and they wouldn't let me, cheat and not try it. So I don't remember how we started transitioning specifically. I think that's organically like that. That's why it's worked so well, because
as you know, I'm a mother of 3. I have, you know, friends that would attach immediately onto the whole sport, football, men going out there, bringing the youth up, having an outlet. And that's why I think it's actually fabulous, because each person can attach their different experiential, visceral experience to that viewing of the film. So I think it's worked brilliantly to get all of that out.
It wasn't. Yeah. It was. I hope it feels organic now, but as Deej says, it was not organic at the start, because
giving it away.
No, it was really difficult actually. What I think this was Nalima's idea, but eventually what we did was we edited each story individually, basically all, not perfectly, but finished the whole story all the way through from A to Z on each one, and then I wrote down what each of the scenes were in each of those, like on index cards, and then shuffled them around to try and create the whole thing, and that was the process that ended up working, and it took us months to even figure out that.
Wow.
Yeah, so Brandon was like really instrumental in making that happen, because for both me and Nalima, it was our first feature-length documentary. Brandon, you know, is an experienced editor, and he had worked on a few feature-length documentaries previously, so he was really key to creating these story arcs and making these stories fit together. But it's exactly as you said just then, Sasha. It's about showing relatable stories that people can connect with. And so obviously we have these guys who started their own grassroots football academy and who are doing amazing things. Like, a lot of the players from this football academy have made it to the national team. And similarly for the boxing academy, Sushil was such a fantastic protagonist because he was so well respected in the community, and he'd done so many amazing things in his career as well. And then we have somebody like Kamala, who is a mother who is just like fighting to, you know, essentially keep her family alive by carrying that drinking water back from that spring down the cliff, and doing that, you know, every other day, and suffering severely with uterine prolapse, which, you know, I can't even begin to imagine what that experience must have been for her. But it's something that went on for many years and was incredibly painful. And all throughout that, she was still going down to that water spring, collecting that drinking water and bringing it back up the cliff.
Yeah, that was really quite painful, because you know what it's like, just even, you know, being pregnant or post-pregnancy, all those elements. And, you know, bringing myself, my mum always saying, don't carry heavy loads, it'll break your, you know, your childbearing ability, all that kind of nonsense. And it's just shocking and heartbreaking that it's an epidemic, a huge epidemic, a new epidemic that is, you know, messing up all these young mothers and grannies and young children in a way. So it's very sad.
Well, that's it.
That part really hit me badly.
No, absolutely. And obviously that's what we were trying to do with this film, is like add to that sense of urgency, which a lot of the, you know, these amazing young climate activists are doing here at COP26. I'm currently in Glasgow at COP, partly promoting the film, but also filming what's going on here as well. And they're doing such a great job of raising awareness of what's happening. But I think, you know, one thing that I try and communicate when I just speak to people generally is that we can all do our bit in our own way and use our skills to amplify, you know, action, climate action. And for me and Brandon and Nalima, it's using our skills as journalists, as filmmakers, to tell these kinds of stories from people who are already really suffering from the climate crisis, but they don't have the means to share their story. And I think that was one of the most incredible things about making this project, was the fact that, you know, Sanchana's mother was willing to retell the story of her daughter's deaths about a month after it actually happened. And she's doing that because she wants to raise awareness about this. She wants change to happen. And, you know, quite often people in the global south don't get the opportunity to do that. And it's been really exciting to see people like the Fridays for Future, MAPPA,
MAPPA,
people,
Marches
MAPPA, most affected, that's it, most affected people and areas, seeing them have such a strong presence here. And I noticed quite a lot while covering the march today and yesterday that, you know, like Greta Thunberg was trying to pull herself back a little, pull herself back and get those guys in the spotlight, which has been difficult because the media just aren't interested. All they want to do is speak to Greta, is interview her, and you know, understandably, because she is such a well-known figure. But I think we really need to help amplify the voices of the people from the most affected areas, because they're already having a really rough time, and unfortunately it's going to get much rougher for the foreseeable future. So, you know, we just have to do what we can now.
And what about, I mean, just coming slightly back to the film as well, I mean, the title you chose, The Weight of Water, cuts right to the sort of heart of how water is both, I don't know, life-giving and life-taking. And I just kind of wondered, when you were there, when you were filming, you know, what were the challenges? How did you find it? And did you have this atmosphere with the water everywhere? What was your sort of experience when you were out there filming?
Yeah, I think, you know, with a lot of climate change coverage, you know, if you're not there to film the actual event, then it's hard to tell the story. And also a lot of the time, you know, climate change is in the grand scheme of things, slow moving, in that, you know, things happen over a small amount of time, like Kamala and her dealing with water shortage. It doesn't happen daily necessarily. It happens over a broader period of time. So we had to get very creative with how we could tell this story in a visually compelling way. You know, obviously, ideally, we would have been there to film the flood that hit Hetuda, where the football academy is. And then we could have had all of that very striking, shocking imagery of homes flooded, the pitch completely underwater, Sushil and Lal Kiran, another one of our protagonists in that story, and all the rest of their team going to the houses and saving people. But we weren't able to do that. So it was a bit of a challenge to really convey like the emotional side of their stories without being there. And, you know, at the end of the day, I think for a film that is called The Weight of Water, and for one of the main themes to be water, too much water and too little water, there's not much water in the film. You know, like there's the water carrying scenes, there's the shots of the rivers and stuff like this. But we weren't there to cover the actual events themselves. So we had to get very creative. But
so Brandon,
for us here,
bring Brandon in quickly with.
Please.
I was thinking about, how did you feel impacted when you were out there, when you were filming? Did you feel all this impact of water and the difficulties, and how did it affect you personally, kind of thing?
Well, the reason I was letting Deej talk there is I think there's been some confusion. I only edited it back here in England. I never went to Nepal personally.
Okay.
No, I'm the coward of the group.
What about when you were editing then? How about when you were editing?
While I was editing. It's a lot of different kind of footage and a lot of different scenes. As you said, it's a lot of varied material. So I felt different. I'll tell you, my daughter is 12 years old, so the scene of them recounting the young girl's death was extremely difficult for me to edit, if I'm honest. And I had to watch it hundreds of times to get it right. And I don't think I made it a day through editing that scene, honestly, without crying. It was really difficult. And I'm pretty proud of it because, as Deej said, we got to let these kind of everyday people tell their own stories in their own words, kind of unadorned by us. We didn't use a lot of kind of editorial flourishes or any voiceover or we didn't try to take any of their quotes out of context. We just let them say, talk about their own selves and their own lives in their own voices. And I think that made that scene in particularly quite powerful. Other scenes, Kamala carrying the water was also really difficult. And that was footage I had to watch again and again and again. My first thought was, well, if Deej is operating the camera and he's right next to this lady right now, he could have been helping, but instead he was filming. That was a thought I had. But at the same time, with the Kamala scene, I'm thinking I have two thoughts at the same time. One is I feel horrible for this woman having to carry this up this hill. And my second thought, unfortunately, because I am a filmmaker, was this footage is amazing and really powerful, but I wish I wasn't seeing it at the same time. And that was actually a common thread. The main thing I thought most of the time I was getting the footage is that Deej did an amazing job and is a bit of a genius, frankly.
Oh, that's very lovely of you to say.
I was quite struck by the theme. I mean, obviously coming from my background, northern, first world country, just struck by how life was already hard. Life was already struggling, and the impact of extreme weather and climate change just threw that completely off. And okay, there's the element of how do you come from there, but then also just noticing the amazing amount of resilience in these people. Just they're so resilient. I don't know whether in your editing you seem to get that as well alive, I think.
I agree. I think that was the thing I learned when we first started going through the interviews and kind of learning who these people are in real life. And early on, we spoke about, is this film just going to be a real downer and just real sad the whole time? And is it just us trying to make everyone feel bad for an hour straight? And there is an element of that to it. But I think what you just said is the element of the film that rises above that idea and makes... Yeah, it's not just hope. It's that, yes, this person here has suffered or is suffering, but they are also a full, rich, interesting human being, fully worthy of having their story told on film. Resilient, as you said, sometimes funny. I just feel like even though we don't spend a ton of time with any particular person, the interviews and the footage that Deej got lets you see a fuller picture of each of them, where it's not just this difficult. It's the whole picture of their lives, including very much the resilience that is a part of their daily lives in that part of the world. I agree completely.
Deej, what did you feel about there's this theme of adaptation? Did you see the local communities? Did you see it when you were out there? This new feeling of adapting to what is already there, and was it in action around you, kind of thing?
Yeah, absolutely. So, with each of the stories, it's a little bit different. So with Sushil and the Football Academy, they are working very hard to raise funds and to solve the problem themselves, which unfortunately isn't really a long-term solution, as we find out from one of our experts, Deepak, where essentially Sushil and his team are building embankments to stop the river from overflowing and flooding the pitch and flooding their town as well. So those guys are trying very hard to raise the funds and to get the government, the local government, to pay for these flood defenses. With Sanchana's family, it's actually a scene that we cut from the movie. They talk a little bit about how a few years ago, the local government came in and started taking donations essentially for a bridge to be built over the over the road where Sanchana got dragged away by the flood. So the government came in, raised the money from the local community, and then nothing at all was made in the end from that. And in a way, in all these stories, they're adapting, but they're adapting because they have no choice. And when you were talking about resilience earlier, yes, that says a lot about them. They are very resilient people, but they're resilient because they have no choice. Because if they're not resilient, they don't survive anymore.
Yeah.
And I think that's something that we do have to remember, is that they're pushed to this situation, and they're making the best of a very bad time in a lot of areas of the world in the global south. So yeah, it's really tough for them. I think we very much learned making this film that there's a lot of incredible people out there doing incredible things. I'd like to highlight how amazing Shreya is, specifically one of the climate activists that we interviewed, to give some of the broader context about what's going on with climate change in Nepal. She was, she's a young climate activist who is incredibly switched on, and we were very lucky to have her involved in the film. But yeah, so it is a very complicated issue, and we try to highlight that in our film. It's not just about throwing money at it. It needs to be put into good initiatives, because there's a lot of bad development all over the world.
So even the concept of climate justice, and then also financing Nepal and these areas out of the situation. But I think you got that across, didn't you?
I hope so. Yeah,
and about the climate justice element of it all.
Yeah. So just before, I answer that, it would be amazing if Nalima could be here, because this was her, she was such a big part of the film. We co-directed, co-produced it. I was more the visual storyteller. She was more the overall storyteller, let's say, and she's incredibly educated on the climate crisis and all of these issues. So from that perspective, she was the one that helped us understand these issues in terms of climate finance and climate justice, and what's going on with the funding that is going to developing countries, and how the commitments that were made in Paris haven't been followed through. A lot more needs to be done there. But I think with the initiatives that have happened so far in Nepal, it hasn't had enough of an impact. In a lot of countries in South Asia, there's a lot of corruption. In a lot of countries all over the world, there's a lot of corruption, unfortunately. And the funding is sometimes there, but it's not going to the right places. A lot of the time the solutions aren't right. A lot of the time the solutions are things that aren't actually having much of an impact, like building embankments, rather than trying to figure out why these rivers are flooding in the first place and what we can do about that. I think Shreya mentions it in the film. Nature-based solutions are so important, and quite often we don't turn to them straight away. While I was in Kathmandu making this film, there was a tree planting initiative where they planted a bunch of the trees along one of the main roads in Jamsakal in the south of Kathmandu, where I was staying. And they basically just pulled up a couple of floor tiles, planted a tree, and just left it there. And within 2 weeks, none of these trees survived anymore. But I think it's kind of like a greenwashing situation where they can say, we just planted 10,000 trees in the city. That's great, but none of those trees exist today. It's a bad solution. It's really, really bad climate action, and we need to be aware of that side of things as well.
Yeah. So Brandon, how, with all this huge project that you've just done, How do you see its impact? What effects can we get it to have at COP26 in this time?
I'm gonna parrot exactly what Deej said. I wish Nalima was here because this film really is her baby a lot more than certainly mine, but even Deej's. And she's the brains of the operation for sure, and also the one who could answer that question very well. And I can only guess. I approached, if I'm going to be completely honest with you, I approached this project mainly from an emotional and personal and narrative point of view. Not that I don't care about these issues, I do, but I don't understand them like Nalima does or even Deej does. So I took their advice on how to incorporate that stuff into the film. I don't know what kind of impact it's going to have. I hope people see the film and have a better understanding of how climate change is going to affect lots of different people's lives in ways that maybe they hadn't thought of before. That there is like a butterfly effect across the world. In all over the world, there's going to be exacerbated problems in ways that maybe we hadn't imagined and should consider. And that was my hope anyway while I was editing it.
Well, I think it's, you never know what effect just talking about it has on people and what they're going to then discuss.
It's a film meant to educate to a certain degree, but also just connect with the people who are affected.
The human story, exactly, that human element. I think. Yeah,
it's to me it's an empathetic film and an emotional. I don't want to say exercise, but it's meant to connect our hearts to other people around the world. And if you want to get really educated, read a book.
Exactly. Well, I was just gonna sort of end. I mean, if people wanted to find out more or sort of get involved, Brendan, where do we go? What can we do? Where can they get a bit more involvement?
Deej is gonna tell you. He's on this side. Deej is gonna tell you.
Come on, give us your.
Brilliant. Yeah.
So I literally have no idea. So I'm telling
you. So if you want to learn more about the film, then visit www.humancostofclimatecrisis.com. This is kind of the beginning of the project that Nalima and I are setting up, where we are going to make a bunch of climate change documentaries. She's an incredible writer, incredible journalist, so I'm sure we're going to do stuff outside of documentary film. My email address is hi@deejphillipsfilms.com, spelled D-E-E-J and Phillips with 2 L's. Definitely get in touch if you are interested in climate change at all in any kind of way, but especially climate change communication. I think I did a TEDx talk last year, and the title of that was The Human Face of Climate Crisis, and talking about, our story making personal and intimate films about the climate crisis. But it also touches on how, anyone can do their bit. And it's not just about being, a Greta Thunberg, who is amazing at giving speeches and, saying very inspiring things that just resonate with people, like the blah 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 line that she has, I think is genius, and I've heard it many times here at COP26, and I think it hits people in a very great way. But there's other ways to do it. Whatever you can do, whatever you're good at. If you're an accountant, then get involved with climate organizations, helping them with their accounting, marketing. Obviously, all kinds of climate organizations need that. I need that as a filmmaker,
But anyway, everyone's got your digits now, haven't they? You've given it out, so that's wonderful.
Absolutely.
Anyone can get on board if they're interested. It's fascinating, the whole point of view from an extreme weather-beaten country like Nepal. It highlights all of that. So you guys are the people to go to. So hopefully they've got that on board. I think we might have to wrap this up now. We've probably gone over
No
our
problem
time.
at all.
But it's been
Thank you very
amazing
much.
and wonderful to talk to you. A real privilege. And hopefully I might get to see you in person one time, I hope. Maybe.
That'd be lovely.
Absolutely.
Glasgow.
Yeah, stay in touch. Absolutely. Thank you so much,
Okay.
Sasha. It's been
Thank
really
you
lovely
so
to do
much.
this.
It's been great. Okay, bye.
Okay. Take care, guys.
Take care. Okay, everyone. Well, that was a fabulous talk we've had with those two, and maybe we'll have to get in Lima next time. But just saying good night now, and don't forget to tune in to COP26 TV/live from 12 noon tomorrow with Word on the Street that will be covering all action in and around Glasgow. So that's the place to go. And it's good night from us here at COP26 TV.